Graveyard Manager, Dead Inheritance. Tonight's story is Graveyard Manager, Dead Inheritance. Eddie Crowe is 18, broke, charming, and already in trouble. After one fake afterlife protection scam goes wrong, he inherits Black Hollow Cemetery, a haunted necropolis with a sarcastic management system, unpaid dead, dangerous claims, dangerous women, and one rule: raise the cemetery to level 5 or become part of the soil. If you enjoy dark fantasy, sharp humor, cemetery bureaucracy, and deals with the dead, stay with the story. Chapter 1. The Worst Inheritance. Eddie Crowe had always believed there were 3 kinds of trouble. The first kind was honest trouble, a bad hand in a card game, a fist you saw coming, a debt collector with bad vocabulary and excellent shoulder muscles. Honest trouble had weight, shape, breadth. You could run from it, bribe it, apologize to it, distract it, or, in Eddie's preferred method, make it laugh long enough to forget why it wanted to hurt you. The second kind was legal trouble. Contracts, signatures, witnesses, stamps, clauses, small print, and other weapons invented by people too weak to carry knives. Eddie had a healthy respect for legal trouble, not fear. Fear was for people who had options. Respect was what you felt when something could ruin your life while wearing reading glasses. The third kind was the kind Eddie did not believe in. Curses, ghosts, demons, family doom, bad blood, restless spirits, grave debts, afterlife complications. All the nonsense old rich people whispered about when their money could no longer bully their bodies into staying alive. The third kind of trouble was Eddie's favorite, not because he believed in it, because other people did. And other people believing stupid things was, in Eddie's experience, the closest thing the universe had ever offered him to steady employment. That was why, at 18 years old, with a torn black coat, a clean smile, a fake company stamp, and exactly £12 and 40 pence to his name, Eddie Crowe had sold 73 premium post-mortem protection plans to the anxious elderly residents of North Ashbury. He had offered peace. He had offered guaranteed rest. He had offered anti-demonic burial shielding, haunting insurance, grave disturbance prevention, family curse interruption, and for an extra fee, a luxury spiritual transition package that included 3 handwritten prayers Eddie had copied from the back of a funeral brochure and improved with better adjectives. The brochure had looked excellent. Eddie had designed it himself in the back room of a laundromat, while a man named Kevin argued with a washing machine that had eaten his socks and possibly his marriage. The logo was a silver raven over a black gate. The company name was printed in glossy black letters, CROWE and Covenant. Afterlife Security Solutions. There was no company, obviously. There was also no covenant, unless you counted the verbal agreement Eddie had made with himself to leave town before anyone asked too many questions. The raven was real only in the sense that Eddie had stolen it from a pub menu. The black gate, in hindsight, had been a warning. At the time, Eddie had thought it looked classy. And class, Eddie had discovered, was mostly confidence printed on thick paper. He had done well for 3 weeks. His first customer had been Mr. Dalrymple, a retired clockmaker who believed his dead brother had been moving the hands of every clock in his house 3 minutes backward each night. Eddie had listened with grave attention, nodded at the appropriate places, and sold him a basic rest plan plus a small surcharge for what Eddie called temporal spiritual interference. Mr. Dalrymple had slept better afterward. That was the part Eddie remembered when guilt tried to get clever. The second customer had been Mrs. Brackett, who wanted to make certain her late husband did not return to criticize the garden. Eddie had asked whether Mr. Brackett had been religious. Mrs. Brackett had said, only about weeds. Eddie had recommended a boundary blessing around the hydrangeas and charged extra for emotional gardening protection. By the end of the first week, Crowe and Covenant had a reputation, not a legal reputation. A legal reputation required registration, insurance, an office, and the kind of person who owned more than 2 shirts. Eddie had something better, whispered recommendations between frightened people with money and no desire to look foolish in front of their families. Fear, he had learned, hated witnesses. A grieving son would call him and say, "My mother mentioned your service." A widow would lower her voice and ask whether unresolved marital tension could survive cremation. An old man with a silver cane asked Eddie whether a curse could pass through a portrait. Eddie told him portraits were historically vulnerable and sold him 2 protective stickers that were actually labels from a jam jar. The stickers worked in the most important sense. The old man believed they did. Eddie even created a customer support number. It was his own phone with a different voicemail greeting. You have reached Crowe and Covenant Afterlife Security Solutions. If you are experiencing a haunting, press 1. If you are deceased, please remain calm and wait for representation. If you are a demon, this call may be recorded for legal purposes. He had been proud of that. Pride, like confidence, was excellent right up until it asked you to stand still. Old men in cardigan sweaters paid him to protect them from burial curses. Widows paid him to stop dead husbands from coming back for arguments left unfinished. One retired dentist paid extra for a clause preventing his first wife from finding him in the afterlife. Eddie had not asked why. Professionalism, in his opinion, meant not looking too closely at the products that kept you fed. He gave every customer a certificate. People loved certificates. A certificate could make nonsense feel laminated. He used phrases like transitional energetic boundary, legally witnessed soul shielding, and premium rest continuity. He said them calmly, with a pen in his hand and a serious expression, and people nodded because most people would rather trust a confident liar than admit they did not understand the brochure. Eddie understood that. He respected it. He built a business model on it. His mistake was not the scam. The scam had been good, elegant, even, morally flexible, yes, but Eddie preferred to think of morality as a sliding door rather than a wall. His mistake was selling the deluxe package to Mrs. Agatha Wren. Mrs. Wren was 86, rich, mostly bones, and had eyes like someone had taught a crow to judge people. She lived at the end of Briar Lane in a narrow brick house full of dried flowers, old portraits, locked cabinets, and curtains thick enough to smother a horse. The door knocker was shaped like a hand. It did not knock so much as accuse. Eddie arrived at 3 in the afternoon wearing his best coat, which meant the one with the least visible blood on the sleeve. It was not his blood. That helped. He carried his leather folder under one arm, his fake stamp in his pocket, and the expression of a young man who had been trusted by bishops, barristers, and at least one duchess. None of that was true, but truth, Eddie often thought, was only one of many available strategies. Mrs. Wren opened the door herself. She was tiny, straight-backed, and wrapped in black lace despite the warm afternoon. A silver chain hung around her throat, disappearing beneath her collar. Her fingers were thin and heavily ringed. One ring bore a tiny black stone that seemed to hold the light badly, as if it had opinions about illumination. "Mr. Crowe," she said. "Mrs. Wren." Eddie gave a little bow, not too deep. A deep bow looked desperate. A small bow looked expensive. "Thank you for seeing me. You came recommended." Eddie smiled. "I like to think my work travels ahead of me." "It does," she said. Something about the way she said it made him slightly less pleased. She invited him in. The hall smelled of lavender, dust, and old medicine. Every wall had a portrait. Stern men with white collars, women with long necks and closed mouths, children with solemn faces and hands folded as if they had already learned disappointment. Eddie disliked old portraits. He always felt the people in them had been waiting for indoor plumbing and revenge. Mrs. Wren led him to a sitting room where a fire burned despite the heat. 3 cups waited on a low table, one for Mrs. Wren, one for Eddie, one for nobody. Eddie noticed the 3rd cup. Then he noticed the plate of biscuits and decided to prioritize optimism. "Tea?" Mrs. Wren asked. "Gladly." The tea was black and bitter. The biscuits were excellent. Eddie had always found that rich old women came in 2 categories: the ones who underfed you because suffering built character, and the ones who fed you because they liked watching you become comfortable before they asked dangerous questions. Mrs. Wren was clearly the second kind. She sat opposite him and placed both hands around her cup. "Tell me what you offer." Eddie opened his folder. This was where he became beautiful. Not physically, although he knew he was not hard to look at if the lighting was kind and the other person's standards were flexible. No, Eddie became beautiful in the way a blade became beautiful when it found its angle. His voice warmed, his shoulders settled, his eyes sharpened, his lies lined up like soldiers. Mrs. Wren, death is inevitable. Confusion after death is not. Most families focus on burial arrangements, legal transfer, property, memorials, all important. But spiritual exposure is the neglected field. The modern dead are vulnerable. Mrs. Wren watched him. Vulnerable, she repeated. Very unsettled estates, unfinished emotional obligations, improper grave placement, residual resentment, opportunistic entities, family curses, uninvited visitations. Demons. Eddie lowered his voice. We do not use that word casually. He used it constantly. Mrs. Wren nodded, satisfied. Eddie slid the brochure across the table. Crowe and Covenant provides discreet afterlife security. Our basic rest plan covers standard haunting discouragement and grave boundary blessing. The family continuity plan extends protection to immediate relatives. The premium post-mortem protection plan includes anti-intrusion shielding, curse interruption, and emergency spiritual representation. Representation, Mrs. Wren said. Should any unauthorized party attempt to claim, disturb, bargain with, summon, occupy, misfile, or otherwise interfere with your post-mortem condition, a Crowe and Covenant representative will act on your behalf. It was Eddie's favorite sentence in the brochure. It sounded so specific it stopped people asking what it meant. Mrs. Wren tapped one finger against the paper. And you are authorized to act as such a representative. Eddie placed a hand over his heart. Mrs. Wren, I have handled sensitive post-mortem transitions for families whose names I am not legally allowed to mention. That was true. He was not legally allowed to mention them because they did not exist. The fire snapped. The third cup's surface rippled, although nobody had touched the table. Steam rose from it in a thin white thread, bent toward the empty chair, and vanished as if something invisible had taken a polite sip. Eddie saw it. Eddie also saw 500 pounds on the desk. A mature person would have asked a question. Eddie chose the money and considered that personal growth. The third teacup trembled once. Eddie looked at it. Mrs. Wren did not. Before I purchase your little plan, she said, I must be certain you are authorized to handle spiritual property. Eddie had no idea what spiritual property meant, so he did what he always did when he did not know something. He acted offended. I understand your caution, he said. There are frauds in this industry. Are there? Sadly, yes. Men with no training, no ethics, no respect for the dead. They exploit grief, Mrs. Wren. It disgusts me. He said this with such clean sincerity that for half a second he almost disliked himself. Then he remembered the biscuits. Mrs. Wren smiled. Good, she said. Then you will not object to signing a standard acknowledgement. She reached into the drawer of a small writing desk and removed a narrow sheet of yellow paper. Eddie saw the paper and immediately disliked it, not because it looked official. It did not. It looked older than official. Thin, stiff, and faintly glossy, with black lines printed so finely they seemed more scratched than inked. The writing was small. Not legal small, means small. What is that? He asked. A confirmation of provisional authority. Naturally. It states that you accept temporary responsibility for spiritual property under your claim. Eddie's smile did not move. Under my claim. If you represent the dead, you must be able to accept representation. That sounded like nonsense. It also sounded expensive. Mrs. Wren took 5 crisp 100-pound notes from an envelope and placed them beside the paper. Half now, half after certification. Eddie looked at the money. He should have read the document. That was obvious later. Most disasters are obvious later. That is why later is such an irritating time. But at that moment, Eddie had a landlord threatening to change the locks, two creditors sending messages with creative punctuation, and a stomach that had been negotiating with his spine since morning. The document was only one page. One-page documents rarely destroyed your life. Life-destroying documents usually had folders. Also, the money was very clean. He picked up the pen. Mrs. Wren said, "Full name, please." Eddie hesitated. He used Edward James Crowe only when he wanted to look respectable or when police officers demanded accuracy. "Of course," he said. He signed, "Edward James Crowe." The pen felt warm. The room went cold. The fire bent sideways. For half a second, Eddie heard something beneath the floorboards breathe. Not the house settling. Not pipes. Breath. Large, slow, satisfied. The ink under his name darkened. Not dried, darkened. For one impossible second, the letters of Edward James Crowe looked less written than rooted, as if thin black veins had pushed into the yellow paper and found something inside it to drink. A needle prick of pain touched Eddie's thumb. He looked down. A single bead of blood stood beside his nail, bright and absurdly red. Paper cut, he told himself, because denial was free and currently available. Then the moment passed. The fire straightened. The third teacup stopped trembling. Mrs. Wren folded the paper once, then twice, with hands that did not shake. "Excellent," she said. Eddie swallowed. "Old houses," he said lightly. "Always dramatic. Old things often are." "Right." She gave him the money. The notes were cold. "You will issue the certificate," she asked, "by tomorrow." Before dawn would be better. Eddie laughed because he thought she was joking. Mrs. Wren did not laugh. He stopped. "Before dawn," he said. "And Mr. Crowe?" "Yes." Mrs. Wren looked at him with those black, crow-taught eyes. "Do read what you sign in future." There was no teasing in her voice now. No frailty either. For a second, Mrs. Wren looked less like a dying woman and more like the locked cabinets, the old portraits, the third cup, and the thing beneath the floor had all agreed to wear her face. Eddie felt the room listening. Then Mrs. Wren blinked, became 86 again, and smiled at him with thin, dry lips. Eddie smiled. "I always do." The lie tasted strange in his mouth. 9 hours later, Mrs. Wren was dead. Eddie learned this from Barnaby Wren, her nephew, who left him a voicemail at 8:07 in the evening. Barnaby had the voice of a man who wore expensive shoes badly. "Mr. Crowe," the message began, "this is Barnaby Wren. My aunt has passed. We need to discuss your services. Immediately." Eddie listened to it while sitting on the edge of his bed in his rented room above a kebab shop. He considered the message carefully. Then he deleted it. Grief made people emotional. Emotional people made demands. Demands led to questions. Questions led to police, paperwork, and phrases like consumer fraud. Eddie had planned to leave North Ashbury that night anyway. Mrs. Wren's death merely moved the schedule from sensible to urgent. He packed in 12 minutes. Packing was easy when you owned almost nothing. 2 shirts, 1 spare pair of socks, a comb, a cheap razor, a notebook full of names, debts, addresses, and lies he needed to remember, the fake stamp, a stack of brochures, a small envelope of cash, a photograph of his mother he never looked at but never threw away. The photograph was folded down the middle and soft at the corners from years of being moved from pocket to drawer to bag to pocket again. In it, his mother stood outside a cheap seaside arcade, one hand raised against the wind, laughing at something outside the frame. Eddie had no memory of the joke. He only remembered that she had laughed easily before life started charging her interest. He did not look at the photograph because looking made him slower. Slowness got you caught. Still, when he packed, he slid it into the inner pocket of his coat before the money. He told himself that was because the pocket was convenient. Eddie was excellent at lying to everyone. He was merely above average at lying to himself. On the bedside table, he left behind 3 unpaid bills, a cracked mug, and a brochure proof with the words "Your piece is our promise" printed beneath the stolen raven. He stared at that promise for half a second. Then he turned the paper face down. Some lies looked worse when they could read you back. He was halfway down the back stairs when his phone rang again. Barnaby. He ignored it. Then a text arrived. "Where are you?" Then another. "My aunt paid you." Then another. The company does not exist. Eddie winced. That was always such an ugly sentence. He stepped into the alley behind the kebab shop and found the owner, Mr. Hamid, smoking under the drain pipe. Mr. Hamid looked at Eddie's bag. Leaving. Short business trip. At night, in rain, with all your things. Urgent client. Police. No, why does everyone always go there? Mr. Hamid exhaled smoke. Because you have the face of a boy explaining something to police. That's hurtful, accurate but hurtful. You owe me rent. I owe you future rent, very different. It is past rent. Time is emotional. Mr. Hamid shook his head and handed him a foil-wrapped kebab. Eddie blinked. What's this? Food, you run badly when hungry. Eddie looked at him for a second too long, then he took it. I'm not running. You are always running. Eddie opened his mouth to make a joke. Nothing came. Mr. Hamid pointed with his cigarette. Bus station that way. Trouble usually checks there first. You have no faith in me. I have known you 6 months. That's fair. Eddie started down the alley. Mr. Hamid called after him, Crowe. Eddie turned. Don't sell ghosts to old women, Mr. Hamid said. It was excellent advice. It arrived, like most excellent advice in Eddie's life, immediately after it could have helped. Eddie lifted the kebab in salute. Noted, new policy. He made it 4 streets before honest trouble found him. The Pike brothers were waiting behind the Black Dog pub. There were actually 3 Pike brothers, but Eddie had never met the third and hoped to maintain that blessing. The 2 present were enough. The tall one was named Dennis, though he looked like a wall that had learned disappointment. The shorter one was called Carl and had the compact violence of a thrown brick. Eddie was eating chips from a paper cone and counting wet cash with one hand when their shadows fell over him. He looked up. Dennis Pike held Eddie's glossy brochure between 2 thick fingers. Eddie Crowe. Eddie swallowed a chip. No. Carl Pike squinted. You sure? Emotionally, rarely, legally, constantly. Dennis took 1 step closer. You sold Mrs. Wren a ghost policy. Afterlife protection plan. You stole from a dead woman. She was alive during the transaction. Carl frowned. That makes it better. It makes it accounting. Dennis looked at the brochure. Crowe and Covenant, guaranteed peaceful rest. That's our standard promise. Where's your office? Under renovation. Where? Spiritually. Carl cracked his knuckles. It was a depressing sound, like someone breaking a bag of carrots. Eddie raised both hands. Gentlemen, I can see you're upset. Good, Dennis said. And I respect that, truly. But before this becomes physical, I think we should ask ourselves one important question. Dennis narrowed his eyes. What? Would Mrs. Wren want this? Rain began to fall because the weather had a sense of theater and no loyalty. Dennis stared at him. Carl stared at him. A drunk man leaving the pub paused, assessed the scene, and wisely went back inside. Dennis said, Mrs. Wren wanted her money back. Eddie considered that. Then he threw the chips into Dennis Pike's face and ran. He was good at running. People underestimated this because he was good at talking. They assumed talking was the talent and running was the emergency exit. In truth, Eddie considered them equal pillars of his professional life. Talking created opportunities. Running preserved them. He sprinted out of the alley, through rain that came down harder every second, over a low wall, past a woman shouting about her bin, across 2 streets, under a delivery lorry, through the open back door of a curry house, out through the front past a family of 4 who looked up from their poppadoms in collective betrayal, and into a narrow lane where he nearly collided with a cyclist. Behind him, the Pike brothers followed with impressive determination and no appreciation for urban obstacles. Stop! Dennis shouted. Eddie looked back. That feels more like your goal than mine. He turned a corner and skidded hard on wet pavement. His shoulder hit a brick wall. Pain flashed down his arm, still better than being caught. He pushed off and kept running. The town blurred into lamps, brick, rain, breath, and panic. At the end of the lane was a fence, tall, rusted, unfriendly. Eddie climbed it because the alternative was becoming a cautionary tale. Halfway over, his coat caught on a spike. "Of course," he muttered. He yanked. The coat tore. The Pike brothers entered the lane. Eddie dropped on the other side, landed badly, rolled, hit a puddle, got up with one knee screaming, and staggered onward into the dark. He did not stop until the town lights thinned and the rain turned the road silver. By midnight he was soaked, bruised, hungry again, and hiding under the cracked awning of a closed flower shop called Forever Blooms, which seemed optimistic for a business with 2 dead plants in the window. His phone had 6% battery. His cash was wet. His left boot had begun making a soft, sucking noise. Eddie leaned against the shop front, breathing hard, and considered his options. He could leave town. This was sensible. He had done it before. Unfortunately, leaving town required money. He had some, but not enough for the kind of distance that made violent men bored. Also, the Pike brothers would expect him to run to the bus station. Barnaby Wren would expect him to run to a friend. Eddie had friends, technically, but most of them would sell him for less than Barnaby was offering and consider it a networking opportunity. He could return the money. Morally clean. Financially impossible. He could apologize. Free, but unlikely to work. He could fake his own death. Promising, but the timing felt disrespectful. Mrs. Wren had just used death. Eddie disliked repeating themes. His phone buzzed. The screen lit up. Unknown number. Eddie stared at it. "No," he said to the phone. It buzzed again. The rain drummed on the awning. His thumb hovered over decline. Then he thought, what if it was opportunity? Opportunity often called from unknown numbers. So did threats. The trick was to sound confident either way. He answered. "Crowe and Covenant, Afterlife Security and Transitional Peace Solutions." Eddie speaking. Silence, not normal silence. Not the pause of a person deciding whether to shout. This was deeper, colder, like a room waiting for someone to confess. Then a voice spoke. It was dry, male, and old enough to have been disappointed by several centuries. "Edward Crowe." Eddie straightened. Depends who was asking. "Do you confirm your identity as Edward James Crowe?" "No." A pause. "You deny being Edward James Crowe?" "I deny confirming it before knowing whether that benefits me." Another pause. The voice sighed. It was an excellent sigh, educated, dead inside, possibly outside. "My name is Mr. Pritchard. I am calling on behalf of the estate of Silas Crowe." Eddie blinked rainwater out of his eyes. "Estate?" "Yes." "As in money?" "As in legal holdings?" "Same family?" "No," Mr. Pritchard said. "A very different family." Eddie looked up and down the empty street. "Who is Silas Crowe?" "Your late great-uncle." "I don't have a late great-uncle." "You do now." "That is not how relatives work. Inheritance often improves family awareness." Eddie rubbed rain from his face. "Look, Mr. Pritchard, I'm having a complicated evening." "I am aware." Eddie froze. "You are aware." "Mr. Crowe, I am an executor. Awareness of complications is my profession." That sounded like a threat wearing a hat. "What did Silas leave me?" "A property." Eddie's heartbeat changed. Property. Land meant money. Money meant travel. Travel meant not being beaten with professional enthusiasm. What kind of property? There was a small sound on the line. Paper moving. Black Hollow Cemetery. Eddie waited. Mr. Pritchard said nothing else. "That's it?" Eddie asked. "That is the property." "A cemetery?" "Yes." "A place where people are buried?" "Typically." "Did he leave any actual money?" "No." "A house?" "No." "A car?" "No." "Jewelry?" "No." "Hidden gold?" "Not listed." "Unhidden gold?" "No." "Anything that is not dead people and grass?" The cemetery includes a caretaker's office, one broken chapel, 3 mausoleums, an administrative ledger, several outbuildings in various states of collapse, and all associated burial rites. Eddie stopped shivering for one full second. Burial rites, land, buildings, a chapel, mausoleums, this was not nothing. This was weird nothing. Weird nothing could be sold. Where is it? He asked. Approximately 42 miles north of your current location. Eddie looked at his phone. Did you just say my current location? I said approximately. Mr. Pritchard, are you tracking my phone? No. Good. I am tracking the inheritance. Eddie closed his eyes. That is worse. Possibly. What is the catch? Silence. Eddie had asked enough bad questions in his life to recognize when one landed somewhere soft and dangerous. Mr. Pritchard said, "You must take possession in person." Why? The document requires it. What document? The document you signed. Eddie's stomach tightened. Mrs. Wren's house, the yellow paper, the cold room, something beneath the floor breathing. Which document? The acceptance of provisional spiritual property authority. Eddie stared at the rain. No. Yes. No, because I signed that for Mrs. Wren. Mrs. Wren was a witness. She was a customer. She was many things. Eddie pushed himself away from the shopfront. Mr. Pritchard, I don't know what kind of joke this is, but I am not accepting a cemetery. You already have. I have not. You signed. I sign a lot of things. It is part of my charm. In this case, it is part of your obligation. Eddie laughed once, not because it was funny, because the alternative was a noise that might attract sympathy. Can I refuse? Another pause. No. That was too quick. Eddie heard his own voice lower. What happens if I refuse? For the first time, Mr. Pritchard sounded almost human. Mr. Crowe, I strongly recommend you do not test that clause. The line clicked dead. Eddie stood under the awning holding the phone to his ear. Rain fell. Somewhere far off, thunder muttered like an old man refusing to answer a question. The flower shop window reflected him. Wet black hair plastered to his forehead, sharp pale face, cut lip, one sleeve torn, eyes too bright from panic and adrenaline. He looked like a boy trying to audition for his own wanted poster. His phone buzzed again. A text message appeared. Black Hollow Cemetery. Possession appointment confirmed. Arrival required before dawn. Transport arranged. Eddie stared. Transport arranged. A black cab rolled around the corner and stopped in front of the flower shop. The Pike brothers were close enough now that Eddie could hear Dennis breathing through rage and Carl inventing new ways to use the word little. The cab should have been visible to them. It was directly under the street lamp. Its door stood open. Its headlights cut 2 yellow scars across the rain. Dennis Pike looked right through it. Carl Pike ran past the front bumper without slowing. Eddie stared. The cab's open door waited with the patience of a predator pretending to be furniture. It had not been there a second before. It was old. Not vintage in the charming sense. Old in the way a locked basement was old. Its paint was black and dull, its windows too dark, its headlights yellow, and its engine made almost no sound. The rear door opened by itself. Eddie stepped back. No. The open door waited. Eddie looked down the street, empty. He looked behind him, empty. He looked at the cab, absolutely not. His phone buzzed. Transport waiting. Eddie laughed. Tell Transport it can wait until the sun comes out and hell gets audited. Another message. Transport is patient. The Pike brothers are not. From the far end of the street came the sound of running feet. Eddie turned. 2 shapes emerged through the rain. Large shapes. Angry shapes. One of them shouted, "Crowe." Eddie looked at the cab. The cab looked like a coffin with wheels. The Pike brothers looked worse. Eddie got in. The door closed. The cab drove away before he had fully sat down. Eddie hit the seat sideways, grabbed the cracked leather strap above the window, and managed not to make a noise that would have humiliated his ancestors. The door locks clicked. Not one click. 4. Then a fifth, deeper one somewhere under the floor. That last one felt unnecessary, Eddie said. The driver did not answer. Eddie leaned toward the glass partition and found a small metal plaque bolted beside it. No smoking, no vomiting, no bargaining with driver, no questions about previous passengers. Beneath that, someone had scratched a fifth instruction with something sharp. Do not fall asleep. Eddie sat back. Comfortable service, he said. Very modern. The cab's interior light flickered once. For an instant, the seat opposite him was not empty. A woman in a veil sat there, hands folded over a black purse, rainwater dripping from the hem of a dress that looked a century out of fashion. Eddie blinked. The seat was empty again. He looked at the driver. I saw that. The driver kept both hands on the wheel. No, you didn't. I appreciate the customer service tone, but I definitely did. Then forget. Is that included in the fare? The driver did not laugh. Eddie decided that if he survived the night, he would leave a poor review for whatever hellish transport service this was, assuming it had a website, assuming websites had not wisely refused to deal with it. Inside, the cab smelled of old leather, damp wool, and something like soil after rain. The driver sat behind a scratched glass partition. Eddie could see only the back of his head, gray cap, gray collar, gray ears. Everything gray except the hands on the wheel, which were gloved in black. No talking, Eddie said immediately. I don't know what this is, I don't want to know, and I am not paying extra. The driver did not answer. Eddie wiped rain from his face with his sleeve. The Pike brothers disappeared behind them. Good, that was good. Getting into a mysterious cab connected to a suspicious cemetery inheritance was not ideal, but Eddie believed in ranking disasters. The disaster with fists had been closer. He checked the door handle. Locked, of course. He checked the window switch. Dead. He checked his phone. 4% battery. No signal. The text message remained on the screen, glowing softly. Black Hollow Cemetery. Arrival before dawn required. Eddie tapped the message. Nothing happened. He leaned forward. Where are we going? The driver remained silent. Black Hollow Cemetery, I assume, unless this is a very committed kidnapping. No answer. Do you have a name? Silence. Fantastic. Love that. Very approachable. The cab turned onto a road Eddie did not recognize. The meter was running. Eddie noticed this because panic made him observant and poverty made him professional. Instead of numbers, the little red display clicked through words. Name, blood, signature, debt. Then it stopped on a fair amount Eddie did not understand. One manager. That's not currency, Eddie said. The driver did not answer. Unless inflation has become deeply personal. Still nothing. The town fell away fast, too fast. 1 minute there were shops and streetlights, then warehouses, then fields, then hedges black under the rain, then no lights at all except the cab's yellow headlamps cutting through mist. Eddie pressed his forehead against the cold window. He should have been terrified. He was, obviously, but beneath the terror, somewhere shameful and stubborn, something else stirred. Possibility. A cemetery was land. Land had value. Even cursed land probably had value to the right buyer, especially cursed land. Rich people loved character, developers loved anything they could rename. He could sell it as heritage property, Gothic retreat, boutique memorial estate, luxury grief destination, historic rest park, premium silence, authentic mist included. If the cemetery was real, it could solve everything. If it was a trap, he would improvise. Improvisation was how Eddie had survived childhood, school, landlords, police warnings, and the time he had accidentally joined a wedding party to avoid a man with a tire iron. The cab rolled through the countryside. Rain thickened. The road narrowed. Trees leaned over the lane like old women sharing a secret. Eddie tried the driver again. So, is Black Hollow a nice area? Silence. Good schools. Silence, nightlife. The driver's shoulders shifted slightly. Eddie narrowed his eyes. Was that a laugh? No answer. The cab turned left between two stone pillars. Eddie had not seen the driveway until they were on it. The road beyond was long and uneven, climbing through black trees. Branches scraped the roof. Mist moved between the trunks in pale strips. The air seemed to grow colder inside the cab. Eddie watched the trees pass and noticed things tied to their branches: strips of black cloth, old coins, cracked bells, little bundles of bone-white twigs. "Decorative," he said. The driver did not answer. "Very countryside." Still nothing. At the top of the rise, the trees opened. Black Hollow Cemetery appeared. It did not simply come into view. It surfaced. One moment there was only rain, trees, and the thin road bending upward through fog. The next, the hollow opened beneath the sky, and the cemetery rose from it as if the land had been holding its breath for decades and finally decided to exhale. Eddie had expected a village graveyard. A few rows of stones, a wall, maybe a sad little chapel, and a sign warning teenagers not to drink near the dead. Black Hollow was not that. Black Hollow was too wide, too deep, too deliberate. It filled the valley from one black ridge to another. Paths crossed and vanished. Statues stood in clusters like witnesses who had arrived early for a trial. The mausoleums on the hill looked less built than placed there by a hand that understood weight, silence, and intimidation. The broken chapel leaned at the center of everything, not collapsing, not standing, but waiting for permission to do either. Far beyond the chapel, past the richer graves and the pale shapes of family tombs, Eddie saw a darker place at the back of the cemetery, a square of black ground, no stones around it, no trees over it, no rain falling on it. His eyes slid away from it before he meant them to. The cab's engine died. Only then did Eddie realize he had been holding his breath. Even Eddie, who had trained himself to make jokes before fear could get both hands around his throat, said nothing for several seconds. The cemetery spread across a wide hollow under the rain, larger than it should have been, larger than any private cemetery had a right to be. Iron fencing surrounded it in crooked lines that vanished into fog. Old gravestones tilted in rows like rotten teeth. Mausoleums sat on the hill beyond, pale and square and silent. A broken chapel crouched near the center, its steeple cracked, its stained glass window shattered into a dark mouth. At the front stood the gates. They were enormous, black iron. Twisted bars. Two stone ravens perched above them, wings half open, heads lowered as if judging anyone foolish enough to enter. Across the arch, rusted letters spelled Black Hollow Cemetery. Below that, in smaller script. Eddie had seen slogans before. Funeral homes loved them. Rest with dignity. Forever in our hearts. A gentle place to say goodbye. Black Hollow had apparently chosen a threat with typography. Rest is a contract. Eddie stared at the words. "Bit intense," he said. The cab stopped. The rear door opened. Eddie did not move. The driver finally spoke. "End of the line." His voice sounded like gravel being poured into a grave. Eddie looked at the back of his head. "Great. Charming. Do I tip, or does that count as feeding the supernatural economy?" The driver held up one gloved hand. Between two fingers was Eddie's company brochure, Crowe and Covenant. Eddie went very still. The driver turned his head slightly, not enough for Eddie to see his face, enough to see the edge of a smile. "Guaranteed peaceful rest," the driver said. Eddie reached for the brochure. The driver let it go. Eddie looked down at it. The paper was dry, impossible because everything else he owned was wet. When he looked up, the driver was facing forward again. "Out," said the driver. Eddie considered arguing. Then the cemetery gates opened. They did not creak. They groaned. A deep, iron-bellied sound that rolled through the hollow and into Eddie's ribs. The rain seemed to pause. The cab door remained open. Eddie stepped out. The ground sucked softly at his boots. The air smelled of wet stone, dead leaves, rust, old flowers, and a sweetness that had gone wrong long ago. The cab door shut behind him. Eddie turned. The cab reversed down the drive without lights. Within 3 seconds, mist swallowed it. "That's normal," Eddie said to nobody. "That's how taxis work." His phone buzzed. Battery 3%. New message. "Welcome to Black Hollow Cemetery." Eddie looked at the gates. They stood open. Beyond them, the main path ran between grave rows toward the broken chapel and a small stone building near the left fence. The caretaker's office, probably. It had one narrow window, no light. Eddie looked at the road behind him, mist, trees, darkness. He looked at the gates. "No," he said, the gates waited. "I am not doing this." His phone buzzed. "Possession requires entry." Eddie typed with wet thumbs, "Go possess yourself." The reply came instantly, unrecognized command. Eddie stared. Of course. Behind him, somewhere down the driveway, a dog howled. No, not a dog, too low, too long. Too close. Eddie walked through the gates. They slammed shut behind him. This time they did creak. The sound was satisfied. Eddie closed his eyes. Lovely. His phone screen went black. For one peaceful second, Eddie thought the battery had died and perhaps the universe had lost interest. Then the screen lit again, not with his usual cracked wallpaper, not with his apps, not with anything a phone should show. A black interface appeared. White letters typed themselves across the screen. The dead ledger. Initializing, Eddie stared at it. No. The words continued. Manager detected. Name, Eddie Crowe. Legal name, Edward James Crowe. Age, 18. Occupation, fraudulent afterlife services provider. Prior experience, lying, running, amateur forgery, basic grave-related vocabulary. Moral condition, flexible. Confidence level, medically concerning. Survival odds, amusing. A small progress bar appeared underneath. It filled to 1%, stopped and pulsed in a way Eddie found insulting. Then another line appeared. Recommended manager response. Panic briefly, deny reality, obey anyway. I am not that predictable, Eddie said. The progress bar flickered. Prediction accuracy, 97%. Eddie looked around the empty cemetery. Who wrote that? The phone vibrated. Welcome, cemetery manager. Eddie held the phone away from his face. No, absolutely not. Necropolis, Black Hollow Cemetery. Current level, 1. Current condition, neglected, unstable, underfed, legally embarrassing. Registered residents, 1,742. Correctly resting residents, 1,103. Potentially incorrect residents, 412. Actively problematic residents, 27. Hostile entities calculating. Manager authority, 1%. Debt to soil, severe. Eddie read the list twice. The second time did not improve it. Debt to soil, he said. That is not a phrase. That is a threat wearing gardening clothes. New objective available. Objective, complete possession orientation. Reward, temporary non-consumption. Failure, partial consumption. Eddie's mouth went dry. Partial. Clarification, the property will begin with extremities. Eddie looked down at his feet. The mud around his boots shifted. Not much, just enough. He yanked one foot up. The mud released with a wet pop. Nope. He turned and went back to the gate. The gates did not open. He grabbed the bars and shook them. They were cold enough to hurt. Open. No response. Open, please. No response. Open, you architectural bastard. The phone buzzed. Leaving the premises before completing orientation is prohibited. Eddie glanced at the screen. You're a phone. The dead ledger is currently using your phone because your official office terminal has been dead since 1998. Then use email. Email requires functioning infrastructure and a manager who reads. I read. You signed the Wren clause. Eddie stared. That was one time. A crow cawed from somewhere above the gate. Eddie looked up. One of the stone ravens had turned its head. He took one step back. The raven's eyes were still stone, probably. Rain slid down its beak. Eddie swallowed. Fine. Orientation. I love orientation. Huge fan of being told what to do by haunted property. New quest, try not to die before dawn. Mandatory tasks. 1. Reach caretaker's office. 2. Retrieve the manager's key. 3. Open the dead ledger registry. 4. Inspect grave row 17. 5. Do not sell, burn, abandon, insult, or romantically engage with sealed assets. Eddie blinked. Romantically engage. Do not romantically engage with sealed assets. Eddie blinked rain out of his eyelashes. I have several questions, and none of them make me look good. Historical note, previous managers also had several questions. What happened to them? Mostly soil. Why is that in orientation? Historical reasons. Eddie pointed at the phone. That is not an answer. It is the only answer you currently deserve. The screen dimmed. A pale line appeared on the ground ahead of him, glowing faintly through the rain. It traced a path from the gate toward the small stone office. Eddie looked at it. No. The mud near his left foot bubbled. Fine. He followed the line. Black Hollow watched him. That was the only way to describe it. Eddie had walked through bad neighborhoods at night, abandoned buildings, cheap hotels, police stations, funeral homes, and once by accident a private club for men who wore velvet jackets without irony. He knew the feeling of being watched. This was worse. The gravestones leaned from both sides of the path, names blurred under moss, dates vanished beneath lichen. Stone angels stared down with broken noses and black eyes. Weeds grew thick around iron railings. Water pooled in sunken plots. Some graves had flowers long dead. Some had coins. Some had strings of beads. Some had little glass bottles sealed with wax. The cemetery did not look abandoned. Abandoned things were empty. Black Hollow felt occupied by patience. Eddie passed one grave marked. Margaret Hill. Beloved mother. She never lied. Below it someone had scratched. Not once she was dead. Eddie kept walking. The glowing path curved past a cracked fountain where black water spilled from the mouth of a stone lamb. The lamb had too many teeth. He looked away. The caretaker's office stood near the inner wall, half buried under ivy. It was built of gray stone with a slate roof, a heavy wooden door, and a brass mail slot shaped like a mouth. The mouth had teeth, small ones. Because of course it does, Eddie said. The phone buzzed. Caretaker's office. Status, locked. Security, resentful. Eddie tried the door, locked. He looked at the glowing line. It ended at the doormat. Welcome manager. Under that, in smaller letters. Wipe feet or be judged. Eddie lifted the mat. A black iron key lay beneath it. He picked it up. The key was warm, tool acquired, manager's key. Quality, old, authority, minimal, teeth, literal. The key twitched in his hand. Eddie nearly dropped it. The end of the key had small iron teeth. They opened and closed once. Do not bite me, Eddie warned. The key behaved, for now. He pushed it into the lock. The door opened inward. A smell rolled out. Dust, paper, wax, mold, cold ashes, old tea, something dead but politely dead. Not fresh enough to panic. Not old enough to ignore. Eddie stepped inside. The office was small, square, and crowded. A wooden desk sat under the window. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ledgers, jars, boxes, envelopes tied in black string, and framed documents stained brown with age. A cast-iron stove stood in the corner. A coat rack held a long black caretaker's coat that looked older than some religions. On the desk sat a cracked green lamp, an ink bottle, a brass bell, and a massive leather-bound book chained to the floor. There were names carved into the wall behind the desk. Not written, carved. A list of managers, each name cut into the stone in a different hand. Abigail Morn, 1844–1859. Thomas Vale, 1859–1860. Elena Rusk, 1860–1891. Malcolm Gray, 1891–1891. That one worried Eddie. Below the names, several spaces had been scratched blank so violently that the stone looked bruised. Near the bottom was SILASCROWE 1978. No end date, just a dash. The dash looked fresh. Eddie touched it. The stone was warm. A thin line of black dust came away on his fingertip. Still alive, he whispered. The office did not confirm it. The office also did not deny it, which Eddie had always found to be the preferred communication style of murderers, lawyers, and furniture with secrets. Eddie looked at the book. The book looked back. This time it was not probably. For one breath, the leather cover tightened around the metal corners. The chained book flexed like a living thing trying to remember whether it still had ribs. Eddie raised the shovel handle an inch. The book settled. Good, he said. We respect boundaries. Somewhere in the shelves, a jar labeled teeth rattled once as if laughing. Not literally, probably. The phone buzzed. Office entered. Task complete. Manager hygiene poor. Office hygiene worse. Compatibility promising. Eddie wiped water from his eyes. I am not taking criticism from a building that smells like dead socks. The lamp on the desk flickered on. Greenish light filled the room. Shadows moved across the shelves. Eddie shut the door behind him. Immediately the rain outside became quieter. The office felt sealed, not warm exactly, but less open to the teeth of the night. He went to the desk. On top of the chained book was a brass nameplate. Silas Crowe. Cemetery manager. The letters were engraved deep, but someone had scratched at them with a blade again and again until Silas's name looked wounded. Eddie touched the edge of the plate. "Great Uncle Silas," he said. "What did you do?" The phone buzzed. Classified. Eddie snorted. "Of course." He pulled the chair out and sat. The chair complained like it had been waiting decades to object. On the wall above the desk hung a map of Black Hollow Cemetery. It was hand-drawn on yellowing paper and divided into sections. Front gate. Common rows. Chapel grounds. Mausoleum hill. Witch line. Unmarked field. Old well. North wall. Plot 0. Plot 0 sat at the far back of the cemetery, beyond the mausoleums, marked by a black square and 3 red circles. Someone had written beside it, "Do not open." Below that, in smaller handwriting, "Do not listen." Below that, "Do not pity." And beneath that, in newer ink, "Do not flirt." Eddie leaned closer. Why does everyone keep assuming that is an issue? The phone lit. Manager profile suggests concern. My profile is none of your business. Your profile attempted to sell ghost insurance to a woman who legally died twice. Eddie opened his mouth, closed it. She what? No response. He looked at the chained book. The dead ledger registry, presumably. It was enormous, black leather, metal corners, a lock shaped like a skull with a keyhole in its mouth. Its pages were edged in gray. The chain binding it to the floor was thick enough to hold a boat. "Open the dead ledger registry," Eddie read from his phone. "Fine." He took the manager's key. The key's teeth clicked eagerly. "No biting," he said. He placed it near the skull lock. The skull opened its mouth wider. Eddie froze. The key jumped from his hand into the lock. The skull bit down. The book unlocked with a sound like a coffin lid shifting. The cover opened by itself. Pages flipped. Wind moved through the office though the window was shut. The pages stopped on a title written in dark ink. Black Hollow Cemetery. Current manager, Eddie Crowe. Below it, fresh letters formed. "Welcome to the dead ledger." Eddie leaned back. "I liked paper more before it got confident." The ink continued. Purpose of Black Hollow Cemetery. Containment, rest allocation, death record correction, boundary maintenance. Manager duties: preserve grounds, maintain resident records, correct wrongful burials, prevent unauthorized resurrection, prevent unauthorized removal, prevent unauthorized romance with sealed catastrophic assets, collect grave debt, improve necropolis integrity. Current status: failing. Deadline: 30 nights. Eddie stared. 30 nights until what? The page turned. Failure condition: if Black Hollow Cemetery does not reach Necropolis Level 5 within 30 nights of manager activation, the current manager will be absorbed into the cemetery to stabilize boundary collapse. The page turned again before Eddie could object. A second heading appeared. Level requirements. Level 1, manager accepted. Level 2, office restored. First incorrect burial corrected. Minimum rest index stabilized. Level 3, chapel boundary repaired. Resident complaints processed. 1 hostile entity contained. Level 4, dead ledger registry reconciled. Unmarked field audited. External claim resisted. Level 5, manager confirmed. Boundary stabilized. Plot 0 review authorized. Every line after that blurred into black. Eddie leaned closer. The ink moved away from him. "Oh, don't be shy now. You've already threatened to eat me." The ledger wrote. Further requirements locked due to inadequate authority. How do I gain authority? Perform duties. Which duties? Survive long enough to be useful. That is not a management plan. That is a motivational mug for psychopaths. The page did not disagree. Eddie felt his heartbeat in his fingertips. Absorbed, he said, the page wrote. Consumed. Incorporated, rooted, buried alive, then professionally repurposed. The ledger provided an illustration. Eddie wished it had not. It was only ink, but ink had never looked so personal. A little black sketch formed in the margin, a stick-thin figure sinking ankle-deep into soil, then knee-deep, then chest-deep, while roots entered the mouth with administrative confidence. Under the sketch, the book wrote. Example not to scale. Eddie shoved the page flat with both hands. Do not draw me being eaten. The book wrote. Motivational materials may vary. Eddie pushed the chair back. No, 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 no. The phone buzzed. Correction, yes. Eddie stood and paced the small office. This is illegal. The ledger wrote. Under mortal law, possibly. Under cemetery law, no. I am 18. The page turned adult, barely. Sufficient, I did not consent. The yellow paper appeared in his mind. Mrs. Wren's thin hand, the cold room, his signature, the ledger wrote. Signature accepted, witness accepted, bloodline accepted, fraudulent intent irrelevant. Eddie stopped pacing. Bloodline. Sela's Crowe was a registered manager. You are a Crowe. Crowe blood remains valid. Eddie laughed once. It cracked halfway through. I don't even know him. The page wrote. Many inheritances are improved by ignorance. Eddie grabbed the edge of the desk. What happens if I do nothing? The office went still. The ledger wrote one word, soil. For several seconds, Eddie heard only the rain, then something scratched inside the wall. He turned sharply. Nothing. Another scratch, this time lower, under the floor. The phone buzzed. Recommendation, begin. Eddie looked at the tasks again. Inspect grave row 17. No, he said. The ledger page remained open. The phone buzzed. Inspection required before dawn. Eddie glanced at the window. Outside, the cemetery was black and wet and full of stones. Let me be clear, he said. I am not inspecting a grave in a haunted cemetery at night because a rude book told me to. The office floor creaked. A thin line of mud pushed up between two floorboards. Eddie stared. The mud rose like a finger. It curled toward his boot. He climbed onto the chair. Fine, fine, inspection, love inspections. The mud sank back down. The phone vibrated. Wise choice. Eddie stepped off the chair with as much dignity as a wet 18-year-old standing in a haunted office could manage. He looked around for a weapon. The office offered a letter opener, a dusty umbrella, a jar labeled teeth, and the black caretaker's coat. He took the letter opener. The phone buzzed. Weapon selected, letter opener. Threat reduction, negligible. Embarrassment increase, measurable. Eddie put it back. He took the umbrella. Weapon selected, umbrella. Threat reduction, comic. Do you want me to die? Clarification. The cemetery prefers you alive until level 5. Comforting. Barely. Then Eddie saw the shovel. It leaned in the corner behind the stove, half hidden in shadow. The handle was black wood, worn smooth. The blade was dark metal, not rusted despite the damp, with an engraved line running along its edge. He lifted it. It was heavier than it looked, not too heavy. The weight felt right. Tool acquired, manager's shovel. Quality, poor. Damage, low. Symbolic authority, moderate. Emotional support, unlikely. Eddie swung it once experimentally. The shovel whistled through the air. For one ridiculous second, Eddie felt better. Not safe. Safety was a luxury product he had never been able to afford. But better. A man with empty hands was a victim. A man with a shovel was, at minimum, a gardening disagreement. Something in the office shelves clicked in approval. Eddie nodded. Now we are having a conversation. The phone buzzed. Do not become attached. It is the worst shovel in the cemetery. Then why give it to me? You are the worst manager in the cemetery. I am the only manager. Exactly. Eddie put the phone in his pocket, gripped the shovel, and opened the office door. Rain hit him immediately. The glowing path had returned, leading away from the office and deeper into the cemetery. At the top of his screen, a small display now showed. Necropolis Level 1. Time remaining, 29 nights, 23 hours, 41 minutes. Manager Authority, 1%. Current quest, inspect grave row 17. Eddie stared at the countdown. Starting the timer before I understand the rules feels unfair. The dead ledger responded from his pocket, fairness not included in inheritance. He stepped into the rain. The cemetery seemed different now, not more alive. That was the wrong word, more awake. The fog shifted between gravestones. Iron fences clicked softly in the wind. Water ran down angel faces like black tears. Somewhere a bell rang once, although the broken chapel had no bell in its tower. Eddie followed the glowing path. The manager's shovel rested over his shoulder. He tried to think like a property owner. Property owners did not panic. Property owners assessed. They considered value, liability, resale potential, renovation costs, legal exposure, and whether a cemetery eating its manager reduced market appeal. It probably did, unless marketed correctly. Private haunted estate, Eddie muttered. Exclusive, historical, active groundskeeping system. Needs work. The phone buzzed in his pocket. Do not attempt to list Black Hollow Cemetery for sale. Stop reading my thoughts. Your thoughts are loud and poorly organized. That is called youth. Unverified, I'm 18. Temporary, Eddie stopped walking. That is the worst way anyone has ever described being alive. The phone did not deny it. The path passed into the common rows. Here the graves stood closer together. Smaller stones, poorer stones, many unnamed or half-sunken. Some graves were marked with wooden crosses so old they had become shapes more than objects. Others had iron plaques bolted to the earth. These were not the proud dead. Eddie could tell at once. The proud dead had mausoleums and carved angels and family names large enough to bully weather. These graves were smaller, poorer, pressed close together as if even in death they had been asked to make room. Some stones had only initials. Some had dates without names. Some had names without dates. One had a price scratched into the back of it, £3. Someone had bought a grave the way Eddie bought dinner, cheaply, late, and while hoping nobody asked questions. The air here felt different from the path near the gate, less ceremonial, more crowded. Whispers moved under the rain, not words, not yet. Just the sound of a room full of people who had noticed the door open. Eddie thought of every old customer who had paid him because they were afraid of being forgotten, misplaced, disturbed, or claimed by something with better paperwork. For the first time all night the scam felt less funny. Then a nearby grave coughed. The feeling passed. Eddie read a few despite himself. Thomas Reed. Died 1912. Stayed quiet. Ann Miller. Beloved sister. Returned once. Reburied correctly. Peter Hall. Liar. Father. Liar again. He stopped at the last one. Harsh. The phone buzzed. Accurate epitaphs improve rest index. Eddie kept walking. A figure stood beside the path. Eddie froze and lifted the shovel with both hands. The figure did not move. It was a statue. A woman carved in stone, veiled, hands folded, face hidden under rain-dark marble. Eddie exhaled. Then the statue whispered, "Manager." Eddie swung the shovel. The blade cracked against stone with a horrible metallic ring. Pain shot up his arms. The statue remained where it was, entirely unbothered. The phone buzzed. Do not assault decorative mourners. It spoke. Decorative mourners are allowed one greeting per manager. I hate that sentence. The statue did not speak again. Eddie continued, hands stinging. The glowing path turned right at a stone marker engraved with the number 17. Grave row 17 lay in a shallow dip. The rain collected there, making the ground soft and black. The stones leaned toward each other as if gossiping. The air changed at the entrance to the row. Outside it, the rain fell normally. Inside it, the drops seemed slower, heavier, each one striking the mud with a soft, deliberate tick. Tick, tick, tick. Like a clock hidden under the ground. Eddie had never liked clocks. Clocks were just deadlines pretending to be furniture. Eddie slowed. Every instinct he had, including several he had invented for tax purposes, advised him not to continue. He continued because the mud behind him made a small, hungry sound. At the entrance to row 17, the phone vibrated. Warning: row 17 contains one active irregularity. 1. Confirmed. That sounds manageable. Previous managers also enjoyed optimism. Eddie tightened his grip on the shovel. The path faded. He stood in the dark, rain dripping from his hair into his eyes, trying to decide which grave looked most likely to object to him. All of them. Inspection, he said. Right. The phone screen displayed a list. Row 17. Graves 31. Correct rest 26. Incorrect rest 4. Unknown 1. Active 1. Eddie scanned the stones. Which one is active? The screen replied. Inspect helpful. He moved down the row reading names. Harold Finch, Mary Vale, unknown man, Clara Bell, Samuel Pike. He stopped. Pike. A drop of rain slid down the back of his neck. He looked closer. Samuel Pike. Buried 1893. Debt unpaid. Eddie stepped away from that one. No relation, he said hopefully. The phone did not comment, which was worse than commenting. He moved on. The 17th grave in row 17 had no stone. That was what made it worse. A terrifying grave at least had the decency to announce itself. Black marble, iron spikes, carved warnings, maybe a skull if the owner lacked imagination. A grave with no stone was not dramatic. It was administrative failure. A missing label. A blank space where a person should have been. Eddie understood blank spaces. Blank spaces were where people put whatever story was most convenient. He stepped closer and found his reflection in a puddle at the grave's edge. Pale face. Wet hair, split lip, eyes too bright. A boy wearing the expression of a man who had talked himself into a locked room and only now remembered that doors existed for reasons. You're fine, he told the reflection. The reflection looked unconvinced. Rude, Eddie said. The puddle rippled, although no rain had touched it. For 1 second the face in the water was not his. Old, female, smiling. Then it was gone, just a rectangular patch of sunken earth. At its head stood a small metal marker, bent and rusted. The phone buzzed. Grave 1717. Status unknown. Resident unknown. Record damaged. Burial invalid. Rest index 0. Eddie stared at the sunken earth. Is this the active one? No response. He stepped closer. The ground was cracked despite the rain, not dry cracked, pressure cracked, as if something beneath had pushed up then settled again. Eddie lifted the shovel. Hello, he called. The cemetery listened. He immediately regretted speaking. Stupid, he whispered to himself. You don't say hello to holes. The phone buzzed. Correct, shut up. He crouched beside the grave. A small brass plate lay half buried near the edge. He scraped mud away with the shovel tip. There were letters underneath. Not a name, a warning. Do not correct. Eddie's skin tightened. Do not correct. The phone screen flickered. Record conflict detected. The words on the brass plate shifted. The letters crawled over each other, fighting for the right to exist. Some were neat and official. Some were frantic. Some looked scratched by fingernails from the wrong side of the metal. For a second they read. Please correct. Then. Do not correct. Then. He is not here. Then. I am still here. Then the plate went blank. Eddie backed up. Nope. The ground exhaled. Not wind, not water, breath. Warm breath rose from the cracked soil and touched Eddie's face. It smelled like wet pennies and old roses. The grave moved just once. A slow rise, a slow fall, like a chest sleeping under the earth. Eddie did not move. His mind, usually a loud and crowded place full of exits and excuses, went silent. Then the phone buzzed. Warning. Eddie looked down. The screen typed 3 lines. Grave 17 is breathing. Resident identity incorrect. Current objective updated. A sound came from under the soil. A knock, then another. Then a voice, muffled by 6 feet of wet earth, whispered. Manager. Eddie stopped breathing. The phone vibrated again. New quest, return resident to assigned hole. Eddie looked at the shovel in his hands, then at the breathing grave, then at the locked black gates far behind him, then back at the grave. "Okay," he said slowly. "I am starting to suspect this property has issues." The ground split open. Rainwater poured into the crack and vanished with a hiss. The smell changed. Not rot. Rot would have been easier. Rot was honest. This was perfume over a grave, old money over old guilt, roses left too long in a room where someone had stopped pretending to breathe. And something underneath laughed. Not a human laugh. Not completely. It began low, wet, and broken, as if the earth itself had learned a joke from a drowning man. Then it sharpened. Became a woman's laugh, then an old man's, then a child's giggle cut off too quickly. It shifted through voices like fingers turning radio dials in a locked room. Eddie stepped back. The crack widened. Mud slid inward. A pale hand pushed up through the soil, then stopped. The hand wore a ring. A small black stone. Eddie knew that ring. His throat closed. "No," he whispered. The hand flexed. The phone buzzed once more. Additional warning, inherited liabilities may include recent customers. Eddie stared at Mrs. Wren's ring rising from the grave. From beneath the earth her voice whispered, sweet and amused, "Mr. Crowe." The dead hand opened. In its palm lay the yellow paper he had signed. It was still dry. The rain struck it and slid away without leaving a mark. Eddie saw every line now. Not all the words, because most of them were too small, too old, or too unwilling. But he saw enough. Provisional authority, spiritual property, bloodline transfer, managerial debt, and near the bottom, where he was certain no words had been before, Black Hollow claim accepted. And under his signature in fresh black ink a second line appeared, first payment received. Eddie gripped the shovel until his knuckles ached. The grave breathed again. Somewhere beyond row 17, deep in the cemetery, something larger breathed with it. The dead ledger wrote one last message across the dying screen of his phone. Orientation complete. Welcome to your first night. Then the battery died. Darkness took the screen. The grave kept breathing. Mrs. Wren's hand still waited in the rain, holding his signature like a receipt. Behind Eddie, somewhere between the broken chapel and the stones on the hill, a bell rang once. This time something answered it, not from above, from below. End of Chapter 1. If Black Hollow has you hooked, subscribe and stay with Eddie. Chapter 2 begins with the grave that should not be breathing. Chapter 2. Grave 17 is breathing. The polite thing to do when a dead client offered you a contract from inside a breathing grave was probably not to scream. Eddie Crowe screamed anyway. Not a full scream. Nothing theatrical. Nothing that would damage his brand permanently if there had been witnesses with social standards. It was more of a sharp, offended noise, the kind a person made when a spider landed on their neck during an important lie. The pale hand remained above the cracked earth. Rain struck the black stone ring on Mrs. Wren's finger and slid away from it, as if the water had decided the ring was someone else's problem. The yellow paper rested in the dead palm, dry as a secret, his signature dark and fresh at the bottom. First payment received. The words were still there. They had not improved. Eddie lifted the manager's shovel between himself and the grave. "Mrs. Wren," he said, because politeness was sometimes cheaper than violence, "I appreciate the follow-up, truly. Excellent customer engagement, but most businesses prefer complaints to arrive through normal channels. Email, phone, aggressive nephew, that sort of thing." The hand flexed. Under the earth, Mrs. Wren laughed again. It was her laugh this time, mostly. Soft, papery, amused. The same laugh she had given him over porcelain teacups while he explained the difference between standard rest protection and premium post-mortem peace. "Mr. Crowe," she whispered from below, "you promised me peaceful rest." Eddie's mouth moved before his courage arrived. "I promised to facilitate access to peaceful rest-adjacent services." The grave breathed out. Warm air rolled across his boots. It smelled of roses, wet pennies, and old legal trouble. "You sold me protection," Mrs. Wren said. "Against demons," Eddie said. "Not against, with respect, whatever this is." The hand tilted. The yellow paper lifted slightly. The fine print glittered black. A second voice came from the grave, lower and male. "Contract accepted." A third voice, young and giggling, said, "Payment received." A fourth voice, dry as burnt paper, whispered, "Manager present." Eddie's skin tried to leave him. He took one careful step backward. The mud behind his heel tightened. He looked down. The ground had closed around the back of his boot. "No," Eddie said, "bad cemetery." He yanked his foot. The mud held. The hand in the grave opened wider. The contract trembled in the rain. Somewhere beyond row 17, the bell rang again. Once. Then something beneath the cemetery answered with a long, muffled knock. Eddie looked at his phone. Dead. Black screen. No battery. No sarcastic messages. No rude little administrative demon telling him what to do. "Of course," he said. "The haunted phone has boundaries now." The grave inhaled. The crack widened. More mud slid inward. A second hand pushed through, this one not Mrs. Wren's. The fingers were longer, gray, and bent the wrong way. They gripped the edge of the opening and dug into the earth. Eddie stopped trying to pull his boot free. "Mrs. Wren," he said, voice very calm in the way panic sometimes pretended to be management, "I need you to understand that if you climb out of there, this will negatively affect my willingness to issue a refund." The gray fingers tightened. The earth split another inch. A face pressed up through the mud, not Mrs. Wren's face, not anyone's face really. It was a suggestion of a face made from wet soil, pale skin, funeral lace, and too many borrowed expressions. One eye was old and gray. The other was a black hollow full of rain. Its mouth opened in a smile that did not match any of its voices. "Manager," it said. The word tugged at something in Eddie's chest, not his heart. Lower, deeper. Like a hook behind his ribs, the mud around his boot pulled. Eddie slammed the shovel blade down across the thing's wrist. The sound was not a crack, it was a stamp. A red mark flared along the shovel's edge. The thing shrieked. The mud released Eddie's boot. He fell backward, landed hard on his backside, and immediately decided that dignity was a hobby for people with fewer grave problems. The shovel's blade glowed faintly. Letters burned along the metal. "Manager authority, 1%. Eddie stared. "Oh good," he said. "The shovel has subtitles." More letters appeared, slower this time, as if the shovel disliked being useful. "Emergency ledger mode active." Then. "Current quest, return resident to assigned hole." Then. "Additional note, falling on your arse does not count as strategy." Eddie scrambled to his feet. "I missed you too." The grave thing pulled itself higher. Its shoulders emerged from the split earth. Funeral cloth clung to it in strips. Beneath the cloth, its body kept changing. Old woman's bones, young man's chest, stick-thin arms, a borrowed throat with no voice of its own. Then Mrs. Wren's pearl necklace. Then nothing but packed black soil. Wrong dead, Eddie thought. The system had said the words in the office. Potentially incorrect residents. Actively problematic residents. Wrong burials. Broken records. At the time, those had seemed like legal problems. This was not a legal problem. This was a dead thing wearing customer service as a face. That was the first real lesson Black Hollow taught him. A lie did not die when the liar ran out of town. Given enough soil, enough paperwork, and enough unfinished hunger, a lie could grow arms. Eddie had built his life on words that sounded better than the truth. Now one of those words had crawled out of a grave and was asking for after-sales support. The creature held out Mrs. Wren's contract. "You owe," it whispered. Eddie gripped the shovel. "Story of my life." The thing lunged. Eddie swung. The shovel hit the side of its head with a wet, heavy thud. Mud exploded across the row. The creature's head snapped sideways, stretched, and came back wrong. For half a second it wore Barnaby Wren's square face. Then Mrs. Wren's. Then a skull with roses growing through the teeth. "Peaceful rest," it said. "I'm working on it." It crawled forward. The soil around it moved with it, dragging grave water, roots, stones, and little white fragments Eddie chose not to identify. He backed down the row. The shovel flashed another message. "Do not destroy resident." "Destroying was not my first choice," Eddie snapped. "Correction required." "Then correct it." Manager authority insufficient. Wonderful. I have a job title but no permissions. Very modern. The creature rose to its knees. Its mouth opened wider than a mouth should. Inside, Eddie saw paper. Rows of small printed clauses lined its tongue. The thing inhaled. The yellow contract fluttered. Eddie felt his own signature tug forward, as if the ink on the paper had remembered the hand that wrote it and wanted the rest of him to join. He drove the shovel blade into the earth between them. As manager, he said, because the word had hurt the thing before, I am placing this complaint under review. The creature froze. Rain drummed on the stones. The grave stopped breathing. Eddie blinked. That worked. The shovel wrote. Temporary administrative hold, 11 seconds. 11. 10. The thing trembled. 9. Eddie looked around wildly. He needed the office, the ledger, light, instructions, a better shovel, an adult. Technically, he was an adult, but only by law, and law had made several poor choices tonight. 8. He grabbed the contract from Mrs. Wren's open palm. The dead hand snapped closed. It missed his fingers by less than an inch. 7. The paper was dry and warm. 6. Eddie shoved it into his coat. 5. The creature's head turned toward him. 4. Right, he said. Lovely meeting, terrible venue. 3. He ran. 2. Behind him, the administrative hold expired. 1. The grave screamed. The sound chased him down row 17, through the rain, over sunken stones and iron railings. Eddie sprinted with the shovel in one hand and the stolen contract pressed against his chest under his coat. The cemetery moved around him, not enough to be obvious, enough to be unfair. A path that had been straight bent left. A stone that had been behind him appeared ahead. A low railing caught his shin. He jumped it badly and nearly fell into a grave marked mother, wife, regretted nothing. Good for her, Eddie gasped. Something crashed behind him. He looked back. The creature was not running. It was crawling through the graves, pulling itself forward with hands that became roots, fingers that became bones, nails that became little black keys. Its body stretched too long, then collapsed, then reformed from the mud ahead of where it had been. It did not obey distance. That seemed rude. The shovel flashed. Recommendation office, I know. Shorter route available. A pale line appeared on the ground, cutting between stones toward the caretaker's office. Eddie followed it. The line led him directly through a thorn bush. He stopped. That is not a route. That is vegetation with opinions. Behind him, the thing whispered, Mr. Crowe. Eddie went through the thorn bush. Branches tore at his coat. One thorn scratched his cheek. Another caught his sleeve and held. He ripped free and burst out the other side onto the main path, bleeding, soaked, and full of fresh disrespect for nature. The office stood ahead. Its narrow window glowed green. The door was shut. Eddie slammed into it shoulder first. Locked. No. He fumbled for the manager's key. It was not in his pocket. The thing was closer. He patted himself down. Nothing. Where is the key? The shovel flashed. You dropped it when you screamed. I made a tactical noise. The office mail slot opened. The little brass mouth with teeth spoke in a high, irritated voice. Password. Eddie stared at it. The creature dragged itself onto the path behind him. Password. Password, said the mail slot. I'm the manager. New manager. Open the door. Password. I don't know the password. That is often why doors remain closed. Eddie looked back. The creature lifted its head. It wore Mrs. Wren's face now, except the eyes were different sizes and the mouth was full of ledger paper. Mr. Crowe, it sang, you promised. Eddie turned to the mail slot. Please. The slot sniffed. Wrong. Open or I sell you to scrap dealer. Wrong but more sincere. The creature reached the first office step. Eddie raised the shovel. The lettered blade pulsed. The office door remained shut. He looked at the mail slot. It looked back with brass teeth. A thought struck him. The cemetery was contracts, names, authority, words. The office was not a normal door. It was an employee with low morale. Eddie leaned close. As the legally registered manager of Black Hollow Cemetery, he said, putting every ounce of fake confidence into the sentence, I am entering this office to complete emergency resident correction and prevent administrative embarrassment. Refusal to admit me will be noted in your performance review." The male slot hesitated. Behind him, the creature lunged. The door opened. Eddie threw himself inside. A gray hand slammed into the doorway behind him. He swung the shovel down. The blade struck the hand. Red light flashed. The hand recoiled. The door slammed shut. The office went silent. Then the male slot said from the other side, muffled and smug, "Password accepted." Eddie slid down the door and sat on the floor. His chest heaved. Rainwater dripped from his hair onto the boards. The shovel lay across his lap. The contract burned warm inside his coat. Outside, something scratched once against the door, then retreated. Eddie looked at the ceiling. "I hate inherited wealth." The office lamp flickered. The chained dead ledger on the desk opened by itself. Pages flipped so violently that dust rose from them in gray clouds. The book stopped. Black ink formed across the page. First resident correction event. Eddie climbed to his feet. His legs did not approve. He crossed to the desk and slapped the yellow contract down on the open page. "What is that thing?" The ledger wrote. "A complaint." Eddie stared. "That is not a complaint. That is a person-shaped lawsuit crawling out of a grave." The ink continued. "Complaint manifestation, triggered by recent contractual death, fraudulent promise, improper burial attachment, and manager activation. Mrs. Wren is in North Ashbury. She died there. She should be in a normal funeral home being judged by normal relatives." "Correct. Then why is her hand in my cemetery?" "Because you promised rest without owning rest." Eddie opened his mouth, closed it. That was annoyingly difficult to argue with. The ledger wrote, "Mrs. Agatha Wren is not physically buried in grave 1717. Her claim has attached to an empty intake grave due to your signature. The wrong dead entity is using her receipt as leverage." Receipt. "First payment received." Eddie looked at the contract. The words remained near the bottom, fresh and black. What was the payment? The ledger paused. That was never good. Then, "Your authority." Eddie's stomach dropped. "My authority is 1%. Partial payment." The ledger did not dignify that with a correction, which Eddie chose to interpret as a rare legal victory. 1% authority had felt insulting 10 minutes ago. Now it felt like someone had stolen 1% of his spine and sent him an invoice. So it stole from a poor man. Typical. The lamp hissed. The ledger wrote, "Objective, return the complaint manifestation to assigned containment." Which is grave 17. No, of course not. Why would the breathing grave be the grave problem? That's beginner thinking. The page turned. A diagram appeared. Row 17, 31 graves, lines connecting them like a drunk spider had tried bookkeeping. Grave 1717 was marked in red, intake point. 3 other graves blinked in dull yellow. 1704, name damage. 1712, debt unpaid. 1729, body absent. A 4th grave, 1709, was blacked out. Record withheld. What's in 1709? The ledger did not answer. I am starting to notice a pattern where the worst information is always the quietest. The page wrote, "To correct the event, identify the active wrong anchor and apply temporary administrative closure." English. Find which grave the manifestation is borrowing from. Stamp it closed before dawn. Stamp it with what? Manager's key. Eddie looked at the empty pocket where the key was not. Tiny issue. The ledger wrote, "You dropped the key." "Yes, thank you. Everyone has been very supportive about that." Retrieve key. From outside, where the complaint is wearing a dead customer like a hat. Correct. Can we use something else? The page remained blank for a long moment. Then, improvisation possible. Eddie leaned in. I love improvisation. Improvisation carries severe risk of dismemberment. I love improvisation less. The office window rattled. Eddie turned. Rain hammered the glass. Beyond it, the cemetery lay in gray-black strips. He saw nothing moving. Then Mrs. Wren's ring tapped the outside of the window, once, twice. The pale hand was pressed against the glass. It had no body attached. Eddie took one step back. "Is that allowed?" The ledger wrote. "No, comforting. What happens when things do things that aren't allowed?" "Usually paperwork." The hand slid down the window, leaving no mark. The office door shivered. The brass mail slot whispered, "Complaint at entrance." Eddie grabbed the shovel. "Hold the door." "I am a door," the mail slot said. "That is my entire personality." Then Excel. The ledger pages flipped again. Emergency tools available. A drawer in the desk popped open. Inside lay a small box of black tags, a spool of red thread, a stub of white chalk, 3 rusty nails, and a tin labeled "Salt do not taste." Eddie stared at it. "Who tastes office salt?" The ledger wrote. "Previous manager, Silas." No response. Eddie pocketed the chalk, thread, nails, and salt. Then he took one black tag. It was thin metal, cold and rectangular, with a hole at one end. Blank on both sides. Temporary closure tag. The ledger continued. Instructions: write resident designation. Bind tag to anchor marker. Stamp with key. Speak closure phrase. Which closure phrase? The page wrote. "By name, by debt, by soil, remain." Eddie read it aloud once. The office shook. Every shelf rattled. The jar labeled "Teeth" fell over, rolled to the edge of the shelf, and stopped. The ledger wrote larger. "Do not practice indoors." Eddie pointed at the book. "You could have led with that." Outside, the bell rang again. This time the sound was closer. Then another sound came from beyond the door. Not scratching, speaking. Mrs. Wren's voice, sweet and thin. "Mr. Crowe, I would like to discuss my plan." Eddie stared at the door. "Absolutely not. I paid for premium piece." "Premium piece does not include home visits." "You guaranteed protection." "I guaranteed spiritual protection from common post-mortem disturbances." The ledger wrote. "You guaranteed no such limitation." Eddie glared at it. "Do not take her side." The mail slot opened. Mrs. Wren's ring finger slipped through. Eddie hit it with the shovel. The finger withdrew. A pause. Then Mrs. Wren said, very calmly, "Rude." Eddie swallowed. The ledger wrote. "Complaint escalation likely. How likely?" The front window exploded inward. Glass burst across the office. Rain and cold air rushed in. A gray arm snaked through the broken frame, fingers clawing at the desk. Eddie swung the shovel. The blade struck the arm. The arm burst into mud, roses, and receipt paper. Tiny scraps whirled through the office. One stuck to Eddie's cheek. It read, "Satisfaction guaranteed." Eddie peeled it off. "That phrase has done enough damage tonight." The ledger snapped shut. The office lamp went out. For 1 second, darkness swallowed everything. Then the lamp came back, dimmer. The page opened again. Updated objective. Perform correction immediately. I was enjoying the indoor part of our relationship. Manager must return to row 17. Manager strongly objects. Objection noted and denied. Eddie stared at the broken window. The cemetery beyond waited under the rain. He had the shovel. He had chalk, salt, tags, red thread, nails, no key. He had a dead customer's contract pressed into a desk beside a talking ledger. He had a grave thing outside that had learned his name. He had no battery, no money, no allies, and no plan that would impress anyone with experience. So naturally, that was when a woman knocked on the office door. 3 sharp knocks, human knocks, irritated human knocks. Eddie froze. The mail slot opened. A woman's voice came through from outside. "If you're the new idiot, open the door." Eddie stared. The ledger wrote. "Living visitor detected. I noticed." Potential witness. Does she look useful? Unknown. The woman outside knocked again. "I can hear you breathing. Either open the door or stop doing it so loudly." Eddie looked at the shovel, looked at the ledger. looked at the broken window where rain blew across the desk. "Is it safe to open?" The ledger wrote. Number Eddie nodded. "Right, so normal situation." He opened the door. A young woman stood on the step in a yellow raincoat, black boots, and the expression of someone who had already regretted coming but refused to let anyone enjoy that. She held an old storm lantern in one hand and a heavy iron poker in the other. She looked too alive for Black Hollow. That was the first thing Eddie noticed. Not safe, not soft, alive. Her boots were muddy, her knuckles were white around the poker, and her whole posture said she had walked into fear before and taken notes. She was maybe 19, maybe 20. Dark hair stuck to her cheeks in wet strands. Her eyes were green, sharp, and far too awake for 3 in the morning. She looked Eddie up and down. For a second, Eddie saw her as part of the cemetery rather than a person in it. The lantern made a ring of gold around her boots. Rain silvered her hair. The iron poker in her hand was old, hand-forged, and ugly in the reliable way of tools meant to hit things that deserved it. She had come alone into Black Hollow at night with no umbrella, no screaming, and no obvious plan to admire his lies. That last part worried him. People who admired Eddie's lies were easy. People who ignored them were dangerous. "East Wall," he said. "You said you live by the East Wall. There are houses by this place." "One house. Mine, technically my aunt's, technically falling apart, very technically not haunted if you ask the council." "And if I ask you?" "I don't answer questions from men who sell ghost insurance." A harsh but coherent policy. Nora moved around the office with the familiarity of someone who had promised herself she would never come back and then memorized every exit anyway. She checked the stove, looked under the desk, took the lantern closer to the shelves but did not touch the jars. "You know your way around," Eddie said. "I used to wait here while my grandmother talked to Sela's." "About what?" "Things children weren't supposed to hear." "Did you hear them?" She looked at him like he had disappointed her professionally. "Obviously." And I learned that Black Hollow has 3 kinds of dead." She held up one finger. "The quiet ones, they want nothing, respect them." Another finger. "The noisy ones, they want something, be careful." A third finger. "The wrong ones, they don't want, they take." Eddie looked toward the broken window. "Which one is outside?" "Wrong," Nora's voice was flat. "But it is wearing noisy, that makes it clever." The word settled between them. Clever. Eddie disliked clever problems. Clever problems recognized him. Nora picked up one of the black tags and turned it in her fingers. "My grandmother said Sela's used to keep a row for intake. If something died badly, was buried falsely, or got promised something by someone stupid, the cemetery pulled the complaint here instead of letting it crawl into town." "You keep saying stupid with excellent aim. You keep standing in the target area. Why didn't anyone tell me before I arrived? Would you have believed them?" Eddie paused. "I would have charged them for a consultation." "Exactly." Outside, the complaint dragged something wet along the wall. Nora's hand tightened around the tag. "One more thing. If it uses Mrs. Wren's voice, don't trust it. If it uses your voice, don't answer. If it uses someone you love." She stopped. Eddie waited. Her face had changed again. Not locked this time, closed. "If it uses someone you love," she said, "run first, think later." Eddie's usual answer would have been easy. Something about not loving anyone because it damaged negotiating power. Something sharp, disposable, safe. But her voice had gone too quiet for that. So he only said, "Noted." The ledger wrote. Rare appropriate response detected. Eddie pointed at it. "Do not make this weird." Nora looked at the page. "It already is." Fair. Torn coat, mud, blood on cheek, shovel, broken office window behind him, wet receipt paper stuck to his sleeve. "You must be Sela's replacement," she said. Eddie leaned on the doorframe and tried to look less hunted. "Temporary consultant." Her gaze moved to the shovel. "Consulting who? The dirt." "The dirt has been surprisingly demanding." A scream rose from somewhere in row 17. The woman did not flinch. That was new. Eddie flinched enough for both of them. She looked past him into the office. "You let something in." "I inherited it that way." "That's not an answer." "It's been a long night." "My answers are on a reduced service schedule." She stepped closer. The mail slot sniffed. "Witness recognized," it said. The woman looked down at it. "Still ugly, are you?" "Still damp, are you?" the mail slot replied. Eddie pointed at the door. "You know the mouth." "Everyone knows the mouth. The mouth is awful." "I am charming," said the mail slot. "You're furniture with teeth." "Better than furniture without ambition." Eddie raised one hand. "Sorry. Hate to interrupt what is clearly a long and emotionally rich relationship, but who are you?" The woman looked back at him. "Nora Quinn. I live by the east wall. My grandmother used to bring soup to the old caretaker before he disappeared, died, exploded, or whatever story people are pretending this year." Eddie caught one word: disappeared. "You're the one standing in his office with his shovel. You tell me." Eddie smiled. It was his professional smile, the one that said he had answers, money, documents, and control. Nora did not blink. His smile lost confidence and applied for other work. "Sila's was my great-uncle," Eddie said. "Was." "Legally unclear." "That's a terrible phrase." "I'm discovering that." The scream from row 17 came again. Nora turned her head toward it. Her face changed. Not fear, recognition. "That's new," she said. "Is it?" Mostly the cemetery whispers, knocks, rings bells, moves small objects, ruins sleep, and occasionally spits up bones after heavy rain. It doesn't usually scream in customer service voice. Eddie shut the office door behind her before whatever was outside remembered windows were optional. "Good news," he said. "We are expanding services." Nora looked at the shattered window. "What happened?" "Customer complaint." She stared. "Actual customer. Recent. Dead. Freshly. Your fault." Eddie lifted a finger. "That depends on how legally emotional we're being." Nora's eyes narrowed. The ledger on the desk opened again. "Living witness, Nora Quinn. Status, unauthorized but historically tolerated. Threat level, moderate. Usefulness, potentially high. Likelihood of tolerating manager stupidity, low." Nora leaned over and read it. "I like the book." Eddie looked wounded. "Everyone likes the book. The book has never once been charming." "Maybe that's why." The ledger wrote. "Correct, traitor," Eddie said. Nora set her lantern on the desk and pointed the iron poker at the contract. "Is that Wren paper?" Eddie stopped. "You know Mrs. Wren." Everyone knew Mrs. Wren. She owned half the old high street and a reputation that could sour milk. "Why is her death paper in Black Hollow?" "Because I may have sold her an afterlife protection plan." Nora stared at him. The office went very quiet. Even the rain seemed to lean in. "You what?" "In my defense, it was beautifully formatted." "You sold ghost insurance to Agatha Wren." The way Nora said ghost insurance made it sound less like a crime and more like a medical diagnosis. "Premium ghost insurance." "She's dead." "Recent development." And now something is screaming in the cemetery with her voice. "Also recent." Nora closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, the look she gave him was not anger. It was assessment. That was worse. "How old are you?" 18. That explains almost everything and excuses nearly nothing. "I get that a lot, usually from women with excellent posture." "Do you always flirt while being hunted by the dead?" "It's not flirting, it's nervous vocabulary." The ledger wrote. Debatable. Eddie slammed the book shut. It opened again. Nora picked up the black tag from the desk. Temporary closure. Eddie stared at her. "You can read that." "It's a black tag with a hole in it. I can infer." The rest of the equipment, too. She glanced over the chalk, salt, red thread, and nails. My grandmother used to say Black Hollow ran on three things: names, debt, and whatever poor fool was holding the shovel. That is aggressively unhelpful and unfortunately accurate. Nora picked up the salt tin and opened it. She sniffed. Still good. Salt expires. In this cemetery, everything develops opinions eventually. The broken window rattled. A voice whispered through the rain, "Mr. Crowe." Nora looked at Eddie. That's her. Part of her, maybe. The book said she's not actually buried here. Her claim attached to an empty intake grave. Which grave? 1717. Nora's face went still. Eddie noticed. He was good at noticing faces. Faces were doors, some open, some locked, some with traps behind them. Nora's face had just locked. What? He asked. She set the salt down. Grave 1717 is empty. Yes, the ledger said intake point. No, her voice lowered. I mean empty, empty. It was dug 12 years ago and never used. Silas made everyone stop asking why. A knock came from the office floor. Once. Nora and Eddie both looked down. Another knock. From beneath the boards, Eddie lifted the shovel. How many empty graves does this place have? Nora's mouth tightened. That's the wrong question. The ledger opened by itself. Ink wrote across the page. Correct then. The question is, what uses an empty grave as a mouth? Outside, from row 17, Mrs. Wren's voice began to sing. It was a funeral hymn. The words were wrong. Nora grabbed the salt, the chalk, and the lantern. We need to move. Eddie blinked. You are volunteering. I am preventing whatever you did from becoming my morning problem. That is almost kindness. Don't get attached. I try not to. The cemetery keeps adding clauses. Nora opened the desk drawer and took 2 more black tags. Eddie pointed at them. Are you allowed to do that? No. Excellent, I feel safer already. She headed for the door. Eddie followed, then stopped. Wait, we need the key. You lost the manager's key. Dropped, temporarily separated, emotionally nearby. Nora stared. You had one job. I have had the job for less than an hour. The ledger wrote. 53 minutes. Thank you, Eddie said. Very different. Nora pulled open the office door. Rain swept in. Beyond the step, the path was empty for the moment. Where did you drop it? She asked. Near the breathing grave. Obviously. I was under pressure. From below. Eddie opened his mouth, closed it. That was good, he admitted. Nora almost smiled, almost. Then something moved in the rain behind her. Eddie grabbed her shoulder and pulled her inside. A gray hand swept past the doorway where her head had been. The hand struck the doorframe, wood blackened. Nora did not scream. She shoved the lantern into Eddie's chest, stepped forward, and flung a handful of salt into the rain. The salt hit the gray hand. Steam burst upward. The hand recoiled. Mrs. Wren's voice hissed, not old now, not amused. Witness. Nora slammed the door. She knows me. Eddie looked at her. Is that bad? In this cemetery, being known by something dead is rarely a compliment. The shovel flashed. Witness involvement detected. Then. Complication increased. Eddie looked at Nora. The shovel says you're a complication. The shovel is right. I appreciate self-awareness. She pointed at the shattered window. We go out that way. Through the broken glass. Unless you'd rather use the door where the hand is waiting. I love windows, always have. Huge window family. Nora climbed through first with the ease of someone who had done worse things near worse buildings. Eddie followed less elegantly, catching his coat and tearing it further. The ledger called from the desk behind him. Manager attire degradation, continuing. I know. They landed outside in the wet grass beside the office. The rain had softened to a steady cold fall. Mist moved low over the graves. The path to row 17 glowed faintly again, but now the glow stuttered, breaking apart in patches where dark roots had pushed through the mud. Nora lifted the lantern. Its light was not normal firelight. It burned pale gold, and wherever it touched the cemetery, the stones seemed to reveal more than they should. Names appeared on blank markers. Dates flickered. Old flowers briefly bloomed and died again. Eddie looked at the lantern. That seems useful. My grandmother's. Did she know this place was, he searched for the right phrase, municipally insane? She knew enough to stay polite to it. That's my plan. Nora glanced at him. Your plan so far has involved losing the key and angering a dead woman. Working concept. A shape slid between two gravestones ahead. Both of them stopped. The shape did not move like a person. It moved like a shadow being pulled across uneven ground. Nora lowered her voice. Don't let it say your full name. Eddie froze. Why? Names are handles. It already knows my name. Full name. The system used it. The lawyer voice used it. Mrs. Wren's paper used it. Nora stared at him. You have been here less than an hour and gave the cemetery your full legal name. Technically, I gave it to a dead woman before arriving. That is worse. I'm sensing a theme. The shadow ahead rose. It became Mrs. Wren's silhouette, hunched shoulders, neat hat, little black handbag, but the proportions were wrong, too tall, too thin. Her head tilted at an angle that would have upset medical professionals. Edward James Crowe, she called sweetly. Eddie felt the hook behind his ribs again. Nora threw salt at him. It hit him in the face. Ow. The hook snapped. Mrs. Wren's silhouette shrieked. Nora grabbed Eddie's sleeve. Move. He spat salt and rain. You could have warned me. I did, emotionally. They ran. The cemetery warped around them. This time Eddie noticed the way it happened. The paths did not shift like moving walls. The graves suggested different routes, and his eyes almost accepted them. A marker leaned just enough to imply a turn. A tree shadow looked like an opening. A row of stones seemed shorter than it was. The cemetery lied with perspective. Eddie respected that. He also hated it. Nora kept them straight by following the lantern. Its pale gold light cut through the lies and showed the actual path beneath the suggested one. Your lantern sees through the cemetery, Eddie said, only when it wants to. Everything here negotiates. Everything here remembers. Negotiation is just memory with teeth. That sounds like something embroidered on a pillow by a witch. My grandmother hated pillows. They reached the entrance to row 17. They did not run immediately. Nora made him wait at the boundary while she crouched by the metal marker and poured 3 careful grains of salt onto the path. Eddie looked down at the grains. That's it, 3 grains. It's not a recipe, it's a question. To the ground. To the row. The salt grains sank into the mud. For one long second, nothing happened. Then every grave in row 17 knocked once, not loudly, not violently, politely, like tenants answering a roll call. Eddie leaned slightly toward Nora. Is that good? It means the row heard us. Is that good? It means the row heard us, she repeated. You have a gift for not comforting people. Nora stood and lifted the lantern higher. Rows have moods. 17 was always sour even before the intake was sealed. Too many debts. Too many people buried with someone else's apology. Stay off the sunken patches. Don't step over iron if it's twisted. Don't read any name that appears only under the lantern. And if you see a grave with your name on it, do not comment. Why would there be a grave with my name on it? Because you signed paperwork. Eddie looked at the row. I miss normal fraud. What is normal fraud? Fraud where the worst-case scenario is prison. You have terrible standards. They've been lowered by recent events. A stone near the entrance flickered under the lantern. For half a second, Eddie saw his name carved there. Edward James Crowe, loved by no one who filed a claim. He looked away so fast his neck cracked. Nora noticed. "You saw it." "No." "Good." "I said no." "No, you said no like someone who saw it. That's useful. It means the row is interested in you, not ready for you. That is not the reassuring distinction you think it is. I wasn't trying to reassure you. You're excellent at your goals." The metal marker with the number 17 leaned in the rain. The air beyond it pulsed warm, then cold, then warm again. Breathing. Nora stopped at the boundary. Her face had gone pale under the lantern glow. Eddie noticed her hand tighten on the poker. "You okay?" "No." "Good. I was worried we had different standards." She gave him a sharp look. He lifted both hands, shovel in one. Nervous vocabulary. From deeper in the row, Mrs. Wren sang. "Ashes owed and names unpaid, lay the living where debts are laid." Nora whispered, "That's not a hymn." "Comforting." "It's a counting rhyme." "Less comforting." They moved into row 17. The graves on both sides looked different under Nora's lantern. Names scratched themselves clearer. Some stones showed two names at once, one engraved, one flickering beneath. Others had hairline cracks filled with a dull red glow. Thin threads of black root connected several graves underground. The intake grave, 1717, pulsed open in the middle of the row. The thing was half out now. Its body had become longer, almost elegant, wrapped in strips of funeral cloth and wet paper. Mrs. Wren's ring glinted on one hand. Its other hand was a tangle of roots and bone. Its face turned toward them and smiled with three mouths at once. "Manager," it said. Nora lifted the salt. The creature turned its mismatched eyes to her. "Witness," it said. Nora flinched. Eddie stepped slightly in front of her before thinking. This surprised him. It seemed to surprise Nora too. He pointed the shovel at the creature. "This complaint has been logged. Processing times are currently delayed due to weather, staffing issues, and one employee being new enough to still have hope." The creature's head tilted. The shovel flashed. "Administrative distraction, partial success." Nora whispered, "Keep talking. That's usually how I make things worse." "Then do it usefully." Eddie cleared his throat and took a step forward. "Mrs. Wren, on behalf of Crowe and Covenant, Black Hollow Cemetery, and any other organization I'm legally trapped inside tonight, I would like to apologize for the inconvenience of your current post-mortem experience." The creature stilled. Nora moved sideways, scattering a thin salt line along the edge of the row. Eddie kept speaking. "However, your account appears to have been attached to the wrong department. This is not uncommon in death services. Terrible industry. No standards." The creature's mouths whispered together, "You promised." "Yes, and I am committed to honoring the spirit of that promise. Not the literal wording, because the literal wording is currently trying to murder me." Nora reached grave 1704, the first yellow marker from the diagram. She looked back. Eddie gave her a tiny nod despite having no idea what she wanted. She knelt and chalked a circle around the base of the stone. The creature jerked toward her. Eddie slapped the shovel blade against the ground. "Hey, complaint line is here. Eyes on management." The creature turned back. Its old gray eye narrowed. "You are not management." Eddie smiled with more confidence than he owned. "I have a shovel and a terrible contract. That's basically half of management." The grave breathed harder. Nora chalked a mark on the stone. The name on grave 1704 flickered. CLARA Bell became CLARA Bell, became CLARA Bell / Thomas Wren / unsure. Nora hissed through her teeth. "Name damage," she said. The creature's fingers dug into the mud. Eddie felt the hook again, weaker this time. "Edward James Crowe," it whispered. Nora threw salt. This time not at Eddie. At the creature. The salt burst against its chest. Steam hissed. The creature screamed and surged forward. Eddie swung the shovel. The blade connected with its shoulder. Red light stamped across funeral cloth. The impact knocked the creature sideways into grave 1712. The ground there sank. A voice under that grave groaned, "Paid. Not paid, paid. The ledger was not present, but the shovel wrote. Anchor reaction detected. Nora saw the glow on the blade. 1712. Is that good? It's information. Information keeps trying to eat me. The creature rose again, taller now. A strip of paper peeled from its throat and fluttered in the rain. Eddie saw his own brochure printed on it. CROWE and Covenant. Guaranteed peaceful rest. The creature smiled. You sold a gate you did not own. For once, Eddie had no joke ready. The silence after that truth was worse than the creature. The creature could be hit with a shovel. The truth just stood there, dry and patient, waiting for him to stop performing, because it was true. He had lied to frightened old people about something he did not understand. He had called it business because business sounded cleaner than fear. He had dressed nothing in black ink and silver ravens and charged money for it. Now one of those lies had found a body. Nora glanced at him. Maybe she saw the hesitation. Maybe the creature did too. It lunged. Nora slammed the iron poker into its ribs. The poker passed through mud and paper, then hit something hard. A bell note rang out. The creature convulsed. Eddie snapped back into motion and drove the shovel down, pinning one of its root hands to the ground. The creature shrieked. Nora twisted the poker. A black coin fell from its ribs into the mud. Then another. Then a third. They landed with small, heavy sounds. Eddie looked down. Bone coins. He did not know how he knew that. He just did. They were pale gray, round and thin, stamped with a skull on one side and a gate on the other. Nora shouted, "Don't pick those up yet." Eddie, whose hand was already halfway down, froze. I wasn't. You absolutely were. I was assessing revenue. The creature twisted under the shovel. Its mouths opened. All of them spoke together. Debt unpaid. Grave 1712 cracked. The stone at its head shifted. Samuel Pike. Buried 1893. Debt unpaid. The letters glowed dull red. Eddie looked at the name. Pike. Because apparently the universe had discovered callbacks. Tell me Samuel Pike isn't related to the men currently trying to break my spine, he said. Nora gave him a look. Why are men trying to break your spine? Professional jealousy. Fraud. Fine fraud, but tasteful. Grave 1712 breathed once. The creature's body pulled toward it. Nora nodded sharply. That's the anchor. Good, we found it. What now? Key. Still lost. Then improvise. Everyone keeps saying that before violence. The creature tore free from the shovel. Eddie stumbled. It rose above them, taller than a person now, Mrs. Wren's black ring shining on one hand and Samuel Pike's debt marker glowing beneath its feet. Nora opened the salt tin and flung the rest in an arc. The salt formed a line across the row. The creature hit it and stopped, hissing. Temporary, Nora said. How temporary? The salt line blackened. Very. Eddie scanned the ground. Key, key, key. He had dropped it when he fell near the intake grave. There, somewhere near 1717, in the mud beside Mrs. Wren's hand. He saw a small black glint half buried by the cracked earth. The manager's key. Between him and it stood the creature. Naturally. I see it, Eddie said. Where? Near the murder hole. Nora followed his gaze. Can you reach it? With my arms. No, with optimism also no. The salt line smoked. The creature pressed against it. Mrs. Wren's face formed at the top of its neck. Mr. Crowe, she said, almost kindly, you owe me what you sold. Eddie looked at her. The rain ran down his face. His cheek stung where the thorn had scratched him. His hands ached around the shovel. He was cold and afraid and angry, not in the sharp way he liked, but in a heavier way that sat under his ribs. Yeah, he said, I probably do. Nora glanced at him. The creature smiled. The salt line weakened. Eddie lifted the shovel. But you're not Mrs. Wren. The smile stopped. Eddie pointed at the contract sticking from his coat. Mrs. Wren was old, terrifying, and had better manners than you. She also knew the value of a receipt. You aren't asking for rest. You're collecting leverage. The creature's mouth tightened. The shovel flashed. Truthful statement detected. Eddie blinked. That felt unpleasant. Nora shouted, "Eddie!" The salt line broke. The creature surged forward. Eddie threw the shovel, not at the creature, at the ground beside the key. The shovel hit mud blade first, bounced, and knocked the manager's key loose. The key skittered across the wet earth toward him. The creature lunged. Nora tackled Eddie sideways. They hit the ground hard as the creature swept over them, claws cutting through the space where Eddie's head had been. Eddie rolled in mud, tasted rain and dirt, and saw the key spinning beside his hand. He grabbed it. The teeth bit his palm. Ow. Blood welled. The key drank one drop. Letters flashed on its black metal. Manager confirmed. Consent would have been nice. Nora pulled him up. The creature turned back toward them. The key wriggled in Eddie's hand, pointing toward grave 1712. "It wants the debt grave," he said. "Then tag it." "With what name?" Nora looked at the stone. Samuel Pike. The letters flickered. Behind them something else appeared. Agatha Wren, then. Customer claim, then. Manager debt. Then the stone went blank. The creature laughed. "No name," it whispered. "No closure." Eddie looked at the black tag in his hand. No name, debt, soil, rest, contract, authority. The ledger phrase returned. By name, by debt, by soil, remain. If the name was damaged, maybe the debt could hold it. He grabbed the chalk from his pocket and wrote on the tag. Debt unpaid, hold. The chalk burned into the metal. Nora saw it. That's not a name. It's the only thing here with commitment, issues stronger than mine. The creature rushed. Nora stepped in front of Eddie, poker raised. "Hurry." I love instructions that assume I wasn't already panicking. Eddie dropped to one knee beside grave 1712. The mud tried to swallow his leg. He slammed the black tag against the stone marker. It stuck. He wrapped red thread around the tag and marker once, twice, 3 times. The creature hit Nora. She blocked with the poker, but the impact threw her backward into a stone. Her lantern fell, rolled, and kept burning. Nora. "Finish it." The creature turned toward Eddie. Its face split. Mrs. Wren, Samuel Pike, Barnaby Wren, a child, a skull, Eddie's own face for one horrible second. "Edward James Crowe," it said. The hook drove into his chest. He could not breathe. The key trembled in his hand. The tag waited. Eddie pressed the key's teeth to the black metal. The key bit down. Blood from his palm smeared across the tag. Red light flared. The creature grabbed his shoulder. Cold shot through him, not cold like weather, cold like being forgotten. Eddie forced the words out. "By name," he said. The creature squeezed. His shoulder burned. "By debt." The ground shook. Nora crawled toward the lantern. "By soil." The creature's mouth screamed. "Remain." The tag snapped flat against the marker. The red thread turned black. The earth beneath grave 1712 opened like a throat. The creature was pulled backward. Its claws tore through Eddie's coat. He fell away. The wrong dead manifestation shrieked, voices splitting apart. Mrs. Wren's voice cried, "Mr. Crowe." This time it sounded almost like her. Eddie looked up. For a heartbeat, the mud face became Agatha Wren's real face. Small, sharp, frightened, furious, not kind, not innocent, human. Then the debt grave swallowed her voice. The creature collapsed into strips of paper, roots, funeral cloth, and black mud. The pieces were dragged into grave 1712 with a sound like a drawer being slammed shut underground. The sound carried through the row and down into the cemetery beneath the cemetery, into places Eddie could not see yet and very much did not want to imagine. The stone marker cracked. The tag glowed once. Then the row went silent. Rain fell. Eddie lay on his back in the mud, breathing like a man who had just discovered customer retention was literal. Nora sat against a gravestone, one hand pressed to her side, the iron poker across her knees. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then Eddie said, "I think I handled that professionally." Nora closed her eyes. "I hate that you're alive." "People say that less affectionately than you'd expect." The manager's key coughed, actually coughed, then spat something into Eddie's palm. 3 bone coins. They were cold and dry. The shovel lying nearby flashed. Quest complete, temporary correction applied. Reward, bone coins x3. Manager authority increased, 1% to 2%. Rest index increased, negligible. Rot pressure decreased, insultingly little. New feature unlocked, resident complaints. Eddie lifted his head. Resident complaints. The ground under 3 nearby graves knocked at once. Knock, knock, knock. Then a faint chorus of voices rose from the row. Too wet. My neighbor hums. Someone stole my left femur. The ivy is touching my face. I was promised eternal rest, not that man snoring. Eddie slowly lowered his head back into the mud. I preferred the screaming. Nora did not let him enjoy the coins. She used the poker to drag one through the mud toward the lantern light before touching it. The coin left a thin white line behind it, as if it were cold enough to frost the ground. Bone coins are not money, she said. Eddie, who had already begun imagining exchange rates, frowned. Everything is money if both parties are desperate enough. They're cemetery credit. The dead pay them when something changes in their favor, sometimes willingly, sometimes because the ground squeezes them out. That's disgusting. Yes. But valuable. Also yes. I can work with that. Nora picked up the coin with 2 fingers. It clicked softly between her nails. The sound made 3 nearby graves sigh. Don't spend them casually, she said. A bone coin can buy repairs, open old locks, pay a resident for testimony, or bribe a small dead thing to look the other way. How small? Cat-sized. Dead cats. Worse, offspring of bad ideas. Eddie stared at her. You cannot say things like that, and then expect me not to ask questions. I expect you to ask questions after sunrise, when fewer answers can bite. She placed the coin in his palm. For a second her fingers brushed his skin. It should not have mattered. They were both wet, muddy, exhausted, and standing in a cemetery row that had just tried to process him as a payment method. But the touch was warm, human, and too precise to ignore. Eddie looked at her hand. Nora noticed. Her eyes lifted to his. Don't, she said. Don't what? Turn almost dying into charm. I wasn't. You were deciding whether to. Eddie closed his fingers around the coin. That is a very unfair level of observation. Then stop being obvious. Impossible. Obvious is part of my appeal. Your appeal is currently buried under mud, fraud, and poor survival instincts. So you're saying there is appeal under there. Nora stared at him. The corner of her mouth betrayed her for half a second. Then she turned away. Pick up the other coins, manager. Try not to flirt with currency. Eddie crouched carefully and collected the remaining 2 bone coins. For the record, he said, I have standards. The shovel flashed. Unverified claim. Nora read it over his shoulder and laughed before she could stop herself. Eddie pointed at the shovel. That was sabotage. The shovel replied. Accurate sabotage. I am surrounded by hostile office equipment. And yet, Nora said, somehow the equipment is the sensible one. The bone coins settled in Eddie's pocket with a weight that felt larger than 3 small discs should allow. Not just value, obligation. Each coin seemed to remember the grave it came from. That was inconvenient. Eddie preferred money that forgot things. Forgetful money was flexible. Remembering money had opinions. He did not like that. He liked coins that forgot where they came from. Those were the best kind. These were not that. Nora laughed. It was short, surprised, and gone quickly, but it was real. Eddie turned his head to look at her. That was a laugh. It was pain. It had joy in it. It had disbelief. I'll take disbelief. It's one of my stronger markets. She pushed herself up with a wince. Eddie sat and wiped mud from his face. It made him worse. The intake grave, 1717, was still cracked open, but it no longer breathed. Mrs. Wren's hand was gone. The yellow contract lay on the ground beside the crack, still dry. Eddie picked it up carefully. The words "first payment received" had faded. In their place, new words appeared. Payment held in escrow. Eddie frowned. Escrow. Nora limped over and read it. Means you haven't fixed it. I fixed enough to not die. That is not the same thing. It's my favorite version of fixed. The manager's key bit his palm again, lightly this time, and tugged toward the office. Eddie glared at it. We are going to discuss boundaries. The key tugged harder. Nora retrieved her lantern. The ledger will want to record the correction. The ledger can want quietly. If you don't record it, the cemetery may decide it didn't happen. Eddie stood, every part of him complained. Fine, record, then sleep, then sell. Nora looked at him. You still think you can sell this place? I believe in ambitious pricing. The cemetery tried to eat you. Buyers love motivated property. You are either the bravest idiot I've met or the most committed coward. I've been called both by professionals. They started back toward the office. The cemetery seemed quieter now, though not peaceful. More like it had paused to think of new ways to be unpleasant. Eddie collected the shovel on the way. As soon as he touched it, the blade flashed. Manager performance survived, then. Grade barely. Barely is still a passing grade. Nora said, not in cemeteries. The common rows whispered around them. Some voices complained, some prayed, some laughed softly, some only breathed. Eddie tried not to listen too closely. That became difficult when one grave said, nice coat, shame. He looked down at his torn, muddy black coat. Everyone here is a critic. Nora glanced at him. The dead have time. For fashion commentary. For honesty. That is worse. When they reached the caretaker's office, the broken window had repaired itself badly. The glass was back in the frame, but the cracks remained, forming the shape of a crooked smile. The mail slot opened. Password. Eddie walked past it and unlocked the door with the key. The mail slot gasped. Rude. Professional development, Eddie said. Inside, the office smelled less like old socks and more like wet paper and smoke. The dead ledger was open on the desk. The page waited. Eddie placed the yellow contract on it. Ink spread from the paper into the ledger. Correction event logged. Temporary closure applied to grave 1712. Complaint manifestation contained. Customer claim unresolved. Fraudulent promise remains active. Manager debt adjusted. Eddie leaned over the page. Adjusted how? The ledger wrote. Debt to soil, severe to severe with potential. Nora snorted. Eddie looked at her. Don't encourage it. The ledger continued. Resident complaints unlocked. Bone coin balance, 3 manager authority, 2%. Necropolis level, 1 progress to level 2, 4%. 4%, Eddie said. I nearly died for 4%. The ledger wrote. You nearly died because you are incompetent. The 4% is unrelated. Nora laughed again. Eddie pointed at her. That was definitely a laugh. It was educational. The ledger page shifted. New objective available. Stabilize grave row 17. Requirements. 1. Identify missing resident in grave 1717. 2. Resolve Samuel Pike dead anchor. 3. Repair name damage at grave 1704. 4. Locate absent body assigned to grave 1729. 5. Investigate withheld record 1709. Eddie held up one hand. No. The page did not care. Time limit 6 nights. Still no. Failure row 17 escalation. Define escalation. The ledger wrote. Row 17 will begin accepting walk-ins. Nora's smile disappeared. Eddie noticed. Walk-ins sounds bad. Walk-ins means the row can take people who aren't dead yet, Nora said. Eddie lowered his hand. That should have been the wording. The ledger wrote. Manager morale already poor. Eddie took a long breath. He was wet, bleeding, bruised, exhausted. His palm hurt where the key had bitten him. His shoulder ached where the creature had grabbed him. His mouth tasted like salt because Nora had assaulted him with seasoning. He had 3 bone coins, a sarcastic book, a living witness who looked at him like he was a preventable accident. and a cemetery full of dead residents discovering the customer service desk was open. He wanted to sleep. He wanted to run. He wanted to sell the place to someone evil enough to deserve it, but the ledger page showed the countdown again. 29 nights, 21 hours, 6 minutes. Below it. Level 5 required for manager survival. Eddie stared at the words. Nora was quiet beside him. Finally she said, "You really can't leave, can you?" Eddie tried to smile. It did not work. "I'm working on a dramatic loophole." "Is that a no?" "It's a no, wearing better shoes." Nora studied him for a moment. Then she took the salt tin, shook it, and frowned at the empty rattle. "You'll need more salt, and clean water, and a coat that doesn't look like it lost a fight with a hedge." "Are you helping me?" "I haven't decided." "You followed me into a screaming grave row." "That was civic responsibility." "You tackled me." "You were in the way." "You threw salt in my face." "You're welcome." Eddie leaned against the desk. "Nora Quinn, you have a very strange definition of not helping." She picked up her lantern. "And you have a very strange definition of business." "Mine came with brochures." "Yours came with a dead woman crawling out of the ground." "Marketing issue." Nora shook her head, but the corner of her mouth moved. The ledger wrote, "Potential ally detected." Nora read it and immediately said, "No." The ledger added, "Potential ally resistant." "Very resistant," Nora said. Eddie looked between them. "Does everyone get to argue with my book?" "Only people with sense," Nora said. The office floor knocked again. Once, twice. A voice under the boards whispered, "Manager." Eddie closed his eyes. "Absolutely not. Office hours are closed." The ledger wrote, "Resident complaint queue 12. Close the queue. Cannot pause the queue. Cannot lie to the queue." The ledger paused, then. "Possible." Eddie opened his eyes. Nora looked at him. "Don't look so proud of that." "Nora," he said, "for the first time tonight, this cemetery and I have found common ground." The floor knocked again. A different voice said, "My coffin leaks." Another said, "The man above me snores." Another said, "I was buried with the wrong teeth." The jar labeled teeth rattled on the shelf. Eddie pointed at it. "No, not tonight." The jar settled. The ledger wrote, "Queue temporarily deferred until dawn." Eddie exhaled. Nora pulled her hood up. "I need to go before the east path closes." "The path closes?" "Sometimes." "Why?" "Because Black Hollow is a miserable old thing with control issues." The office walls creaked. Nora looked up. "You know it's true." The creaking stopped. Eddie could not decide whether he liked her or feared her, possibly both. That was becoming a theme tonight. "You'll come back?" he asked. It came out less smooth than intended. Nora noticed. Her expression softened for half a second, then sharpened again before it became kindness. "That depends on whether you do anything else catastrophically stupid before breakfast." Eddie considered lying. Then he looked at the ledger, the shovel, the contract, the countdown, the bone coins, and his own bleeding palm. "I can make no promises." "That's the first honest thing you've said." "Careful. If I keep growing as a person, the cemetery might charge admission." Nora opened the door. Rain and gray pre-dawn light waited outside. The sky over Black Hollow had begun to pale, not with sunrise exactly, but with the tired color of a world considering it. Nora stepped onto the threshold, then stopped. She looked back at Eddie. "One more thing. Please let it be good." "It isn't." "I admire consistency." She nodded toward the map on the wall. "You asked how many empty graves this place has." Eddie looked at the map. Row 17 glowed faintly. So did the unmarked field. So did plot 0, far back beneath 3 red circles. "I did." Nora's face was pale in the dawn-gray light. "Grave 1717 was empty for 12 years," she said. But it wasn't the only one Silas kept empty. The map flickered. One grave lit in the common rows, then another, then 5 in the unmarked field, then 7 along which line. Then a ring of small black squares appeared around plot 0. Empty, 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 the ledger wrote. Hidden intake graves detected. Eddie felt the air leave the room. Nora whispered, "Oh no." The map changed again. Plot 0 did not light with the others. It darkened. A small, perfect absence beneath 3 red circles. Eddie did not know why that frightened him more than the breathing graves. The black squares pulsed once like mouths opening in the dark. Then one by one, from all across Black Hollow Cemetery, the empty graves began to breathe. The dead ledger wrote. Grave 17 was only the first. End of Chapter 2. For more dark fantasy with teeth, subscribe and support the channel. Chapter 3 brings the witch to the deed. Chapter 3. The witch wants the deed. The empty graves began to breathe at dawn, not all at once. That would have been dramatic, which Eddie Crowe was starting to suspect Black Hollow Cemetery considered too cheap. No, the cemetery preferred rhythm, taste, timing. It let one grave inhale in the common rows, a low, wet pull under the soil. Then another answered from the unmarked field. Then 7 shallow breaths rolled along which line like sleeping animals disturbed by a bad dream. Around plot 0, the ring of small black squares pulsed on the office map, with the patience of mouths waiting to be fed. Eddie stood in the caretaker's office, one hand wrapped in a dirty cloth, one hand gripping the manager's shovel, and watched the map turn his life into a problem with terrible handwriting. Less than 8 hours ago, his worst problem had been 2 debt collectors, a dead client's angry nephew, and a brochure full of lies. Now the lies had roots, breath, teeth, receipts, and at least 16 places in the ground where they were trying to crawl back up and introduce themselves. Beside him, Nora Quinn had gone still. That was worse than screaming. Nora did not seem like a screaming person. She seemed like a person who would notice the ceiling collapsing, pick the safest corner, ask who installed it, and then judge the answer. Her yellow raincoat was streaked with mud. Her grandmother's storm lantern burned on the desk with a flame too steady for the room, and her iron poker rested against her shoulder like she had brought it to a conversation and expected the conversation to lose. Now even Nora looked frightened. The dead ledger, open on the desk, wrote with black ink across a fresh page. Hidden intake graves detected. Known active sites, 16. Potential active sites, 42. Plot 0 perimeter instability, rising. Manager authority, 2%. Recommended response, panic quietly and follow instructions. Eddie read the page twice. "I have objections," he said. The ledger wrote. Noted, strong objections, legal objections, spiritual objections, several practical objections involving sleep. Noted, stop noting things and explain why my cemetery has 42 breathing graves. The ink paused. Your cemetery has 16 confirmed breathing graves and 42 potential intake points. That is not better. That is arithmetic wearing a hood. Nora stepped closer to the map. Dawn gray light pressed against the office window, dull and weak, as if the sun had approached Black Hollow, seen what was happening, and decided to get involved from a safe distance. "Intake points," Nora said quietly. "Silas used that word. Once. I was little, but I remember. My grandmother hit him with a ladle for saying it at breakfast." Eddie turned to her. "Your grandmother hit my dead great-uncle with kitchenware. She hit almost everyone with kitchenware if they earned it. I respect her deeply." The ledger wrote. Grace Quinn, unregistered auxiliary, soup provider, boundary adjacent civilian, temper effective. Nora looked at the page. "It remembers her." "The book remembers soup," Eddie said. "That is somehow the most human thing about it." The ledger wrote. Soup improved manager Silas Crowe's productivity by 11% and delayed one violent breakdown. Eddie frowned. Only one. Silas Crowe had many. The name sat in the room like a corpse nobody had agreed to bury. Silas Crowe, dead great-uncle, previous manager. Man who had somehow trapped Eddie with bloodline, paperwork, and a cemetery that used hunger as enforcement. Eddie had known about Silas for less than a night and already wanted to punch him in a historical context. The graves on the map pulsed again. This time Eddie heard them through the floor, soft, wet breathing, under the office, across the grounds, all around. It was not loud, that was the problem. Loud would have been something to fight. This was intimate. The sound of something sleeping beside you and dreaming about your name. Eddie swallowed. "Can breathing graves wait?" he asked. "I have had a full night. I have been chased, kidnapped by a taxi, hired by a cemetery, threatened with soil, yelled at by a book, attacked by Mrs. Wren's posthumous paperwork, and paid in bone money. I am technically an adult, but I would like to file a complaint with whoever schedules supernatural onboarding." The phone in his pocket buzzed. Complaint filed. Expected response time never. Nora's mouth twitched. Eddie pointed at her. "Do not encourage it. It feeds on emotional weakness." The dead ledger wrote. "Incorrect. The cemetery feeds on contractual failure, boundary collapse, grave debt, and occasionally managers. See, that sounded hungry." Nora leaned over the desk and studied the map. "They are not all opening, they are breathing. There is a difference." "Good, excellent. I love differences. What is the difference between breathing and opening?" "A breathing grave is asking for something," Nora said. "An opening grave is done asking." Eddie stared at her. "Nora." "What?" "That was one of the least comforting things anyone has ever said to me, and I once heard a doctor say, 'Let's see what the magnet does.'" She looked at him. "You have been 18 for how long?" "A legally sufficient amount of time." The ledger wrote. 8 months, 14 days. "Traitor," Eddie said. Nora lifted the lantern and moved toward the window. Outside, the cemetery lay in the gray afterrain, all crooked stones and wet grass and low fog. The graves were quiet to the eye, too quiet. Black Hollow had the nasty habit of looking like a cemetery and behaving like a stomach. "I should go," Nora said. Eddie turned too fast. "Now." She raised an eyebrow. He adjusted his expression into something more casual. It arrived late and out of breath. "I mean, of course, free country, mostly, property laws pending. My uncle opens the cafe at 6. If I do not get back before he does, he will ask questions. If he asks questions, I will have to lie. Unlike you, I do not treat lying as a cardio program. That hurts because it is accurate." She picked up the poker. "Lock the door. Do not step into the unmarked field. Do not touch which line without iron. Do not open any grave that says please. Do not believe any grave that says mother. Do not answer if something under the chapel uses your voice." Eddie waited. "Is there a pamphlet?" "No." "There should be." Silas hated printing costs. Silas sounds worse every time I learn facts. Nara pulled the hood of her raincoat over her dark hair. "And one more thing. Please be small. If anyone comes asking about the deed, do not show it to them." Eddie blinked. "The deed." The office changed. Not visibly, not exactly, but the air tightened around the word. The lamp flame bent toward the desk. The ledger stopped writing. Even the breathing graves seemed to hold their breath for half a second. Nora noticed. So did Eddie. "What deed?" he asked very carefully. Nora's face went pale in a new way. "You have not seen it yet." "I have been busy not being absorbed." "Good," she said. "Keep it that way." "Nora, what deed?" She glanced at the map, then at the locked drawers beneath the desk, then at the old coat hanging by the stove. "The ownership deed. The real one, not land registry paper. The Black Hollow deed. Silas said the deed was not proof you owned the cemetery. It was proof the cemetery had accepted the shape of your ownership." That sounds like something a man says right before kitchenware becomes necessary. "My grandmother agreed." The ledger wrote nothing. Eddie hated when it wrote nothing. Silence from a sarcastic book felt like a confession wearing gloves. Nora moved to the door. "If someone wants the deed," she said, "they do not want to buy the cemetery. They want to change its owner without letting the cemetery choose. And who would want that? Nora opened the door. Mist slipped in around her boots. Witches, she said. Then she stepped outside and shut the door behind her. For several seconds, Eddie stood alone in the office. The rain had stopped. Dawn had not improved the place. It had only made the decay more visible. The walls showed cracks. The shelves sagged. The desk looked scarred by old knives, old ink, and old decisions. The caretaker's coat hung in the corner like a person who had become bored with flesh. Eddie looked at the ledger. "There is no deed," he said. The ledger remained silent. "Because if there was a deed, you would have mentioned it during orientation." Silence. "You mentioned my hygiene. You mentioned romantic engagement with sealed assets. You mentioned partial consumption beginning with extremities. You would absolutely mention a magic cemetery ownership deed." The lamp flickered. The ledger wrote, "Orientation is progressive." Eddie closed his eyes. "That is what terrible people call withholding information." The ledger wrote, "Information is earned. I closed grave 17. I fought Mrs. Wren's hand. I got paid in coins made of bone. I bled on your desk. How much more earning do you need?" The ink moved. "Current manager authority, 2%. Yes, thank you. I am aware I am underqualified. That has been the central theme of my life." The ledger wrote, "Deed access requires manager authority 5% or external claim pressure." Eddie frowned. External claim pressure. A knock came at the office door. 3 soft taps, polite, precise, not Nora. Eddie looked at the door. The lamp flame turned blue. The phone buzzed in his pocket. External claim pressure detected. Eddie whispered, "You have got to be kidding." The ledger wrote, "Witch at the gate." Another knock. This time from far away, not at the office door, at the cemetery's front gates. The sound traveled through iron, stone, soil, office floorboards, Eddie's boots, and several layers of denial. Tap, tap, tap. Then a woman's voice rang across Black Hollow, smooth as dark honey poured over a blade. "Mr. Crowe," she called, "I know you are awake. The dead are breathing too loudly for anyone to sleep." Eddie looked at the ledger. "No." The ledger wrote, "New quest, handle incoming buyer." "No." Reward deed visibility. Bone coins X2. Manager authority increase possible. Still no. Failure deed exposure without consent. Increased claim vulnerability. Possible seduction. Eddie paused. Define possible. The ledger wrote, "Manager profile suggests severe risk. I hate how personally accurate you are." The phone buzzed. Optional objective, do not flirt with the witch. Eddie stared at the line. That feels targeted. It is. I can talk to a woman without flirting. The ledger paused for half a second. No supporting evidence found. Eddie grabbed the shovel. "Fine," he said. "I will be professional." The phone buzzed. "New hazard detected. Self-deception. I am walking away from this conversation." Wise, he opened the office door and stepped into the pale morning. Black Hollow looked worse in daylight. Night had given it mystery. Dawn gave it receipts. Every broken stone, crooked railing, weed-choked path, sunken grave, cracked angel, and collapsed arch seemed to say, "Congratulations, you own this problem now." The fog lay low between the rows, thickest in the dips where the intake graves had breathed. Crows hopped along the chapel roof, black and wet and untroubled by cosmic property disputes. Somewhere under the earth, one of the empty graves inhaled with the patience of a creditor. Eddie decided daylight was overrated. The front gates stood far down the main path. They were closed. Outside them stood a woman with a black umbrella. Even at a distance, Eddie knew she was trouble. There were categories of beautiful, ordinary beautiful, expensive beautiful, dangerous beautiful. Then there was the kind that made the world around it look underfunded. The woman at the gate belonged to that last category. She wore a fitted black coat that had never apologized to rain. Her boots were high and polished. Her gloves were dark red leather. Her hair was black, pinned up with a silver thorn-shaped clip, and her mouth was the precise shade of a bad decision made in candlelight. She stood under the umbrella without leaning on it, perfectly still, as if weather was something that happened to other people. Behind her waited a car. Not a taxi. Not even a normal car. It was long, old-fashioned, deep green, almost black, with silver trim and windows tinted like secrets. Eddie suspected it was worth more than all the honest choices he had ever made combined. He walked toward the gate slowly. The cemetery watched him. The woman watched him better. When he got close enough, she smiled. The smile did not make her warmer. It made the air more expensive. It also made Eddie acutely aware that his hair was wet, his coat was torn, his lip was split, and his main symbol of authority was a shovel the dead ledger had already described as embarrassing. "Edward Crowe," she said. "Eddie," he said automatically. "Of course." Her eyes traveled over him, mud on his boots, torn coat, cut lip, dirty bandage around his hand, shovel on his shoulder. "You look exactly as I expected." "Then your expectations are rude." Her smile deepened. "And yours are low, good, that will save time." Eddie stopped just inside the gate. "You have me at a disadvantage." "Briefly," she said. "I doubt you tolerate that condition for long." "Depends who is causing it." "Vivienne Thorne." The name moved through the gate. The iron bars clicked once. The crows on the chapel roof went silent. The phone buzzed. Vivienne Thorne detected. Classification: witch. Status: living. Power rating: inconvenient. Financial resources: obscene. Intentions: layered. Threat level: elegant. Eddie glanced at his pocket. Inconvenient feels generous. Vivienne's eyes lowered to where the phone sat in his coat. "The ledger has introduced me, then." "It called you elegant." "How sweet." "It also called you a threat." "How accurate." Eddie rested both hands on the shovel handle. He hoped it looked casual. It probably looked like a young man clinging to gardening equipment during a nervous breakdown. "What do you want, Miss Thorne?" "Vivienne," she said. That was not an answer. It was a correction. Answers cost more. Eddie almost smiled. Almost. "Then I am afraid I am on a budget." "No," Vivienne said. "You are in debt. There is a difference." The gate bars seemed colder suddenly. Eddie's smile arrived fully, bright and false. "People keep saying that, but honestly, debt is just budget with commitment issues." Vivienne looked delighted for half a second. Then the delight vanished behind calculation. "May I come in?" The dead ledger buzzed before Eddie answered. "Do not invite witch without terms." Eddie cleared his throat. "Depends on the terms." "Very good, you can be taught." "I hate that I liked hearing that." Vivienne's red-gloved hand touched the gate. The iron hissed. Not steam, displeasure. She did not flinch. "I request temporary entry to Black Hollow Cemetery for the purpose of negotiation, assessment, and purchase offer. I will not remove bones, names, soil, resident property, grave markers, boundary stones, ledger pages, unquiet shadows, unpaid debts, or sealed assets without separate agreement. I will not open Plot 0. I will not alter the deed by force. I will not harm the acting manager unless attacked first, insulted beyond reason, or romantically misled in a way that creates contractual grounds." Eddie stared. That was incredibly specific. "I have excellent lawyers." The phone buzzed. "Terms incomplete but acceptable for initial entry. Recommendation: require guest bond." "Guest bond," Eddie said, pretending he knew what that meant. Vivienne's eyes glinted. "Already improving." She slipped one gloved hand into her coat and drew out a coin. It was black silver, larger than a pound coin, engraved with a thorn wrapped around a skull. She held it between two fingers. "A witch mark," she said. "Temporary courtesy bond. If I violate the terms, Black Hollow may take blood, memory, or equivalent inconvenience." The gate accepted the coin before Eddie touched it. One of the iron bars opened a mouth. Eddie had not known iron could have mouths. He was starting to dislike knowing things. The bar swallowed the coin. The gates opened. Vivienne Thorne stepped into Black Hollow Cemetery. The fog pulled away from her boots. That bothered Eddie more than he wanted to admit. Fog usually liked drama. For it to retreat meant the fog had read the room and made a mature decision. Vivienne looked around. Her expression changed. Only slightly, but Eddie saw it. Hunger, not for food, not even for money, for possession, recognition. A collector seeing a rare thing abandoned under dust. "Black Hollow," she whispered. "Sela's, you filthy old liar. You let everyone think it had gone dry." Eddie stepped beside her. "Gone dry. Dead cemeteries go dry. They lose boundary pressure. No restless current, no old agreements, no grave debt worth collecting. They become land with names on stones." Vivienne tilted her umbrella, studying Mausoleum Hill through the mist. "This place is not dry. This place is starving. People keep using that word. Because it is correct. I was hoping for metaphor. You inherited a cemetery that wants to digest you. Metaphor seems optimistic." Eddie looked toward the office. Nora was gone. Good, probably good. He did not need Nora and Vivienne Thorne in the same place. Nora had an iron poker and moral standards. Vivienne had a voice that made bad ideas sound like investments. Eddie had a developing sense that those two forces should not be introduced before lunch. The phone buzzed. Manager anxiety detected. "Keep private thoughts private," Eddie muttered. Vivienne glanced at him. "The ledger is talking. Frequently, rudely. It likes you." Eddie laughed. "That is a terrible interpretation of events." "No, a system that dislikes its manager goes quiet. It lets the cemetery teach." She walked slowly up the path, and Black Hollow seemed to listen. "The ledger mocks you because it expects you to react. Reaction is life. I prefer encouragement. You prefer applause." Eddie looked at her. "That is not entirely untrue. Most charming men confuse attention with nutrition. And most terrifying women arrive at private property before breakfast and insult the owner." Vivienne stopped. The word owner hung between them. She turned her head. "Are you?" Eddie held her gaze. "The gates opened for me. The office opened for me. The book yells at me. The cemetery threatened to eat me specifically. I feel ownership is implied." "No," Vivienne said softly. "That is management. Ownership is older." A breathing sound rolled under the ground ahead. Vivienne's eyes shifted toward row 17. "Ah," she said. "Intake damage." "Yes, apparently the graves are taking applications." "How many?" "That feels like privileged business information." "More than 5, then." Eddie did not answer. "More than 10." He smiled. "More than 20, she said. "That was not a question." "Your face answers when your mouth gets ambitious." "My face is under new management." The phone buzzed. False. Eddie pressed his lips together. Vivienne laughed. It was a low, pleased sound, and it made several nearby flowers turn toward her despite being dead. "You are very young," she said. There it was. The tone adults used when they found out you were 18 and immediately sorted you somewhere between a person and a weather condition. Eddie straightened. "I am legally adult, contractually trapped, and spiritually underqualified. Please respect the full range of my achievements." "Oh, I do." Vivienne stepped closer. Not too close. Close enough for Eddie to smell smoke, expensive perfume, and something sharp underneath, winter berries, maybe, or blood on silver. Most boys your age would be crying behind the office desk. "I cried professionally earlier, very quietly, good technique." "You are still standing. That is worth noting." The praise landed in a dangerous place. Eddie covered it with a grin. "I accept compliments in cash." "I brought cash." "That is the sexiest thing anyone has said to me this morning." The phone buzzed violently. Optional objective failing. Eddie coughed. Vivienne's smile sharpened. "Optional objective." "Nothing. Internal management targets." "Very boring." "Do not flirt with the witch." Eddie stared. She looked delighted. "The ledger still uses that one." "That one." "Managers are predictable." "I am not predictable." Vivienne looked him over again, slowly, appraisingly. Not like an adult dismissing a boy, like a predator deciding whether the trap in front of her was bait, prey, or entertainment. "No," she said, "you are worse. You improvise." Eddie had no good answer to that, so he changed the subject, which was one of the holy pillars of survival. "You said purchase offer. What exactly are you offering to purchase?" "Black Hollow Cemetery. Not for sale." The words came out too quickly. Eddie noticed. Vivienne noticed more. He adjusted. "I mean, not for sale until I understand what it is worth, which, due to recent breathing, may have gone up or down depending on the buyer." "The buyer is me." "Then definitely up." "There it is," she said. "What?" "The merchant under the panic. Good. I prefer honest greed. Hypocrites waste time." She walked toward the caretaker's office as if she already knew the way. Eddie moved to block her. It was a bad idea in several directions. She was not much taller than him, but she occupied space like she owned the air. The fog still avoided her. Even the crows watched politely. "Office is private," Eddie said. "It is where the deed sleeps." "The deed is not accepting visitors." "You have not seen it. You do not know that." She lifted one brow. "Fine," Eddie said. "You know that, but you do not know that I know you know that." "I know now." That sentence got away from me. Vivienne leaned slightly closer. "Move, Mr. Crowe." "Eddie." "Move, Eddie." His name in her mouth was a problem. It should not have been. He had heard his name from debt collectors, police officers, furious husbands, disappointed teachers, one priest, and a man who had claimed to be allergic to fraud. None of them had made it sound like a door opening somewhere warm and dangerous. Eddie kept his feet planted. "No." For a moment the cemetery held perfectly still. Then Vivienne's smile changed again. It became real enough to be alarming. "There you are," she said. "Where?" "Under the jokes." Eddie hated that. He hated being seen accurately. It was rude. People were supposed to see the performance, enjoy or resent it, and pay accordingly. Seeing past it without permission felt like theft. The phone buzzed. Manager boundary assertion detected. Manager authority increased, 2% to 3%. Eddie looked down. Vivienne's eyes lowered too. "Congratulations," she said. "You told a woman no and gained 1% of a cemetery." Personal growth is unpredictable. Do not make a habit of it. "Which part?" "Either." The office door opened behind Eddie, by itself. He turned. The dead ledger had opinions about privacy, apparently, and they were terrible. The blue-green lamp inside flickered. The chained book lay open on the desk. One drawer beneath the desk slid out 3 inches with a sound like a throat clearing. Vivienne's gaze locked on it. Eddie raised the shovel. "Do not." She did not move. Neither did he. The drawer slid out another inch. The ledger wrote on its open page, large enough to read from the doorway. "External claim pressure sufficient. Deed visibility unlocked." Eddie said, "I hate teamwork." Vivienne lowered her umbrella, closed it, and stepped into the office. Eddie followed close behind because if a witch was going to look at his dangerous magic property deed, he preferred to be present and look confused with authority. The room seemed smaller with Vivienne in it, not physically, socially. She looked at everything once. The coat, the stove, the shelves, the jar of teeth, the map. The nameplate with Sela's Crowe scratched bloody by old knife marks. The bone coins Eddie had left on the desk. The bandage around his hand. Her gaze paused at the bone coins. "You have already been paid." 3 coins, Eddie said. "I am trying not to let success change me." "For what?" "Customer complaint resolution." "Which resident?" "Mrs. Wren." Vivienne went very still. There, Eddie saw it, a crack in the perfect surface, not fear exactly, recognition. "Agatha Wren," Vivienne said. "You knew her." Everyone worth knowing knew of Mrs. Wren. Very few were foolish enough to know her personally. "I sold her a fake ghost policy." That sounds like Agatha's sense of humor. "She died." Also like Agatha. She came back as a hand. Vivienne looked at him. Briefly, a contractual hand attached to a grave issue. There was paperwork, I handled it with assistance, minimal screaming. And she paid you. Bone coins. Vivienne gave a soft laugh. Oh, Agatha, you vicious old darling. Eddie narrowed his eyes. Why does everyone in my life have previous relationships with corpses? The ledger wrote. Occupational hazard. Vivienne moved to the desk. The drawer beneath it slid open fully. Inside lay a flat black case. It was not large, about the size of a book, wrapped in old leather and bound with 3 tarnished silver clasps. No dust lay on it, no mold. Nothing touched it, not even the smell of the office. The case looked separate from the world, preserved by a rule that had never failed. On top of the case was a white card. Eddie Crowe. Temporary manager. Unconfirmed owner. Eddie looked at the ledger, unconfirmed. The ledger wrote, ownership confirmation requires deed recognition. And when were you planning to mention that? After you survived breakfast, Vivienne smiled, optimistic. Eddie took the black case. The silver clasps were cold under his fingers. The moment he touched the case, the breathing graves outside went quiet. Not dead quiet, listening quiet. He placed it on the desk. The phone buzzed. Warning, the black hollow deed is not a document. It is a living ownership instrument. Because normal paper would be tacky, Eddie said. Vivienne stood across from him, hands folded, eyes bright. Open it. You are enjoying this too much. I have waited years to see that case opened. That makes me want to open it less. Good, suspicion suits you. Eddie looked at her. Did Silas steal this from you? No. Did he steal something from you? Several things. Is one of them currently buried here? Her smile returned. You ask better questions when frightened. I do most things better when frightened. It is my natural environment. The ledger wrote. Open the deed. Eddie touched the first clasp. It opened with a click. The second opened before he touched it. The third resisted. A small thorn of silver slid from the clasp and pricked his bandaged palm. Ow. Blood dotted the leather. The case opened. Inside lay a sheet of black parchment. No, not parchment, skin. Eddie knew it without wanting to know it. It had the texture of something that had once been alive and had signed too many agreements since. Lines of pale ink twisted across it. Some were words. Some were grave markers. Some were tiny maps. Some were names that moved away when he tried to read them. At the top, in silver script, it said, The Black Hollow Deed. Ownership is a burden. Management is a threat. Rest is a contract. Below that was a blank space. Then Eddie's name began to write itself. Edward James Crowe. The letters appeared slowly, as if the deed was tasting him. Eddie recoiled. No, no tasting. Vivienne's eyes never left the deed. It recognizes you. It is spelling me. That is different. The deed continued. Current status, temporary manager. Bloodline accepted. Signature accepted. Soil claim pending. Ownership unconfirmed. Challenge window open. Eddie looked at Vivienne. She looked pleased. He looked back at the deed. Challenge window. The dead ledger wrote, External claims may be presented before ownership confirmation. There is a challenge window. Yes, you let people bid on me while the cemetery decides whether I am edible. Simplified but accurate. Vivienne placed a slim black envelope on the desk. It had not been in her hand a second before. My offer, she said. Eddie stared at it. How dramatic is the offer? Very. Money dramatic or blood dramatic? Both if necessary. He should not have opened it, obviously. There were moments in life when the correct choice was clear, glowing, and probably endorsed by responsible adults. Do not open the witch envelope was one of those moments. Eddie opened it. Inside was one sheet of cream paper folded once. He unfolded it. His mouth went dry. Vivienne Thorne offered to purchase all provisional ownership rights. management authority, physical grounds, associated boundary obligations, unresolved grave debt, resident records, and attached supernatural liabilities of Black Hollow Cemetery for a sum of money large enough to make Eddie briefly believe in forgiveness. It was not £500. It was not 5,000. It was not even 50,000. It was enough to clear every debt Eddie had, every debt he could imagine having, and several future debts he had not developed the imagination to commit yet. There was also a house, a real one, not a cemetery office with teeth in the mail slot. There was a passport. There was a trust. There was a clause providing continued personal protection from mundane creditors, supernatural claimants, and moderate demonic follow-up. Eddie looked at Vivienne. Moderate. Full protection from all demonic follow-up would be more expensive. This is already obscene. Thank you. He read the number again. The number remained obscene. The room seemed to tilt. For 1 second, Eddie saw a clean exit. No Pike brothers, no Barnaby Wren, no soil hunger, no graves breathing under his boots. No 30 nights countdown, no ledger mocking him, no names on stones, no dead people who paid in bone, no gray Tuncle Seelas, no Black Hollow, just money, travel, a room with a lock that did not have opinions, food that did not come with a warning, sleep. He had wanted exactly that less than 12 hours ago. The wanting hit him hard enough to make him angry. The dead ledger wrote, "Warning, temptation event in progress." "I noticed," Eddie said. Vivienne's voice softened. "You can leave, Eddie. You are 18. Whatever the ledger tells you, whatever seal is arranged, whatever Black Hollow thinks it owns, I can get you out." He hated that too. The offer was dangerous enough when it was money. Kindness made it worse. Why? He asked. Because the cemetery should not belong to a boy who fell into it through fraud. That's fair but insulting. Because Black Hollow is older than your bloodline and hungrier than your jokes. Because Seela's Crowe twisted its deed until the place learned bad habits. Because every breathing grave outside is a crack in a wall most people are too alive to see. She leaned closer over the desk. And because if you fail, Eddie, the cemetery will not just eat you. It will use you as mortar. It will press your mind into the boundary and leave enough of you awake to regret every signature you ever forged. The office went cold. The ledger did not correct her. That was the worst part. Eddie looked at the offer, then at the deed, then at Vivienne. "You care about my well-being. Do not look so alarmed. I care about many things. Your well-being is useful to mention first. Honest, chilling, refreshing. The second reason is that I want Black Hollow. There it is. The third reason is private. That means terrible. Usually." Eddie sat on the edge of the desk. The deed pulsed faintly beside him. The black parchment had not stopped moving. His name remained near the top, but roots of silver ink now crept around it, testing the blank spaces. "If I sign," he said, "what happens to the residents?" Vivienne's expression did not change, but the pause answered before she did. "They become my responsibility." That was not my question. It was my answer. Eddie tapped the offer with one finger. "What happens to Mrs. Wren? Agatha Wren has survived worse than me. What happens to grave 17? The intake graves, the wrong dead?" Vivienne removed one glove, slowly. Her bare hand was pale, slender, and marked with faint thorn-like scars around the wrist. They moved slightly under the skin. She touched the edge of the deed, not enough to claim it, just enough to make the parchment shiver. "I would stabilize what can be stabilized," she said. "Close what must be closed. Bind what resists. Burn what corrupts." Burn. Some graves cannot be corrected. So you kill them again. Some deaths require revision. Eddie laughed softly. "That sounds like something rich people put on a plaque after doing murder." Vivienne's eyes lifted to his. "Do not mistake me for gentle." "I didn't." "Good." The room tightened again. For a moment neither of them moved. Eddie felt the absurd heat of her attention across the desk. She was too close, too calm, too sure. She smelled like smoke and winter and contracts signed in rooms without windows. He had talked his way through plenty of flirtations. Most of them had been easy: smile, tease, leave before consequences. This was not easy. This was a knife with perfume. Vivienne's fingers brushed the deed, then his bandaged hand. Barely. A touch light enough to deny and precise enough to remember. "You are shaking," she said. "That is ownership stress." "No," she whispered. "That is survival instinct." Eddie looked at her mouth, then at the offer, then at the ledger which had gone suspiciously still. He pulled his hand back. "I need time." Vivienne smiled. "You have 29 nights." "I meant less threatening time." "Then take until sunset." The ledger wrote, "Do not accept verbal deadline from which." Eddie pointed at the page. "I was not going to." Vivienne read it upside down. "It worries for you. It worries about its meal plan." The deed pulsed. Outside, a grave breathed again, louder this time. Vivienne turned her head. "Something has noticed the deed is awake." Eddie lifted the shovel. "Something as in grave something, or which something?" "Both, if your luck is consistent." The office map flared. Row 17 pulsed red. Then which line? Then a small grave in the common rows. The phone buzzed. "Incoming disturbance." Source: deed exposure. Entity type: disputed claim residue. "What is disputed claim residue?" Eddie asked. The floor answered. A thin black line split the boards near the desk. Soil pushed up from underneath, carrying a smell of wet paper and old coins. The crack spread toward the deed case. Vivienne stepped back, hand lifting. A ring on her finger glowed dull red. "Do not let it touch the deed," she said. "What is it?" The boards bulged. The crack widened. A hand emerged, not Mrs. Wren's hand. This one was bigger, gray, swollen, and wrapped in strips of rotten paper covered in signatures. It slapped onto the floor, fingers digging into wood, then another hand. Then a head pushed through. The face was not a face. It was a stack of receipts forced into the shape of a skull. Names had been written where eyes should be. A mouth split open between two old legal stamps. The thing dragged itself halfway into the office and breathed ink. The ledger wrote, "Claim Leach." Eddie stared. "That is not a name. That is two bad nouns introduced by a drunk lawyer." The claim Leach turned toward the deed, its paper mouth opened. "Mine," it whispered. Vivienne's expression sharpened. "It feeds on disputed ownership. If it eats the deed before it recognizes you, Black Hollow becomes open claim." "Open claim to whom?" "Anyone old enough to know how to bite." The claim Leach lunged. Eddie hit it with the shovel. The blow made a sound like slapping a wet filing cabinet. The creature folded sideways, hit the wall, and immediately began unfolding itself. "I hate paperwork," Eddie said. The phone buzzed. "New quest: prevent deed consumption. Reward: bone coins X2. Deed status advancement. Manager authority increase. Failure: catastrophic paperwork." "Finally," Eddie said. "A failure condition I understand." The claim Leach launched toward the desk again. Vivienne spoke 3 words in a language that made Eddie's teeth ache. Red thorns of light burst from the floor and wrapped around the creature's legs. The claim Leach shrieked, a sound like contracts tearing in a flooded basement. Eddie grabbed the deed case and shoved it under one arm. "Can you kill it?" "Yes." "Great. But not without damaging the office. I hate how often property values matter now." The claim Leach twisted, cutting through the red thorns with paper fingers. Scraps of signatures fluttered from its body and stuck to the walls. One landed on Eddie's sleeve. He looked down. It had his name on it, not Edward James Crowe, Eddie, written in his own hand from one of his fake contracts. Cold spread through him. "It has my paperwork." Vivienne's gaze snapped to him. "What did you sell?" "Peaceful rest packages." "To whom?" "Old people mainly, some widows. One man who collected funeral bells." "Did you promise protection?" "Fake protection." Magic does not care whether you meant it. It cares whether someone believed it. The claim Leach pulled free, its paper mouth widened. "Paid," it whispered. Eddie saw Mrs. Wren's skeletal hand again. The contract, first payment received, he backed up. Vivienne caught his arm. Do not freeze. I am not freezing. I am considering. You are pale enough to be architecture. Move. The claim leech struck. Eddie moved, barely. The creature's paper fingers sliced through the air where his throat had been. They struck the coat rack instead. The old caretaker's coat fell to the floor like a collapsed person. The jar-labeled teeth shook off a shelf and smashed. Teeth scattered across the floor. Every single one bit the claim leech. The creature screamed. Eddie stared. Why did we not start with the teeth? The ledger wrote. Teeth jar was not labeled for combat. They are teeth. What else were they for? Vivienne used the distraction. She lifted her bare hand and drew a circle in the air. Red light followed her finger, forming a thorn ring. The ring tightened around the claim leech's middle, pinning it upright. Manager, she said. Yes. It is feeding on your false promises. Break them. Eddie gripped the deed case and the shovel. How? You are the liar. Unmake the lie. That is not a procedure. That is therapy with monsters. The claim leech turned its receipt face toward him. Names shifted across it. Mrs. Wren, Mr. Alden Price, Dorothy Field, Margaret Pike, Henry Sallow, people who had paid him, people who had believed him, people who had wanted peace badly enough to buy it from a boy with a fake stamp. Eddie felt something twist under his ribs. Guilt, probably. He disliked guilt. It was heavier than fear and less useful than money. The creature whispered in dozens of old voices. Guaranteed. Eddie tightened his jaw. The phone buzzed. Relevant skill available. Professional lying. Not now. Secondary use unlocked. Confession under duress. That feels worse. The dead ledger wrote. Speak correction. The claim leech strained against Vivienne's thorn ring. The teeth kept biting. Helpful, horrible little things. Eddie stepped forward. The thing's paper mouth opened. Guaranteed peaceful rest, it whispered. Eddie swallowed. No, he said. The creature paused. No guarantee, Eddie said louder. Crowe and Covenant was fake. The protection was fake. The prayers were copied. The stamp was stolen. The raven was from a pub menu. And I had no authority over demons, ghosts, grave curses, or whatever counts as awkward haunting. The office shook. Vivienne watched him carefully. Eddie forced himself to continue. I lied, they paid, the promise was false, the claim is invalid. The claim leech screamed. The names across its face began to burn, but one remained, Agatha Wren. The creature lunged again, dragging the thorn ring with it. She knew, Vivienne said sharply. Agatha knew you were lying. What? Say it. Mrs. Wren knew the plan was fake, Eddie said. The creature convulsed. She did not buy protection. She bought a witness. She used my signature. She used my lie. The name Agatha Wren split down the middle. The claim leech collapsed into a storm of wet receipts. Vivienne snapped her fingers. Red flame flashed. The receipts burned to ash before they hit the floor. Silence rushed in. Eddie stood breathing hard. The deed case was clutched against his chest. His bandaged hand had started bleeding again. The teeth on the floor clicked contentedly. The ledger wrote. Quest complete, prevent deed consumption. Reward, bone coins X2. Manager authority, 3% to 4%. Deed status, responsive. New skill fragment unlocked, claim correction. Note, confession improved performance. Eddie looked at the ledger. Do not make that a theme. Vivienne's red thorn ring faded. She took a slow breath and replaced her glove. You did well. Eddie looked at her, suspicious. Are you trying to seduce me with basic approval? Is it working? The phone buzzed. Optional objective, do not answer. Eddie said nothing. Vivienne smiled. Excellent, you can learn. The office door banged open. Eddie spun, shovel raised. Nora stood in the doorway. Yellow raincoat, storm lantern, iron poker. Her eyes went from Eddie to Vivienne to the ash on the floor to the open deed case to the broken teeth jar to Eddie's bleeding hand and finally back to Vivienne. The room became socially lethal. There were monsters that bit, contracts that ate, and graves that breathed, but Eddie recognized at once that none of them were as dangerous as two women silently deciding what question to ask first. Eddie's brain tried to run in 6 directions at once and tripped over all of them. "Nora," he said. Nora's expression did not change. "I forgot my lantern oil." It was in her hand. She knew it was in her hand. Eddie knew she knew. Vivienne definitely knew everyone knew. "This," Eddie said, gesturing with the shovel in a way that explained nothing, "is not what it looks like." The dead ledger wrote. "Correction, it is worse." Nora read the page. "Of course it is." Vivienne's gaze slid over Nora with precise interest. "And you are?" "Leaving," Eddie said quickly. Both women looked at him. "I mean she is leaving. Nora is leaving because she has. Cafe matters. Normal living people matters. Beans, toast, capitalism." Nora's eyes narrowed. "You told her my name." "You just did. You said it first." "Did I? Stress affects memory." Vivienne looked amused enough to be dangerous. "Nora," she said softly. "How charming." "Do not charm her," Eddie said. Nora looked at him. "Do not what?" "Nothing, I meant. Do not alarm her, the guest, the temporary guest, who is leaving soon." Vivienne did not move. "Am I?" Eddie smiled at her with desperate brightness. "You mentioned offers, very busy woman, expensive car, probably meetings. Witches have calendars, I assume. Full moons, sacrifices, tax planning." Nora's gaze sharpened. "Witch?" Eddie closed his eyes. That word came out faster than strategy. Vivienne laughed. Nora raised the poker slightly. "You invited a witch into Black Hollow." "With terms," Eddie said. "Did the terms include not opening the deed?" "The deed opened itself." "Did the terms include not bringing office monsters through the floor?" "That part was more implied." Nora looked at Vivienne. "What do you want?" Vivienne's smile cooled. "To purchase a cemetery from its acting manager." "He cannot sell it." "He can do many things badly before learning. He cannot do them legally." Eddie pointed at her. "That is true but hostile." Nora stepped into the office fully. The lantern flame bent toward Vivienne and went blue at the edges. Vivienne noticed. Nora noticed that she noticed. Eddie noticed both of them noticing and decided he hated observation as a concept. "Nora," he said. "Vivienne Thorne. Vivienne Nora Quinn." Brief introductions completed. Nobody needs to know anything else about anyone. The phone buzzed. First romantic liability intersection detected. Eddie slapped a hand over the screen in his pocket. Nora stared at him. Vivienne's smile became magnificent. Romantic liability. "Administrative error," Eddie said. Nora's eyebrows rose. "Romantic." "Liability is the key word." Vivienne turned to Nora. "How long have you known him?" "Since last night." "Ah, long relationship then." "We met because a grave was breathing." "That is how many meaningful relationships begin here." Eddie lifted both hands. "Wonderful, everyone is funny, the office monster is Ash, the deed is not eaten, the witch has made an offer, the neighbor has a poker, we are all alive technically. I suggest we separate before the room develops themes." The ledger wrote. "Suggestion wise." Nora looked at the deed case. "Close that." Vivienne said no. Eddie said, "I was leaning close." Both women said, "Eddie." He froze. Hearing that in stereo was powerful and bad. Outside, one of the breathing graves exhaled hard enough to rattle the office window. The map flared again. Which line pulsed red? Vivienne looked toward it. Nora's face tightened. "You triggered which line?" Nora said. "No," Vivienne said. "The deed did." "You came for the deed?" "Yes." "Then this is your fault." "Partly." Nora blinked, thrown by the honesty. Eddie said, "See, refreshing, terrible but refreshing." The dead ledger wrote. New disturbance, which line resonance? Cause, deed exposure plus thorn bloodline presence. Recommended action, escort guest to boundary or stabilize resonance. Eddie read it. Thorn bloodline. Vivienne's expression went still. Nora noticed. You are tied to the cemetery, Nora said. Vivienne folded her hands. Many families are tied to many regrettable places. That is a yes. That is a statement adjacent to privacy. The phone buzzed. Witch line instability increasing. From outside came a new sound, not breathing, singing, low, cracked, and far away. A woman's voice, maybe, or several. The melody crawled through the cemetery on wet grass and cold stone, sweet for half a note and rotten for the next. Vivienne closed her eyes. For the first time since Eddie had seen her, she looked genuinely angry. Silas, she whispered. Eddie gripped the shovel. I assume that is not a fond whisper. He buried something under witch line that did not belong to him. Nora's fingers tightened around the poker. My grandmother said no one sings there unless something wants a body. Your grandmother was well informed. She usually was. The singing grew louder, the office lamp dimmed. The map showed 7 graves along witch line pulsing in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The dead ledger wrote. Temporary quest chain available, silence witch line. Required participants manager, recommended participants, witch iron-bearing civilian. Eddie looked between them. Required participants manager, he read. That seems unnecessarily personal. Vivienne opened her umbrella inside the office. The fabric unfolded without hitting anything, wider than it should have been, black on the outside and red underneath like the inside of a mouth. I can quiet it, she said. Nora lifted the poker. I can make sure she does not use the quiet to steal something. Eddie looked at them both. Great teamwork, I hate it already. The phone buzzed. Warning, interpersonal volatility high. Thank you, haunted relationship counselor. They went outside. The cemetery had changed again. Morning should have made things simpler. Instead, witch line lay under a strip of unnatural shadow near the eastern wall, where old graves sat apart from the others behind iron railings twisted into thorn shapes. The grass there was darker, almost blue-black, and the fog clung low, coiling around the stones as if afraid to rise. The singing came from inside the fog. Eddie walked first because the glowing path insisted, and because both women somehow arranged themselves behind him without discussing it, which made him feel less like a leader and more like bait with legs. Vivienne moved on his left, umbrella tilted, red-gloved hand raised slightly. Nora moved on his right, lantern forward, poker ready. They did not look at each other, which was worse than arguing. Eddie tried to fill the silence. So, he said, does anyone have a simple explanation of which line? Something appropriate for a tired person, with no formal grave education. Nora said, buried witches. Vivienne said, wrong. Nora's jaw tightened, excuse me. The line was not built for witches. It was built by witches. There is a difference. My grandmother said they buried witch remains there. Later, yes. People love using old tools as prisons once they forget what the tools were for. Eddie nodded. I do that with mugs. Neither woman laughed. Tough crowd, he muttered. Vivienne continued. Witch line was once a boundary seam, a place where women with power could anchor Black Hollow without surrendering their names to it. They fed the cemetery enough magic to keep certain things contained. In return, the cemetery gave them burial rights no church could deny. Nora glanced at her. You sound like you admire them. I descend from one. The singing stumbled, then rose again louder. The dead ledger wrote on Eddie's phone. Witch line resonance identifying thorn blood. Eddie looked at Vivienne. It knows you. Black Hollow knows many things it failed to protect. That was not flirty. That was old hurt. Eddie heard it and for once did not make a joke. They reached the iron boundary of witch line. 7 graves pulsed inside. The first stone was cracked down the middle. The second had no name. The third had a wreath of rusted keys around its base. The fourth was covered in black moss. The fifth had been deliberately turned backward. The sixth was sunk so deep only the top showed. The seventh stood under a dead yew tree, and every branch of the tree pointed toward it. The singing came from the seventh. It was not loud, that made it worse. Loud things wanted attention. Quiet things already had plans. Nora lifted the lantern. Words appeared on the stone, not carved, written in moisture, Elspeth Thorne. Buried without consent. Do not wake her hunger. Eddie looked at Vivienne. Vivienne stared at the stone. Her face had gone white under its perfect control. Family? Eddie asked quietly. Great-grandmother, she said. Nora lowered the poker slightly. Sila's buried your great-grandmother here. No, Vivienne said. My family buried her here. Sila's changed the terms. The grave exhaled. A woman's voice came from beneath it. Thorne. Vivienne's hand closed around the umbrella handle. The dead ledger wrote. Wrong dead classification, consent damage. Record indicates burial valid. Resident objection indicates burial invalid. Conflict unresolved. Eddie read the screen. Consent damage, he said. That is a new flavor of awful. The grave breathed again. This time the soil rose and fell around the stone. Vivienne whispered, Elspeth. Nora looked at her sharply. Do not answer. She is my blood. So are a lot of terrible things, depending on family. Vivienne's eyes flashed. Eddie stepped between them with the shovel raised horizontally. Ladies, as much as I love standing between a witch and a woman with a poker, the ground is singing and I am the only one here officially edible. Priorities. The seventh grave cracked. Black roots pushed through the soil. They were not roots. Hair. Long, wet black hair threading up from underground. Nora swore. Vivienne spoke a word that made the iron railing ring. Eddie lifted the shovel. The hair snapped toward him. He swung. The shovel cut through a handful of strands. They writhed on the ground like worms, then turned to black smoke. The phone buzzed. Warning, resident seeks body contact. Do not allow hair, roots, smoke, tears, or promises to enter mouth, eyes, ears, open wounds, or romantic imagination. Eddie shouted, Why is romantic imagination included? Vivienne said, Because this is witch line. That explains nothing and somehow too much. The hair lashed again. Nora thrust the poker through it. Iron hissed. The strands recoiled from the metal, smoking. Iron works, she said. Vivienne opened her red-lined umbrella and spun it once. Thornlight scattered from its edges, pinning several strands to the grave. Iron hurts, she corrected. It does not resolve. Then resolve faster. Vivienne's eyes stayed on the stone. I need the original burial term. Eddie looked at the phone. Ledger. The screen typed. Access restricted. Which line records require manager authority 5%? Eddie shouted, I am at 4. Correct, give me 1% credit for showing up. Not how authority works. The grave split wider. A pale hand pushed through the black hair. Its fingers were long and jointed wrong, each nail marked with a tiny red thorn. Vivienne stopped breathing. Nora saw her stop. Eddie saw Nora see it. The situation was becoming beautifully terrible. Vivienne, Eddie said, if you have a private family revelation coming, please schedule it for after the grabbing hand. The hand reached toward Vivienne. The voice under the grave whispered, Blood opens blood. The phone buzzed, resident attempting bloodline override. Vivienne lifted her bare hand. Nora grabbed her wrist. Do not, Nora said. Vivienne's voice went low. Let go. It wants you to touch it. She is trapped. So are we if you give it what it wants. Eddie had a bad idea. It was not unusual, most of his ideas were bad. The difference was that this one felt useful. Can a manager speak a temporary term, he asked. The dead ledger buzzed. At authority 4%, temporary verbal restraint permitted if supported by proper object, proper witness, and partial truth. I have a shovel, 2 hostile witnesses, and a lifetime of partial truth. Acceptable. Vivienne and Nora both looked at him. Eddie stepped toward the grave, the hair writhed, the hand turned, the voice whispered, "Manager." He hated how many dead things knew his job title. "Elspeth Thorne," Eddie said, hoping the words sounded more official than his pulse felt. "Resident of which line, buried under disputed consent, you will not rise by blood, hunger, hair, smoke, grief, or trick until the record is read." The hair paused, the ledger wrote. "Continue." Eddie swallowed. "You will not claim Vivienne Thorne by blood. You will not claim Nora Quinn by witness. You will not claim me by manager stupidity, which is apparently legally different from consent." Nora made a small sound that might have been a laugh under pressure. Vivienne's mouth twitched despite everything. The hand trembled. Eddie drove the shovel blade into the soil at the foot of the grave. "By name, by blood, by soil, wait." The cemetery pulled in a breath. For one awful second nothing happened. Then the hair dropped. The hand sank back into the earth. The crack in the grave did not close, but it stopped widening, the singing cut off. The silence afterward felt bruised. The phone buzzed. Temporary restraint established. Duration until sunset. Manager authority 4% to 5%. Which line records unlocked. Note phrase improvised. Legally sloppy. Emotionally adequate. Eddie leaned on the shovel. "Emotionally adequate is going on my gravestone." Nora exhaled slowly. Vivienne was still staring at Elspeth Thorne's grave. For the first time since she had arrived, she did not look expensive, untouchable, or amused. She looked like someone had opened a locked family room and let the smell of old guilt out into the rain. "Sunset," she said. "Yes," Eddie said, "which gives us plenty of time if we ignore how time works." The ledger wrote on his phone. "Which line record available in office. Recommendation, review before accepting Thorne purchase offer." Eddie looked at Vivienne. Her face had closed again, but not fully. Something underneath remained visible now. "You knew your family was here," he said, "but not this." "I knew Elspeth was buried at Black Hollow. I knew Silas had altered a term. I did not know she had been made hungry." Nora said, "And you still want to buy the cemetery?" Vivienne's eyes turned sharp, especially now. "To save her. To own the power to decide what saving means." Nora's grip tightened on the poker. Eddie stepped in again, already tired of being the fragile social fence. "We are going back to the office," he said. "We are reading the record. Nobody buys, burns, kisses, opens, claims, or stabs anything until after paperwork." The phone buzzed. "Unexpectedly competent plan detected. Thank you. Do not get used to it." They returned to the caretaker's office in a line that said no one trusted anyone, but everyone currently preferred not dying. Eddie went first because the glowing path made him. Nora followed, lantern bright. Vivienne walked last, umbrella closed, face unreadable. At the office door, Eddie stopped. "Before we enter," he said, "I would like to establish one simple rule." Nora said, "No lying." Vivienne said, "No naive rules." Eddie sighed. "Fine. One complicated rule. Nobody uses personal revelations, hidden bloodline trauma, supernatural wealth, confusing eye contact, or aggressively attractive silence to manipulate the manager until after the record is read." Vivienne smiled. "Aggressively attractive silence. I stand by the phrase." Nora muttered, "You would." They went inside. The dead ledger had already turned to a new page. Which line record? Elspeth Thorne. The text below was smudged, crossed out, overwritten, corrected, and corrected again. Some of the ink was black, some red, some silver, some looked too much like old blood. Eddie read aloud because the ledger seemed to enjoy humiliating him into responsibility. "Elspeth Thorne, boundary seam worker. Contracted with Black Hollow Cemetery to anchor Eastern Line in exchange for independent burial rights, name retention, and non-consumption of bloodline." Vivienne stood very still. Nora's face tightened. Eddie continued. "Original term, upon death, body to be buried in which line, name intact, hunger sealed, voice permitted only to bloodline during approved rites." The page flickered. A second layer of writing appeared. Altered term, Eddie read. By authority of manager Silas Crowe, witness unknown, reason classified. Hunger unsealed, voice restricted, name partially diverted, bloodline access converted to emergency anchor. Nora whispered he used her. Vivienne's face had gone cold enough to freeze the lamp. Eddie read the last line. Current state, resident conscious, hungry, unable to rest, unable to rise, able to recognize thorn blood. The room was silent. Then the ledger added. Correction requires. Original witness, thorn blood consent, manager authority 10% or temporary substitute mechanism. Eddie looked up. Original witness unknown. Manager authority not even close. Thorn blood consent is standing here looking like murder in a coat. What is substitute mechanism? The page wrote. Purchase offer may create leverage. Vivienne smiled without humor. There it is. Nora looked between them. What does that mean? Vivienne answered before the ledger could. If I become owner, I can correct my family's graves. The ledger wrote. Partially accurate, Eddie pointed. Partially is where disasters live. The page continued. If Vivienne Thorne claims ownership before Eddie Crowe confirmation, Thorne bloodline debts merge with Black Hollow deed. Immediate stabilization possible. Long-term resident autonomy uncertain. Plot 0 seal status vulnerable. The final phrase landed hard. Plot 0. Vivienne did not look away fast enough. Eddie saw it. Nora saw him see it. Why does plot 0 matter to you? Eddie asked. Vivienne slipped her glove back on slowly. Because Silas buried more than family mistakes here. That is not an answer. It is a warning. You keep doing that. You keep surviving long enough to deserve better ones. The phone buzzed. Manager authority 5% reached, deed responsive. Ownership confirmation path unlocked. The black deed on the desk pulsed once. Eddie's name brightened. A new line appeared below it. Ownership confirmation available. Requirements. Sign in blood, accept all current debts, refuse or resolve external claim. Eddie laughed. It was not a good laugh. Accept all current debts. The ledger wrote. Yes, how many debts? Calculating, the phone buzzed. Estimated grave debts 631. Boundary debts 12. Which line debts 7. Plot 0 debts classified. Silas Crowe personal debts excessive. Eddie stared at the list. Excessive is not a number. It is a warning. Vivienne placed her offer beside the deed. Or, she said, you let me resolve them. Nora said, by owning everything. By being qualified. Qualified people do terrible things with paperwork. Unqualified people do terrible things by accident. Both of them looked at Eddie. I am in the room, he said. Yes, Nora said, that is the concern. Eddie picked up Vivienne's offer again. The number still glittered like salvation. The deed waited, the ledger waited, Vivienne waited. Nora watched him like she was trying to see whether there was anything under the grin worth trusting. Outside, the breathing graves waited too. Eddie thought of running. He was good at running. He could take the offer, let Vivienne handle the hungry graves, walk out with enough money to become someone else. Someone clean. Someone with shoes that did not leak. Someone who had not heard Mrs. Wren say first payment received from under the earth. Someone who did not know empty graves could breathe. Then he thought of Mrs. Wren's name burning off the claim leach. He thought of Elspeth Thorne under the soil, hungry because Silas had rewritten her rest. He thought of Nora saying a breathing grave was asking for something. He thought of Black Hollow looking less like property and more like a room full of people nobody had listened to correctly. That was irritating. Guilt kept returning, wearing different hats. Eddie put the offer down. I am not signing today. Vivienne's expression did not change. Nora's did, only slightly. Relief maybe, or concern. That is not a refusal, Vivienne said. It is a delay. I am a professional. A professional delay. I have avoided consequences for years with less. The ledger wrote. External claim unresolved. However, manager has refused immediate transfer. Deed status more responsive. Manager authority remains 5%. Ownership confirmation available but not required until challenge deadline. Challenge deadline, Eddie asked. The deed answered, not the ledger, the deed. The silver writing across the black skin shifted and a new line appeared. Challenge window closes at next midnight. Eddie stared. Midnight, tonight. The deed pulsed. Vivienne smiled softly. Then I will return before midnight. Nora said, you are not welcome. Vivienne looked at Eddie. That is not her decision. Eddie felt the room lean toward him. He hated authority. Authority was just responsibility with a better coat. You may return before midnight, he said. Same entry terms. No touching the deed. No opening plot 0. No feeding on anyone's bloodline. No office monsters. No seduction clauses. Vivienne's eyes lit. Seduction clauses. I am learning from my environment. The ledger wrote. Terms accepted by cemetery if guest agrees. Vivienne inclined her head. I agree. Nora muttered too quickly. I heard that, Vivienne said. Good. Eddie stepped between them again. Wonderful. Productive hostility. Big fan. Vivienne, you were leaving. Was I? Yes. Which line is restrained until sunset? The deed is awake. The office teeth have already had breakfast, and I need to not be in a room with both of you until my vocabulary recovers. Vivienne moved toward the door. At the threshold, she stopped and looked back. A warning, Eddie. I collect those now. Black Hollow does not make mistakes about blood. If it accepted you, Silas chose you for a reason. Find out why before the cemetery does. Is that supposed to make sense? Eventually. I hate eventually. She smiled, then her gaze shifted to Nora. Guard him if you like, but do not confuse proximity with claim. Nora's expression went flat. I am not claiming him. No, Vivienne said, not yet. Eddie made a strangled sound. And on that socially catastrophic note, goodbye. Vivienne stepped outside. Her umbrella opened with a whisper. The fog parted for her as she walked down the path toward the gate. Nora stood beside Eddie in the doorway and watched her go. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then Nora said, she is going to be a problem. Eddie watched Vivienne's black figure move between the graves like she had been born from a better class of nightmare. Yes, he said. Nora looked at him. You sounded too pleased. That was fear wearing a nice jacket. Do not trust her. I do not trust anyone who arrives with paperwork before breakfast. You are lying. Partially. Nora shook her head and turned away from the door. I need to go, for real this time. My uncle will already be looking for me. You came back. I heard singing from which line? Still. She looked at him, something almost softened. Then she ruined it on purpose. Do not look proud. It makes you look younger. I am legally adult. You keep saying that like the cemetery asked for ID. It did spiritually. She picked up her lantern oil from the shelf, proving the excuse had become retroactively true. Do not sign anything, she said. I have learned nothing if not that. The ledger wrote. Debatable, Nora pointed at the book. Do not let him sign anything. The ledger wrote. Attempts ongoing, good. She went to the door. Eddie said, Nora. She stopped, thanks. The word came out too simple, too plain, no glitter, no joke. It stood there in the room, embarrassingly honest. Nora studied him, for what? Coming back, hitting things, not immediately letting the witch buy me with the cemetery. General neighborly support. Do not make it weird. I make everything weird. It is part of my civic identity. She almost smiled, almost. Stay alive until sunset, she said. I have ambitious plans to do that longer. Start with sunset. Then she left. Eddie watched her cross the grounds toward the east wall, yellow raincoat fading into fog and pale morning. When she disappeared beyond the stones, the cemetery felt larger again. Vivienne reached the gate at the same moment. The gates opened for her. Her car door opened without a driver. Before she got in, she turned and looked back across Black Hollow. Even at that distance, Eddie felt her attention land on him. Then the phone buzzed. Message received. Eddie looked down. A new notification appeared, not from the dead ledger interface, but over it, written in elegant red letters. Vivienne Thorne. Midnight, Mr. Crowe. Do not sell yourself cheaply before I return. Eddie stared. She can text through the haunted phone. The ledger wrote. Unfortunately, block her. Unable, why? She tipped the phone. Eddie rubbed his face. Of course she tipped the phone. The car rolled away beyond the gates. The gates shut. Silence settled. For one long moment, Eddie stood in the office doorway with the shovel in his hand, the deed awake on the desk, and Black Hollow Cemetery breathing in fragments around him. He had survived the witch. Technically. He had refused the offer. Temporarily. He had gained manager authority. Barely. He had discovered which line had been sabotaged. Sela's had rewritten graves. Vivienne's family had blood in the soil. Nora was much harder to lie to than was convenient. And Midnight now held a legal challenge window, which was exactly the kind of phrase Eddie would have mocked yesterday before life became a haunted invoice. The dead ledger turned a page. New objectives. 1. Review Black Hollow deed before midnight. 2. Stabilize witch line before sunset. 3. Refuse, resolve, or survive Vivienne Thorne's claim. 4. Do not open plot 0. Eddie looked at the fourth line. You keep saying that. The ledger did not respond. The deed pulsed once on the desk. Then the cemetery map shifted. At the far back of Black Hollow, beneath the 3 red circles, plot 0 darkened again. A thin red line appeared, then another, not on the map, on the office window. Eddie turned slowly. The glass had fogged from the outside. Words formed in the mist. Not written by a finger, written from the other side of breath. Do not give her the deed. Eddie stared at the message. His mouth went dry. The letters faded. New ones appeared. She does not want Black Hollow. The office lamp went out. The phone buzzed once. The dead ledger wrote. Plot 0 communication attempt detected. Do not respond. Eddie did not move. He had been warned not to answer, which was reasonable advice, and therefore exactly the kind of advice his life had trained him to mishandle. The final line appeared on the window, slow and elegant and intimate, each letter forming like a secret pressed against glass. She wants me. Outside, far beyond the office, beneath the oldest soil in Black Hollow Cemetery, something behind plot 0's sealed stone laughed softly, not like a monster, like a woman who had been waiting a very long time. End of chapter 3. If Vivienne Thorne made you suspicious, good. Subscribe because chapter 4 brings a hunter to the gate. Chapter 4. Hunter at the gate. Eddie Crowe did not sleep after plot 0 laughed. This was not because he had suddenly developed discipline. Eddie had never trusted discipline. Discipline was what adults recommended when they had no money, no imagination, and a suspicious interest in morning routines. He did not sleep because Black Hollow Cemetery had learned his name, his lies, his debts, his shoe size, and apparently his future nutritional value. Also, a dead woman in a sealed plot had just warned him not to give the deed to a witch, and something behind the sealed stone had laughed like it had been waiting years to see him make exactly the wrong decision. Sleep, under those circumstances, felt optimistic. By dawn, Eddie was sitting behind the caretaker's desk with wet hair, a torn coat, 5 bone coins, a shovel across his knees, and the expression of a man who had aged spiritually by 30 years and physically by 1 bad night. Outside, Black Hollow Cemetery steamed under the first gray light. Rain had stopped, but the whole world looked recently drowned. Mist clung low around the graves. Water dripped from iron railings. The broken chapel stood in the middle of the grounds like a bad decision built out of stone. Inside the office, the dead ledger lay open on the desk. It had been turning pages by itself for 10 minutes. Eddie hated that. Paper should not have opinions. Books should not move without permission. Ledgers especially should understand boundaries. A ledger was meant to sit politely, contain numbers, and make rich people feel important. It was not meant to sigh at him. The dead ledger sighed again. Eddie pointed the shovel at it. "Don't start." The page stopped turning. Fresh black letters wrote themselves across the paper. Manager alertness, poor. I've been awake for 28 hours. Manager grooming, tragic. I've been fighting corpses. Manager smell, legally questionable. Eddie looked down at himself. His shirt was damp, muddy, and stained with something he was choosing to believe was cemetery soil. His boots were wet. One sleeve was torn. There was a scratch across his cheek and a bruise under his ribs from when Grave 17 had decided that customer service meant trying to climb inside him. He looked back at the ledger. "I smell heroic." The ink paused, heroism not detected. Then update your sensors. Fraud detected. Eddie leaned back and closed his eyes. The chair creaked beneath him. It had not forgiven him for existing. On the desk beside the ledger lay the black hollow deed. The deed had refused to go back into the drawer after Vivienne Thorne left. It rested on the wood like a sleeping animal. Not paper, not parchment, something darker, something that remembered skin. The text on it shifted whenever Eddie looked too long, as if the deed was embarrassed to be read by someone with no legal training and mud on his trousers. At the bottom, a blank line waited for his blood. Eddie had not signed. This was the first intelligent decision he had made in days, which made him suspicious of it. The dead ledger wrote again. Current status summary available. No. Current status summary mandatory. Still no. Current status summary commencing. Eddie groaned. This is why people hate administration. The ledger ignored him because administration had never cared about being loved. Necropolis, Black Hollow Cemetery. Current level 1, progress to level 2, 4%. Manager Eddie Crowe. Manager status temporary, contested, edible under failure conditions. Manager authority 5%. Bone coins 5, active crisis categories excessive. Known active intake graves 16. Potential intake graves 42. Which line unstable. Plot 0, perimeter listening. External claim pressure delayed until midnight. Current deadline 28 nights, 19 hours, 12 minutes. Eddie stared at the line that said edible. I keep telling you that's not an administrative category. It is the most accurate category. It's rude. Accuracy often is. The office window clicked. Eddie looked up. For 1 second the glass was black, not reflecting the room, not reflecting him, just black. Then white letters appeared in the condensation. Do not trust the hunter. Eddie went very still. The letters faded. The glass cleared. Beyond the window, rows of wet graves sat silent in the mist. Eddie slowly turned toward the ledger. Hunter. The page remained blank. Don't do that. You always have something insulting to say. The ledger wrote one word. Incoming. A bell rang at the front gate. It was not the chapel bell. That one had no clapper, no rope, and according to the dead ledger, no legal right to sound until level 3. This bell came from the gate itself. One sharp iron note, then another, then a third hard enough to shake dust from the shelves. Eddie stood. His spine made a small complaint, so did his knees. So did the rest of him, but Eddie had no time to host a committee. The phone in his pocket buzzed. Unauthorized presence at front gate. Classification hunter. Threat level armed, competent, annoyed. Recommended response caution. Optional response do not flirt. Eddie looked at the phone. Why is that always your second thought? Historical pattern emerging. I have known you for 2 days. Sufficient data. The gate bell rang again. Eddie grabbed the manager's shovel. The shovel was still the worst shovel in the cemetery, but it had become his worst shovel, and Eddie was not emotionally prepared to examine what that meant. He opened the office door. Cold morning air slid in. The cemetery smelled of wet stone, grave soil, and the faint coppery aftertaste left behind by disturbed death. He stepped out onto the path and pulled his coat tighter. The glowing guideline appeared beneath his boots. It led to the front gate. Of course it did. Could we not for once guide me toward breakfast? The phone buzzed. Breakfast unlocked at level 2. I hate you. Emotional dependency forming. That's not dependency, that's hostage bonding. He followed the line. Black Hollow looked almost peaceful in the gray light. Almost. The kind of almost that got people killed in fairy tales. The graves were still. The broken chapel was quiet. The witch line did not whisper. The unmarked field beyond the north wall lay buried in fog. Even Plot Zero at the far back remained hidden behind distance and mist. But Eddie could feel attention moving under the ground. Not eyes, roots, names. Old promises turning their faces toward the gate. By the time he reached the main path, the bell rang again. The iron note traveled along the fence like a warning. Eddie passed the cracked fountain with the two-toothed lamb and muttered, "If the hunter has a badge, we are pretending this is a landscaping emergency." The phone buzzed. Pretending does not alter jurisdiction. It alters confidence. Fraudulent confidence is your primary survival trait. Finally, recognition. He reached the front gate. A woman stood on the other side. For a moment, Eddie forgot the joke he had been preparing. She was not dressed like Vivienne Thorne. No expensive coat, no perfect gloves, no umbrella that looked like it had been designed by a murderer with taste. This woman looked like she had walked through 3 fights, won 2, and was still annoyed about the third. She was young, early 20s at most, with dark hair pulled back under a hood, sharp cheekbones, and eyes the pale green of broken bottle glass. She wore a fitted black coat reinforced at the shoulders and elbows, dark trousers tucked into heavy boots, and a belt carrying enough knives to make Eddie reconsider several opinions about romance. A short crossbow hung at her hip. A long silver-edged blade rested across her back. Her right hand held a folded piece of parchment. Her left held the gate bell chain. She looked Eddie up and down, not appreciatively, professionally, like she was estimating which parts of him would scream first. "You the manager?" she asked. Eddie leaned on the shovel and smiled. The smile hurt because of his cut lip, but Eddie believed in suffering for the brand. "Depends who's asking." She did not blink. "Mara Voss." The phone buzzed in Eddie's pocket. Mara Voss, hunter lineage verified. Affiliations unclear. Known activities: grave breach response, spirit termination, corpse correction, boundary violence. Disposition: hostile, attraction risk, inconvenient. Eddie coughed. Mara's eyes narrowed. What was that? Seasonal allergies. In a cemetery. Lot of pollen from dead flowers. She looked at the gate bars, then at the shovel, then back at his face. "You are the manager." "Temporarily." "That's worse. Everyone keeps saying that, with no respect for my feelings." Mara lifted the parchment. "I have a hunter's writ for entry into Black Hollow Cemetery. Open the gate." Eddie glanced at the phone. The screen displayed. Hunter's writ detected. Authenticity genuine, authority limited, entry rights contested, recommended action deny entry unless terms are accepted. Eddie straightened. He enjoyed terms. Terms were where he hid the trapdoor. "Black Hollow is currently under active restoration," he said. "All visitors must state their purpose, accept liability, and agree not to damage property, disturb residents, steal bones, insult management, open sealed plots, or romantically engage with catastrophic assets." Mara stared. What was the last one? New policy, very modern. Open the gate. Purpose of visit. To kill something. Could you be more specific? We have a lot of somethings. Mara stepped closer to the bars. The gate did not move, but the iron seemed to tense. "A wrong risen crossed your north boundary before dawn. I tracked it here. If you don't let me in, it will start feeding on names by noon, then faces by nightfall, then family lines by the second sunrise." Eddie considered that. "That sounds bad." "It is bad." "Is it worse than letting an armed stranger into my cemetery?" "For you, probably not. For everyone else." "Yes." The phone buzzed. Threat description plausible. Eddie exhaled through his nose. Fine terms. Mara's mouth tightened. I don't do terms. Then you don't do entry. She looked at him for a long second. Then she smiled. It was small, it was not friendly, it made Eddie think of knives being cleaned. You're new. Painfully. You think the gate listens to you. The gate and I have a developing relationship. Good, develop fast. Mara pressed the hunter's writ against the bars. The parchment darkened. Symbols burned across it in silver. The gate hissed. Eddie stepped back. The phone buzzed sharply. Hunter's writ invoking emergency breach authority. Gate override attempted. Manager response required. What response? Suggested response, stop her. With what? Available assets, shovel, sarcasm, poor judgment. I hate how honest you are. Mara whispered something in a language Eddie did not know. The bars clicked. The lock turned from the outside. Eddie lunged. He had no plan. Eddie often began with no plan and trusted his mouth to build a bridge while his body was already falling. In this case, his body reached the gate just as the left side swung inward. Mara stepped through. Eddie swung the shovel across the opening. She caught the handle with one hand. That was his first indication that the morning was about to become educational. She twisted. The shovel almost left his grip. Eddie held on because property ownership had reduced his options. Mara stepped in close, turned her shoulder, and used his own grip to pull him off balance. The world tilted. Eddie hit wet gravel on his back. Air left his lungs in a sound that did nothing for his dignity. The shovel landed beside him. Mara stood over him with one boot on the handle. Manager, she said. Eddie stared up at her. Rainwater dripped from the gate above. Hunter, he wheezed. She bent slightly. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. That's comforting. Usually women wait until the second conversation to establish that. Mara's eyebrow moved. The phone buzzed in Eddie's pocket. Optional objective failed. Do not flirt. Mara looked down. Is your pocket judging you? Constantly. She took her boot off the shovel. Eddie sat up, grabbed the handle, and tried not to look like his ribs had filed a complaint. Mara walked past him without waiting. The gate remained open behind her. The cemetery mist shifted toward her, curious and offended. The phone buzzed. Unauthorized entry completed. Hunter Bond, absent. Liability, yours. Naturally, Eddie muttered. He scrambled to his feet. You can't just walk in. Mara did not turn. Already did. This is private property. So is a stomach. Things still get cut out of it. Eddie closed his mouth. That was a strong line. He resented it. He caught up with her near the fountain. Mara had already drawn a small silver compass from her coat. It did not point north. The needle spun toward the common rose, then the north wall, then back toward Eddie. She tapped it. The needle pointed at Eddie again. That better not mean what I think it means, Eddie said. Depends what you think it means. I think it means your expensive little panic toy finds me suspicious. It finds unstable death signatures. Rude. Accurate. Everyone here loves that word. Mara finally looked at him properly. Her eyes were sharper up close, not pretty in the soft way, dangerous pretty, the kind that made a person want to step closer and step back at the same time. How old are you? She asked. Old enough to own property. That's not an answer. 18. Her expression changed. Not pity, worse, assessment. Black Hollow took an 18-year-old manager. I prefer selected a rising talent. It selected food. Eddie pointed at her. That is exactly what the book said, and I need everyone to stop agreeing with the book. Mara looked toward the office. The dead ledger is awake. Unfortunately. And talking. Mostly insulting. She muttered something under her breath. What? You're in more trouble than I thought. That's become a competitive category. Mara turned toward the north wall. The compass needle shook. Where is your boundary register? In the office, probably. Everything terrible is in the office. Show me. You just threw me on the ground. And now I'm asking nicely. That was nice. For me. Eddie considered arguing. Then the compass needle jerked hard enough to click against its glass. From somewhere near the north wall came a sound like a bell being dragged through mud. Mara's face changed. All humor, if she had any, disappeared. Move, she said, toward the horrible sound. Yes. I was worried you'd say that. The phone buzzed. New quest, assist hunter at the gate. Objective, identify and contain boundary intruder. Reward, boundary data manager authority increase possible survival. Penalty for refusal, escalation. Optional objective, retain dignity. Current probability, low. Eddie stared at the screen. Possible survival, that's not a reward. That's the minimum expected service. Mara was already walking. Eddie followed because the cemetery had made it clear that staying behind would probably become a digestive arrangement. They moved past the fountain and into the common rows. The morning mist thickened as they went north. The gravestones changed. Near the gate they had been old, crooked, half-readable. Here they became worse. Names scratched out, dates reversed. Little offerings placed upside down. Some graves had black ribbons tied around the stones. Some had bells, some had both. Mara noticed the bells. Who put those there? Not me. I only got here last night. Last night. Early career stage. Mara stopped so abruptly Eddie nearly walked into her. You've been manager less than a day. Time is a social construct. No, it's a countdown in your ledger. Eddie narrowed his eyes. How do you know that? She looked at him. Because every hungry necropolis uses a countdown. Every. The ones that survive long enough to get ambitious. He did not like that sentence. A grave bell rang ahead. Tiny, silver, wrong. Mara lifted one hand. Eddie stopped. The phone in his pocket dimmed without being touched. Stealth recommended. Eddie whispered, do I look like a stealth person? No, then why recommend it? Hope is not yet disabled. Mara crouched beside a grave marked EDWIN Lark. The stone had been scraped clean down one side as if something had shaved off part of the name. Only EDW remained. Below the name, the earth was smooth, too smooth. Mara touched the soil with 2 fingers, then rubbed them together. Fresh pull. Pull. Something took part of the name. Eddie looked at the stone. Can names be taken? Mara gave him a look that suggested he had asked whether knives could be pointy. In a place like this? Yes. Names hold the dead down, dates pin them, epitaphs weigh them. Take enough of a name and the grave forgets who it belongs to. The phone buzzed. Hunter explanation acceptable. Mara looked at his pocket again. That thing talks to you. It talks at me. Don't trust it. The office window warning flashed in Eddie's memory. Do not trust the hunter. He looked at Mara. It said the same about you. Good, that means it's awake enough to be afraid. Another bell rang, closer. Mara rose and drew a short blade from her belt. The blade was dull silver with a black handle wrapped in red thread. Eddie tightened his grip on the shovel. Do I get a briefing? If it has no face, don't let it touch yours. If it has a face, don't believe it. If it says your full name, hit it before it finishes. That is not a briefing. That is 3 ways to panic. Then panic quietly. They continued. The north side of Black Hollow was older than the rest. The wall there leaned inward, built from dark stone threaded with pale roots. Several sections had cracked. Thorny vines grew over the top, thick and black, twisting through rusted iron spikes. Beyond the wall lay the unmarked field, hidden under a bank of white mist. Eddie could not see far into it. He was grateful. At the base of the wall, one of the stones had been pulled out. Not fallen, pulled. The gap was narrow. Too narrow for a person to climb through. Wide enough for a hand, or a mouth, or whatever death used when it stopped pretending to have bones. Mara knelt before the gap. The compass needle spun madly. Boundary breach, she said. The phone buzzed. North wall breach detected. Status, active, cause, external interference. Manager authority insufficient for full repair. How insufficient? Eddie asked. The phone answered. Embarrassingly, Mara glanced over her shoulder. Did it just insult you? We have a rhythm. She reached into the wall gap and pulled out a strip of black ribbon. The ribbon was wet, not with rain, with ink. Symbols crawled across it, trying to hide from the light. Mara's mouth hardened. Someone marked this boundary. Someone meaning a current someone. Someone who knew the wall. That sounds like Sela's. Mara's head turned slowly. Sela's Crowe. Eddie regretted speaking. Maybe, possibly, Gray Tunkel, previous manager, dead, allegedly. Family is complicated when cemeteries are involved. Mara stood. Sela's is dead. You sound very sure. I watched him burn. Eddie's fingers tightened on the shovel. That's a specific family anecdote. 7 years ago, outside Grimsby, he opened a municipal ossuary and tried to sell the names inside to a choir of starving dead. My mother led the hunt. I was there. Sela's Crowe died screaming in a salt circle. The mist near the wall shifted. The phone buzzed. Statement conflicts with dead ledger records. Eddie looked down. Of course it does. Mara stepped closer. What does it say? That your memory and my death book are in disagreement. Show me. It's shy. She reached for the phone. Eddie pulled it back. Personal device. It's a ledger interface. It's still got my photos on it. You look like a person who should not have photos. I feel judged by your face. A sound came through the wall gap. A wet inhale. Both of them stopped. Mara lifted her blade. Eddie raised the shovel. The gap darkened. Something on the other side whispered, Edward. Eddie's blood went cold. Mara hissed, do not answer. I knew that. The thing whispered again, Edward James. The phone buzzed hard enough to hurt. Name attack detected. Eddie stepped back. Mara moved faster. She slashed the black ribbon in half. The whisper became a scream. A hand shot through the gap. It was too long. The fingers had too many joints. Its skin was gray and shiny like wet clay. Where fingernails should have been, small brass nameplates clicked against the stone. Eddie swung the shovel. The blade hit the wrist. The hand snapped sideways but did not break. Mara drove her silver knife through the palm and pinned it to the wall. The thing behind the wall shrieked. Names poured out of the sound. Edwin Lark, Thomas Reed, Mary Vale, Agatha Wren, Edward James Crowe. The last name hit Eddie like cold water down his spine. The hand twisted. The brass plates on its fingers opened like mouths. Mara grabbed Eddie's coat and yanked him aside just as one of the plates snapped shut where his cheek had been. Do not let it bite your name off, she said. Eddie stared at her. That sentence should have come earlier. The wall cracked. More fingers pushed through. Then an arm, then a shoulder. The thing dragged itself into Black Hollow. It had once been shaped like a man, or it had stolen the idea from one. Its body was tall, bent, and wrapped in rotting undertaker cloth. Black ribbons hung from its shoulders. Grave tags clattered against its chest. Its face was smooth except for a vertical slit where a mouth might decide to be. Names were carved across its skin in tiny lines, some fresh and bleeding ink. In one hand it held a bell without a handle. In the other, a bundle of stolen name fragments. Mara stepped in front of Eddie. Name-eater, she said. Eddie swallowed. Friendly. No. Negotiable. No. Does it respond to charm? The name-eater opened its slit mouth. A dozen voices answered at once. Edward James Crowe. Mara said, it responds to names. The phone buzzed. Entity classification, name-eater. Origin, wrong dead derivative. Threat, identity consumption, grave destabilization, manager replacement attempt. Recommended response, do not be named. Too late, Eddie snapped. Correction, do not be fully claimed. The name-eater rang its bell. Every damaged grave nearby answered. Tiny bells chimed from stones, crosses, and railings. The sound spread through the common rows, thin and sharp and hungry. The ground trembled. Mara threw a knife. It struck the creature's shoulder and sank to the hilt. The name-eater staggered, then turned its blank face toward her. "Mara Voss," it said. Mara's expression did not change, but Eddie saw her hand tighten. "Don't answer," Eddie said, because it felt fair to return the favor. She shot him a look. "I know. Just being supportive. Be useful." Define useful under pressure. Shut the bells up. That, Eddie thought, was not a definition. That was a demand with sound effects. The name-eater lunged. Mara met it halfway. She moved like violence had been taught to her as a language, blade low, shoulder in, feet balanced on slick grass. The silver knife flashed across the creature's arm, severing 2 black ribbons. The ribbons hit the ground and writhed like worms. The name-eater swung the bell. Mara ducked. The bell clipped a gravestone instead. The name Edwin Lark cracked. Eddie felt something pull at his own name from inside his chest. He staggered. The phone buzzed. Manager name integrity, 82%. 82. Declining, how do I fix it? Assert authority. With what authority? Insufficient authority. Then why say it? Motivational pressure. Eddie looked at the surrounding graves. Bells, ribbons, damaged names. Names held the dead down, Mara had said. Take enough of a name and the grave forgot who it belonged to. Eddie had built his entire life on making people believe names and papers meant whatever he needed them to mean. Now something else was doing the same thing, only with teeth. That annoyed him, professionally. He ran to the nearest ringing grave and slammed the shovel blade against the little bell. The bell snapped off. The name-eater screamed. Mara glanced over. More. Working on it. Eddie moved down the row, smashing bells from stones and railings. Each one broke with a sharp silver crack. Each crack made the name-eater slower. The dead ledger flashed messages across his screen. Improvised bell suppression, effective. Tool use, clumsy but acceptable. Manager rhythm, erratic. Compliment me later. Do not become demanding. He smashed another bell. A grave at his feet split open. A hand pushed through the mud. Eddie kicked it back down without looking. Occupied. The hand withdrew. The phone buzzed. Unexpected authority assertion detected. Minor compliance achieved. Eddie froze. That worked. The name-eater turned toward him. Its slit mouth opened wide. Edward James Crowe, false protector, seller of empty rest, signer of stolen ground. The words struck like hooks. Eddie's knees buckled. For a second he was back in Mrs. Wren's parlor, smiling over tea, signing yellow paper, making promises he thought meant nothing. He saw 73 brochures, 73 lies, 73 frightened people handing him money because death had made them small. He had told himself it was harmless. He had told himself they were rich enough, scared enough, foolish enough. He had told himself many things. The name-eater pulled on all of them. Mara shouted something. Eddie barely heard her. The creature's voice became Mrs. Wren's. First payment received. Cold pressure wrapped around his throat. His name began to peel. The phone screen cracked with light. Skill fragment available, claim correction. Use condition, acknowledge false claim and establish corrected terms. Risk, honesty. Eddie almost laughed, of course. That was the true horror of Black Hollow. It wanted paperwork and personal growth. The name-eater stepped toward him. Edward James Crowe, it said again. Eddie forced air into his lungs. Yeah, he said. I hear you. Mara yelled, do not answer it. Eddie raised one hand. Not answering, correcting. Apparently that's worse for everyone. The name-eater paused. The bells trembled. Eddie looked at the creature and spoke louder. I sold false protection. The cemetery went still. Even Mara stopped moving. Eddie's throat burned. Crowe and Covenant was fake. The policies were fake. The prayers were copied. The raven was stolen off a pub menu, which is honestly the least sinful part of the business model. The name-eater hissed. The phone buzzed. Continue. I made promises I couldn't keep, Eddie said. I took money for rest I had no power to provide. The pressure around his name loosened by a fraction. He gripped the shovel with both hands. But those promises don't belong to you. The name-eater's slit mouth opened. False claims feed the hungry dead. Maybe, Eddie said, but this cemetery is under management. Terrible management, legally contested management, management currently held together by mud and panic, but management. The shovel grew warm in his hands. The nearest grave bell cracked by itself. Eddie stepped forward. No new resident claims without my signature. The ground answered. A low sound moved under the rose. The phone buzzed. Authority phrase recognized. Manager authority applied. The name-eater recoiled. Eddie did not stop. No stolen names, no stolen debts, no eating from my mistakes unless I approve the menu. Mara stared at him. Eddie pointed the shovel at the creature. And I do not approve. The name-eater screamed. Mara moved. She drove a silver spike through the bell in its hand. Eddie swung the shovel at the creature's knees. The blow landed badly, but bad blows with symbolic authority still counted in Black Hollow. The name-eater stumbled. The black ribbons on its shoulders snapped one after another. Mara slashed across its chest, cutting through the stolen name fragments. Names burst into the air like ash. Edwin, Mary, Thomas, Agatha, Samuel. Eddie felt his own name snap back into place with the unpleasant sensation of swallowing a key. The name-eater collapsed. It did not die. Wrong things rarely did anything so simple. Instead, it folded inward. Cloth, clay, tags, bell fragments, and stolen ink twisted together until only a black knot remained on the grass. Mara drove a knife through it. The knot stopped moving. For 3 seconds, nobody spoke. Then Eddie bent over, hands on his knees and breath like a person trying to convince his lungs that the contract remained active. The phone buzzed. Quest progress, boundary intruder contained. Improvised cooperation with hunter effective. Manager honesty unexpected. Manager dignity unrecovered. Reward pending. Eddie raised one finger without looking. Give me a minute before insulting me. Grace period granted, 12 seconds. Mara wiped her blade on the wet grass. That was reckless. You're welcome. That was not praise. I heard emotional undertones. You heard blood loss. Eddie straightened too fast and regretted it. Mara stepped closer. Before he could make another joke, she grabbed his chin and turned his face toward the light. Her fingers were cold, strong, very close to his mouth. This was exactly the sort of detail Eddie's survival instincts should have ignored and absolutely did not. Mara studied his eyes. Name integrity held, she said. That's what all the girls say. Her fingers tightened. Do you joke because you're stupid or because you're scared? Eddie looked at her. There were several answers. The honest one stood too near the front of the line. I multitask, he said. For 1 second Mara almost smiled, almost. Then a bell rang behind them, not a grave bell, a bicycle bell. Both Eddie and Mara turned. Nora Quinn stood at the edge of the row with her yellow raincoat, her grandmother's storm lantern, an iron poker, and the expression of someone who had come to check on one idiot and found him collecting new disasters. Her gaze moved from the dead knot on the grass to Mara's knives, to Mara's hand still on Eddie's face. Then to Eddie. Busy morning? Nora asked. Eddie stepped back from Mara so quickly he nearly tripped over the shovel. Nora, hi, morning, great coat, weather. Nora looked at Mara, who's she? Mara looked at Nora, who's she? The phone buzzed. Romantic liability intersection detected. Severity, minor. Future severity, catastrophic. Eddie closed his eyes. Nobody is a liability. Nora's eyes narrowed. Your pocket disagrees. Myra crossed her arms. You know civilians. Define no, Eddie said. Nora raised the iron poker slightly. Define civilian. Myra looked at the poker. You brought iron. I live next to Black Hollow. I bring iron to take out the bins. Mara glanced at Eddie. She has better instincts than you. That's a low gate, Eddie said. Nora stepped closer, carefully avoiding the black knot. Is that thing dead? Mara said contained. Eddie said mostly. The phone buzzed. Correct answer, inadequately contained pending registry correction. Nora sighed. So not dead. Death is complicated here, Eddie said. Everything is complicated here because you keep touching things. Myra looked between them. How much does she know? Enough to be inconvenient, Eddie said. Nora said, enough to know that when a cemetery starts breathing, you don't sell it to a woman with red gloves. Myra's gaze sharpened. Red gloves. Eddie immediately pointed at the wall. Boundary breach. Focus on the boundary breach. Very breaky. Myra turned slowly toward him. A witch came here. Visitors happen. What witch? A private one. Witches are never private. They are either buying, bleeding, or billing. Nora said, Vivian Thorne. Mara's expression went still. Eddie looked at Nora with betrayal. Why would you just say that? Because you were about to lie badly. I was about to lie creatively. Myra took one step closer. Vivian Thorne was inside Black Hollow. Briefly, Eddie said, did she touch the deed? In a spiritual sense, aren't we all touching the deeds of our lives? Mara grabbed the front of his coat. Nora lifted the poker. The cemetery mist tightened. The phone buzzed. Potential violence detected. Suggested phrase, calm down. Success probability, 0. Eddie, who had survived many conversations by ignoring good advice, did the opposite. Everyone calmed down. Myra and Nora both said, no. Eddie nodded. Fair, bad phrase. Myra released his coat but did not step away. If Vivian Thorne saw the deed, she can challenge your claim. She already did. Of course she did. I didn't sign. That stopped her. Nora looked surprised too, though less willing to show it. Myra said, you refused her. Delayed strategically. Nora said, he panicked intelligently. I'll take it, Eddie said. Myra looked toward the office. Show me the deed. Absolutely not. Crowe. Last time someone looked at the deed, the floor coughed up a claim leech. Nora nodded. Ugly thing, bad teeth. Mara's attention snapped to Nora. You saw a claim leech. It tried to eat his fraud. That's a full meal, Mara said. Eddie pointed the shovel at her. You have known me for 20 minutes. I learned fast. The black knot on the ground twitched. All three looked down. The dead ledger buzzed. Registry correction required. Mara crouched beside the knot. It can't stay loose. What do we do? Eddie asked. You register it. I just started this job. Then learn. Mara pulled a coil of red thread from her belt and tossed it to him. Nora handed him her iron poker. Eddie looked at both. Do I look like I know what to do with thread and a poker? The phone buzzed. No, you are not part of this conversation. Mara pointed to the ground. Circle it in iron. Thread the name fragments. Tell the cemetery what it is not, and where it belongs. It doesn't belong here. Then say that. Eddie crouched. The black knot smelled like wet paper and old mouths. Around it the scattered name fragments lay in the grass like torn labels. Edwin, Mary, Thomas, Agatha, Edward. Eddie did not touch his own fragment, not at first. Then he picked it up. It was cold and soft like a wet leaf. The moment his fingers closed around it, he heard Mrs. Wren whisper, first payment received. He exhaled. Nora watched him from one side, Mara from the other. No jokes arrived. That was how Eddie knew the moment mattered. He wrapped the red thread around the fragments, careful to separate the stolen names from the thing that had stolen them. Nora drove the poker into the ground to mark the circle. Mara placed silver pins at 4 points. The phone displayed. Temporary containment circle recognized. Manager statement required. Eddie swallowed. This thing is not Edwin Lark, he said. The ground listened. It is not Mary Vale. It is not Thomas Reed. It is not Agatha Wren. It is not Edward James Crowe. His name fragment warmed in his hand. It is a name-eater. It entered through a damaged boundary. It stole from graves under Black Hollow's protection. It has no residency claim, no burial right, and no manager approval. The black knot trembled. By name, by debt, by soil, Eddie said, remembering the phrase from row 17 and hating how natural it felt now. Remain bound until assigned correction. The thread burned red. The knot flattened into a black tag. Letters appeared across it. Unauthorized name-meter bound pending disposal. The phone buzzed. Correction accepted. Boundary intruder contained. Bone coins X4 awarded. Manager authority increased 5% to 7%. Feature unlocked. Gate terms. Boundary repair materials partially unlocked. Hunter cooperation logged with concern. Eddie sat back on his heels. 7%, he said. At this rate, I'll be fully competent by the time I'm fertilizer. Myra took the black tag and turned it over. On the back was a mark burned into the surface. A crow, not a raven like Eddie's fake logo. A crow, 3 strokes of black ink, sharp beak, open eye, a circle around the head. Myra went quiet. Nora looked at Eddie. Is that yours? My branding is legally distinct. Myra stood. That's Sela's Crowe's mark. The cemetery seemed to hear the name. A wind moved through the graves. The office bell rang once far behind them. Eddie stood slowly. You said Sela's burned. He did. Then why is his mark on the thing that just tried to eat my name? Myra did not answer at once. That worried Eddie more than any answer. Finally she said, because either someone is using his mark. Nora finished, or he isn't as dead as he should be. The phone buzzed. Previous manager record requested. Eddie pulled the phone out. The screen went black. White letters typed slowly. SILASCROWE registered manager Black Hollow Cemetery. Status deceased. The word deceased flickered, then changed. Status unverified, then changed again. Status absent, then. Status active by substitution. Mara stepped close enough to read. Active by substitution, she said. What does that mean? The phone buzzed. Definition restricted. Eddie looked toward the office. The dead ledger's green lamp burned in the window, though nobody had lit it. I think it means he left someone else in his chair. Nora looked at Eddie. You. The cemetery was silent, too silent. Mara tucked the black tag into a metal case at her belt. We need the boundary register. We need breakfast, Eddie said, and maybe a priest or a lawyer. Actually, no, never a lawyer. I feel like this place would give me the bad kind. The office bell rang again. This time, the sound came from inside the caretaker's office. Eddie did not like that. He liked it even less when Mara looked at him like the bell was his fault. Office, she said. I was hoping you would say bakery. Boundary register. Now, you are very direct for someone who entered my property without signing the visitor policy. Mara started walking. Nora fell in beside Eddie, lantern raised though morning had technically arrived. The lantern flame had gone blue again and it gave the mist a bruised color. She's fun, Eddie whispered. She's armed, Nora said. Those can overlap. Nora gave him a look. Bad overlap, Eddie corrected. They crossed the common rows with Mara in front, moving like she expected the dead to attack and would be offended if they did not do it properly. The black tag case at her belt clicked against her knife sheath. Every few steps, she glanced at the stones, reading names, dates, scratches, old offerings, loose dirt, small wrongnesses Eddie would have stepped over yesterday without noticing. Yesterday, he had thought graveyards were quiet because nothing inside them had plans. Black Hollow was teaching him otherwise. On the way back, a headstone near row 12 turned 3 inches to follow Mara. Eddie saw it. Nora saw it. Mara saw it without looking. Leave it, Nora said. Mara's hand stopped over a knife. It moved. So do old men in pubs. Doesn't mean you stab them before breakfast. Mara looked at Eddie. She has a point, Eddie said. An alarming one, but a point. The headstone returned slowly to its original position. The dead ledger buzzed from Eddie's pocket. Resident curiosity logged. Tell the residents' curiosity is how people get stabbed by hunters. Resident morale improved. Mara glanced over her shoulder. Why is your system like that? Malnutrition, Eddie said, and centuries of bad management. That explains one of you. Nora coughed into her sleeve. Eddie pointed the shovel at both of them. This alliance is becoming emotionally unsustainable. He reached the office. The green lamp inside was burning brighter than before, though no one had lit it. The door stood half open. The black hollow deed lay on the desk where Eddie had left it, dark and still, pretending to be an innocent legal instrument rather than a skin-colored nightmare with clauses. Mara stopped at the threshold. The air around the doorway tightened. The dead ledger wrote across its open page before anyone spoke. Hunter present in office. Sanitation hazard, moderate. Weapon count, excessive. Trustworthiness, situational. Attraction risk, still inconvenient. Eddie slapped a hand over the page. Mara's eyes narrowed. What did it say? Nothing important. Administrative flirting, very unprofessional. Nora leaned around him, read the line he had failed to cover, and smiled into the collar of her yellow raincoat. Still inconvenient, she murmured. I am asking everyone to focus on the wall that tried to eat names. Mara stepped into the office. The lamp flickered. The deed twitched once on the desk. Mara saw it and went very still. That's the deed. No, Eddie said. That's a very ugly napkin. Crowe. Yes, it's the deed. No touching. It has teeth in a spiritual sense and possibly in a dental one. Nora went to the stove without being asked, opened the ash door, and pulled out a small iron box Eddie had not noticed before. What is that? He asked. Something my grandmother said not to touch unless the wall started coughing. The wall did not cough. It screamed through a name-eating sack of stolen faces. Close enough. Mara set the black tag case on the desk, opened the boundary register. The dead ledger did not move. Request denied. Hunter lacks office authority. Mara placed one hand on the hilt of her long blade. The page added. Threatening the registry will reduce cooperation and increase smugness. Don't threaten the book, Eddie said. It enjoys conflict. Mara looked at him, then tell it. Eddie straightened in the chair, which immediately creaked as if voting against him. Open the boundary register. The ledger flipped pages fast enough to stir dust from the shelves. Nora snorted. Mara noticed. What? Nothing, Nora said. Just interesting that the haunted book listens to him faster than most living people. Low standard, Mara said. Popular standard, Eddie corrected. The pages stopped on a map of Black Hollow's perimeter. Ink lines pulsed across the paper. The front gate glowed faint green. The east wall flickered amber. The witch line burned dark red. The north wall had a black wound where the name meter had entered. Above the map, a title wrote itself. Boundary Register. Current boundary integrity 48%. North wall breached, temporarily contained. External interference confirmed. Old manager mark active residue. Hunter writ triggered. Mara leaned closer. Sela's marks. Eddie watched her face. The hunter's expression had not softened once since the gate, but now something passed under it. Not fear, something harder. Recognition sharpened into old anger. Those weren't on the boundary 7 years ago, she said. You knew Black Hollow 7 years ago. I saw copies of the perimeter record, Hunter archive. Black Hollow was sealed, quiet, ugly but quiet. Nora folded her arms. It was never quiet. Mara looked at her. Nora did not step back. My grandmother used to bring soup to Sela's Crowe, Nora said. She said quiet places don't need soup. Eddie frowned. Why does everyone know more about my cemetery than I do? The dead ledger wrote. Because you arrived yesterday, rude but fair. Because you signed a contract without reading it, less fair. Because you ran an afterlife scam, now you're just enjoying yourself. The page turned by itself. Gate terms unlocked. Sela's Crowe's active gate terms remain partially binding. Eddie looked up. Partially binding sounds like a polite way to say handcuffs. Mara pointed at a section of the page. Read that. The ink darkened. Term 7. Any hunter entering under emergency breach authority may apply corrective force against the current manager if said manager obstructs breach response, delays necessary termination, interferes with boundary repair, or displays dangerous incompetence. Eddie stared. Displays dangerous incompetence. That is extremely broad. Nora nodded. That's not a term, that's a personality assessment. Mara's mouth tightened. Silas wrote this. Silas was a legal pessimist with murder fantasies. The ledger added. Term remains active. Mara looked at Eddie. You need to revise it. Can I? Manager may propose one revised gate term due to successful containment of boundary intruder. Warning, poorly worded rules may kill you creatively. Eddie stared at the warning. Creatively, that's the word I'm unhappy with. Mara leaned over the map. Make it simple. No admitted hunter may harm the manager unless the manager is actively helping an unauthorized breach. That's reasonable, suspiciously reasonable. I am trying not to kill you. Don't make it difficult. Nora lifted one finger. Add that the cemetery has to witness the cause. Otherwise, someone can just say he was helping a breach because he was talking too much. Mara glanced at her. Good. Nora looked faintly pleased and tried to hide it by adjusting the lantern. Eddie took the quill from the desk. The nib was black metal. It smelled like rain and pennies. If this bites me, I am filing a hostile workplace complaint. The quill did not bite, yet. A blank line appeared under Silas's term. Eddie wrote slowly. He had forged signatures, dates, invoices, references, business seals, permission slips, and once, during a particularly educational weekend, a letter from a bishop. Writing honestly felt much more dangerous. No hunter admitted to Black Hollow under emergency breach authority may harm the current manager unless the current manager is actively aiding an unauthorized breach, surrendering a resident to a hostile external claim, or attempting deliberate boundary collapse. Cause must be witnessed by the cemetery before force is permitted. The ink sank into the page. Nothing happened. Eddie looked at Mara. This is the part where the book says something clever and I pretend not to be nervous. The ledger wrote. Term under review. Mara did not move. Nora held her breath. The Black Hollow deed shifted on the desk as if listening. Then the page wrote. Accepted. Gate term established. Previous term 7 superseded. Manager authority increased 7% to 8%. Gate terms level 1 functional. Eddie let out a breath. Good. Wonderful. I have reduced the number of professional women legally allowed to kill me. Important growth. Mara released his wrist. He had not realized she had been holding it until she let go. Nora noticed. Mara noticed Nora noticing. Eddie noticed both of them noticing and immediately wished he had the maturity to become invisible. The dead ledger buzzed. Romantic liability intersection logged. Eddie hit the page with the flat of his hand. Stop logging my liabilities. Nora said, it has a category. No. The ledger wrote. Yes, traitor. Mara turned back to the register, which was probably mercy and possibly tactical retreat. How do we repair the breach? The map enlarged the north wall. 5 black strokes of the Silas Crowe mark crawled around the break like living ink. Repair requirement. 1 grave salt, 2 boundary thorn, 3 manager blood, 4 hunter witness, 5 living witness, 6 statement of closure. Eddie looked at the list. Why blood? Traditional. I am developing strong feelings against tradition. Nora opened the iron box from the stove. Inside were 3 paper packets, 2 lengths of black twine, and a small glass vial of gray-white salt. Grave salt, she said. Mara looked at her. How did you know where that was? My grandmother left notes. Convenient. Nora's eyes cooled. Dead people leave notes when living people refuse to listen. For once Mara did not have an answer. The dead ledger turned another page. Hunter writ supplemental record detected. Filed by Silas Crowe. Date 7 years prior. Purpose: emergency Voss bloodline activation upon row 17 awakening. Do not inform current manager. Mara went still. Eddie read the words again, slower. Voss bloodline, he said carefully. That feels personal. Nora's hand tightened around the poker. Mara's voice went flat. Read the rest. The page obeyed. If Voss elder unavailable, next living hunter acceptable. Activation condition, row 17 breathes. Secondary condition, prior manager absent. Third condition, current manager unconfirmed. Expected result, hunter draws boundary threat, confirms manager liability, removes obstruction if required. Eddie looked at Mara. Voss elder. She stared at the page as if staring hard enough could make it bleed. My mother, she said. The office became very quiet. Even the ledger seemed to understand that sarcasm had limits. Nora's voice softened despite herself. Mara. Mara snapped the black tag case shut. She died the night Silas Crowe burned. Eddie's mouth opened. No joke came out. That was happening more often lately, and he disliked how much it felt like growing a conscience. So Silas filed a writ that would pull your family back here, he said. If row 17 woke, Mara said. Yes. And row 17 woke because my fake contract with Mrs. Wren got used as a payment receipt. Among other things. I hate among other things. The ledger wrote. Among other things is the foundation of estate management. Eddie ignored it. Mara looked at him. There was anger in her eyes, but not all of it was aimed at him. Some of it had been waiting 7 years and had finally found a door. Repair first, she said. Questions after. Answers after. I notice you changed the word. I am trying to be optimistic. Nora picked up the grave salt and the lantern. Boundary thorns are in the east shed, if rats haven't eaten them. Eddie blinked. There are boundary thorns. Black vines, iron smell, bite through gloves. Grandmother called them the cemetery stitches. Your grandmother had a gift for comforting vocabulary. She liked precise words. Mara was already at the door. Move. They left the office with the ledger's instructions copied onto Eddie's phone. The cemetery had brightened by half a shade, which made it no less dangerous. Daylight did not make Black Hollow safe. It only gave the graves better visibility. Nora led them to the east shed, a narrow stone structure half swallowed by ivy and nettles. Its door was swollen shut. Eddie kicked it once and hurt his foot. Mara opened it with a knife and no comment. I loosened it, Eddie said. With your dignity? Nora asked. Dignity was never structurally important to this operation. Inside, the shed smelled of rust, cut plants, and old rain. Hooks lined the walls. Bundles of blackthorn vines hung upside down from the rafters, dry but not dead. Each thorn had a metallic shine at the tip. A few turned slowly toward Eddie as he entered. They can sense management, Nora said. Do they respect management? One thorn scratched the air near his sleeve. Not yet, Mara said. Nora tossed him thick leather gloves. Put these on unless you want to bleed before the ritual. I thought bleeding was required. Required later, optional now. Mara cut down 3 thorn bundles with a silver knife. The thorns hissed softly when they hit the floor. Eddie took one bundle. It was cold through the gloves. Something moved along the vine like a pulse. This is a terrible plant. Nora lifted the lantern. It's not a plant. Eddie waited. Nora did not continue. That was an opportunity to explain. No, that was an opportunity for you to stop touching it with your face nearby. He lowered the bundle. Mara almost smiled, almost. The near smile was dangerous enough that Eddie decided not to file it under encouragement. He already had too many folders in that category and most of them were on fire. They carried the thorn bundles to the north wall. The breach looked worse in daylight. A section of stone had split inward, not outward. The gap was narrow, but the darkness inside it was not shadow. It was absence. The black edge of the narrator's passage clung to the stones, and the sealer's crow mark burned around the break in 3 places. Nora held the lantern high. The blue flame leaned away from the gap. Mara set the grave salt in a line. Eddie knelt with the boundary thorns and tried to pretend he was not kneeling beside a hole that smelled like missing people. The phone displayed. Boundary repair protocol. Step 1, salt the wound. Step 2, set boundary thorn. Step 3, bind old manager residue. Step 4, name the gate closed. Step 5, hunter witness confirms no false kill. Step 6, living witness confirms no hidden death. Step 7, manager accepts responsibility. Eddie stared at Step 7. That last one feels like the trick. Responsibility often does. Don't start becoming wise. I liked you better rude. The page added. I can be both. Mara sprinkled grave salt around the break. The salt did not fall like salt. It crawled into the cracks and smoked. Nora held the lantern closer. Eddie placed the first boundary thorn against the split stone. It curled into the crack by itself. The wall shuddered. Something behind it whispered his name. Not Eddie. Edward. Then Edward James. Then Crowe. Mara's blade flashed up. Do not answer. I have learned that lesson, mostly. He placed the second thorn. The sealer's crow mark opened one painted eye. Eddie froze. The eye looked at him from the stone. A man's voice came through the crack, dry and amused. Not bad, boy. Terrible posture, but not bad. Mara went white around the mouth. Nora whispered, Sealers. Eddie's stomach dropped. He had heard Mr. Pritchard's old voice. He had heard the dead ledger. He had heard dead things under soil. This voice was none of those. It sounded like family if family had been sharpened on debt. No, Mara said. The crow eye moved toward her. Vas blood, Silas's voice said, still punctual. Mara lunged. Eddie caught her wrist without thinking. This was brave, stupid, or both. The distinction had become academic. Don't, he said, her eyes cut to him. Let go. If you stab the mark, does it help him? Mara's jaw worked. The phone buzzed. Unknown. That's not comforting, Eddie snapped. Silas laughed softly through the wall. Listen to the boy. He's learning which mistakes belong to him. The thorn in Eddie's glove tightened around his fingers. Pain bit through the leather. Blood welled at his palm. The wall drank one drop. The dead ledger buzzed. Manager blood accepted. I did not donate that. Contribution accepted. Mara pulled her wrist free but did not strike. Nora stepped beside Eddie, lifted the blue lantern and said, Living witness. No body crossed. No hidden death taken. No resident surrendered. The light flared. Mara placed one hand against the wall, fingers spread near the sealer's mark but not touching it. Hunter witness, she said. Her voice was steady now, which made it worse. No false kill taken. Breach confirmed. Repair accepted under current manager authority. The black mark hissed. Eddie pressed the final thorn into the crack. For once he did not search for the clever lie. He used the truth because the truth had become the only tool that still surprised the cemetery. This wall is not a mouth, Eddie said. The north wall listened. It is not a debt collector. It is not an invitation. It is not Silas Crowe's back door. The thorn vines tightened. No entry through damaged stone. No name pulled across this boundary. No resident removed without record. No old manager's mark outranks the current gate. The Silas Crowe mark burned black. The voice behind the stone said, Careful, Edward. Ownership bites. Eddie leaned closer. Then it has something in common with everyone else here. Nora's mouth twitched. Mara did not smile, but the anger in her eyes sharpened into something cleaner. Eddie raised his bleeding hand and pressed it flat against the stone. By gate, by name, by soil, he said. Close. The wall slammed shut, not physically. The stones did not move. The crack remained visible, but the absence inside it snapped away so hard that the air punched Eddie in the chest. He fell backward into the mud. The boundary thorns turned silver-black and sank into the wall like stitches under skin. The Sela's Crowe mark cracked. One black flake broke off and fell onto the grass. Mara picked it up before Eddie could. "Evidence," she said. I was going to say cursed confetti, but evidence sounds more professional. The phone buzzed. North wall breach repaired. Boundary integrity 48% to 61%. Sela's residue damage not removed. Manager authority increased 8% to 9%. Progress to level 2 4% to 9%. Reward bone coins x3. Feature unlocked boundary alerts. Warning prior manager attention increased. Eddie lay in the mud and stared at the gray sky. Can I unlock a chair? Level 2 required, a snack. Level 2 required, respect. Feature unavailable. Nora actually laughed this time. Even Mara's mouth twitched. It lasted less than a second, but Eddie saw it, and because he was an idiot with survival issues, felt briefly proud. The pride lasted exactly as long as it took for his hand to start hurting again. Eddie looked down. The thorn had left a black crescent under his glove, not deep enough to be dramatic, but deep enough to suggest the wall had signed him back. A thin silver thread moved beneath the skin, then disappeared. "Is that normal?" he asked. Mara did not answer quickly enough. That pause was very unprofessional. She caught his wrist and turned his palm toward the lantern. Her fingers were cold from rain and steady in a way Eddie disliked because it made his own hand look emotional. The thorn mark did not bleed now. It smoked faintly, as if his skin had insulted a candle. "Boundary recoil," Mara said. "That sounds like something you tell a dying man to keep him calm." "If you were dying, I would not waste the phrase. Flirting in hunter dialect is difficult, but I am adapting." Nora stepped closer with the blue lantern. "Is he infected?" "Not infected," Mara said, "claimed at the edge temporarily." Eddie looked between them. "I hate how both of you keep making temporarily sound like a medical opinion." The dead ledger buzzed from his pocket. Boundary contact recorded. Manager tissue remains manager tissue. "For now, see," Eddie said. "The book likes me." Nora gave him a look. "It just described you as tissue." "Affection is a spectrum." Mara released his wrist, but her attention stayed on the black flake in her palm. The piece of Sela's mark did not melt, burn, or scream. It only sat there, small and dry and impossibly dark, like a dead crow had forgotten how to become ash. "My mother kept one of these," Mara said quietly. Eddie stopped rubbing his palm. Nora lowered the lantern a fraction. For the first time since Mara had arrived, she looked less like a weapon and more like someone who had spent years sharpening herself around a question. "From Sela's?" Eddie asked. "From the night he supposedly burned." The rain tapped on the north wall. Somewhere behind them, the cemetery made the soft, shifting sound of graves pretending not to listen. Mara closed her fingers around the flake. "She came home with a mark under her nails and told me never to trust a crow who had already survived his own funeral." That is oddly specific family advice. She was an oddly specific woman. Nora watched Mara carefully. "Your mother died that night." Mara did not look at her. "Not that night because of it." Eddie had several jokes available. His mouth even selected one, polished it, and brought it to the edge of delivery. He did not say it. This was rare enough that the dead ledger buzzed. Uncharacteristic restraint detected. Possible growth. Possible concussion. "I can hear you," Eddie muttered. Mara glanced at him. "You always talk to the cemetery." "Only when it insults me first." "So constantly," Nora said. "I am building staff rapport." For a few seconds the three of them stood beside the repaired wall in rain and grave mist, all of them pretending the moment was not heavier than it had any right to be. Eddie hated that. Heavy moments made people expect honesty, and honesty was a substance he preferred to handle with gloves. Then the office bell rang in the distance. Then the front gate bell rang. Not iron, not warning, not Vivienne's elegant pull, not Mara's hard demand. This note was smooth, polite, expensive. Like a contract clearing its throat, the dead ledger buzzed so hard Eddie felt it through the wet ground. New legal motion filed. Prior manager Silas Crowe has lodged an objection to current management confirmation. Eddie sat up. Mud slid down his neck. He's dead. Status disputed. By who? The phone paused. By Silas Crowe. Nora whispered, "That's not possible." Mara stared at the cracked black flake in her palm. "It is now," she said. Eddie looked from Nora to Mara to the north wall, then toward the gate. "I am accepting suggestions that don't involve me being buried, eaten, signed, hunted, emotionally improved, or related to my own problems." The phone buzzed again. Legal representative assigned. Name, Lilith Quill. Affiliation, infernal contract law. Disposition, amused. Estimated arrival, imminent. Eddie closed his eyes. "Please tell me she's ugly." The dead ledger replied. No. Nora looked at him. Mara looked at him. Eddie opened one eye. That was a legal question. The gate bell rang again. Smooth, polite, expensive. And this time from the far end of Black Hollow's main path a woman's voice called through the mist. "Mr. Crowe." The voice smiled before the woman did. "I'm here about your inheritance dispute." Eddie lifted his shovel from the mud. "I miss fraud," he said. "Fraud was simpler." End of chapter 4. Black Hollow has a hunter now, and Eddie has even worse paperwork. Subscribe and continue with chapter 5. The Demon Lawyer, chapter 5. The Demon Lawyer. The bell at the front gate rang like a rich person clearing their throat before ruining someone else's life. It was not loud. That made it worse. The name-eater had screamed. The north wall had groaned. The boundary thorns had hissed when Eddie's blood touched them. Mara Voss had sworn at the cemetery in at least 4 languages, one of which might have been legal Latin if legal Latin hated everyone. Nora Quinn had hit a thing made of stolen names with an iron poker and then looked offended that the universe had made that necessary. All of that had been honest noise. The bell was not honest. It was smooth, polite, expensive. It slid through the rain, crossed the repaired north wall, traveled along the wet rows of graves, and entered the caretaker's office without knocking. Eddie Crowe stood in the doorway of the office with mud up to one knee, grave salt on his coat, dried blood under his sleeve, a shovel in his hand, and the emotional expression of a young man who had recently discovered that property management could involve teeth. The bell rang again. One note. Perfect. Patient. Judgmental. Eddie looked at Mara. "Please tell me that's the soup can." Mara Voss was leaning against the desk, cleaning black residue from the edge of a short blade. She was early 20s, sharp-eyed, rain-dark, and built like someone who had decided fear was an optional tax. A strip of cloth was tied around her left forearm where the name-eater had tried to write someone else's childhood into her skin. She did not look up. "That is not the soup can." From the cupboard, the dented tin labeled beef soup gave a tiny metallic click. Eddie pointed at it. "See, it could be involved." Nora Quinn, standing near the stove in her yellow raincoat, raised her storm lantern higher and looked toward the window. Dawn had not fully arrived. The sky outside was the color of old pewter. The cemetery lay under wet fog, all tilted stones and black grass, and the kind of silence that did not mean peace. "Someone is at the gate," Nora said. "People should stop doing that," Eddie said. "It is rude to arrive at a cemetery before breakfast, especially when the breakfast options are questionable soup and panic." The dead ledger opened on the desk by itself. Its pages turned with a dry, official whisper. Letters wrote themselves in black ink. Legal objection received. Prior manager interest asserted. Representative assigned. Estimated arrival now. The bell rang a third time. Eddie closed his eyes. "I miss fraud," he said. "Fraud was simpler." The ledger added a new line. Statement recorded for character analysis. "Don't analyze my character before coffee." Coffee not found. Then don't analyze it at all. Character not found. Mara finally looked up. "What representative?" The office window fogged from the inside, not from breath. The glass silver darkened and became a mirror. Eddie saw himself in it, 18, pale from lack of sleep, dark hair plastered to his forehead, cut lip reopened, eyes too bright. Behind his reflection, for half a second, there was another shape, a woman, still, dim, far away. The words appeared backward in the fog, then corrected themselves so he could read them. "Do not let her read your blood." Eddie stepped closer. The dead ledger slammed shut. The mirror cleared. Mara's knife was already in her hand. Nora whispered, "Was that plot zero?" Eddie looked at the silent glass. "No," he said automatically. "That was probably condensation with an agenda." The ledger opened again. Plot zero, communication attempt detected. Recommendation: ignore. Eddie rubbed his face. "Every time you recommend I ignore a woman, the situation gets more expensive." Myra narrowed her eyes. "A woman." Nora also narrowed her eyes. "What woman?" Eddie felt the room tighten around him. This, he understood immediately, was a trap with better lighting than most traps. "The cemetery woman," he said. Mara's eyebrows lifted. Nora's mouth flattened. The ledger wrote. Ambiguous answer detected. "Helpful," Eddie snapped. Nora crossed her arms. "How many cemetery women are there?" "That is a discriminatory question against women and cemeteries." Myra smiled without warmth. "Answer it." The front gate bell rang again. Eddie pointed toward the path. "I would love to continue this deeply unfair interrogation, but apparently my dead great uncle has hired customer service." The dead ledger wrote. "Incorrect. Infernal legal representation." Eddie stared at the page. "Say that again in words that make me less likely to fall down." The page did not oblige. From outside, across the cemetery, came the sound of the gates opening, not with the heavy iron groan Eddie had come to expect. This time the gates opened as if they had been charmed, bribed, and complimented. Mara straightened. "You gave entry terms." "Yes." "Did you allow representatives?" "I allowed people who agreed not to kill me, steal residence, damage boundary stone, or touch plot zero." The ledger wrote. "Representative has accepted terms. Additional terms filed." Eddie frowned. "Additional terms." The page filled. "One representative may enter for purposes of legal notice, contractual review, objection service, debt classification, and limited temptation. Two representative may not directly harm current manager without process. Three representative may not remove soul, blood, name, breath, shadow, kiss, or signature without informed consent. 4. Informed consent may be disputed. 5. Dispute fees apply." Eddie stared. "Kiss." Nora looked at him. Mara looked at him. The soup can clicked again. Eddie pointed at the ledger. "I did not write that." Mara sheathed her blade with a snap. "Who is coming?" The office door opened by itself. Cold morning air entered. So did perfume. Not floral, not sweet. Something darker. Ink, smoke, hot copper, and a little expensive vanilla, as if a contract had learned how to seduce a library. A woman walked down the main cemetery path beneath a black umbrella. She wore a fitted charcoal suit, black gloves, and a narrow crimson tie that looked less like fabric than a warning. Her hair was black, pinned smooth, with one silver clip shaped like a quill. She carried a leather briefcase in one hand. Her shoes did not sink into the mud. The graves leaned away from her. That was new. Eddie hated new. She stopped outside the office door and smiled. It was the kind of smile a knife might make if it passed the bar exam. "Edward James Crowe," she said. Her voice was warm, precise, and professionally pleased to find him already damaged. Eddie lifted one finger. "Nobody calls me Edward unless they want money, obedience, or an alibi. Which one are you selling?" "None of those today." "That feels like a lie with a future." Her smile deepened. "Lilith Quill," she said. "Infernal solicitor, estate advocate, attached debt specialist, and temporary legal representative for the residual interests of Sela's Crowe." The office went still. Mara's hand moved toward her knife. Nora's grip tightened around the iron poker. Eddie looked Lilith up and down and then regretted doing it because she noticed and looked amused in exactly the wrong way. "Lilith," he said, subtle. "I didn't choose it. Family name. Professional warning label." The dead ledger wrote. Lilith Quill confirmed. Classification, demonic legal practitioner. Specialty, sole collateral, heritage debt, contractual loopholes, romantic misdirection. Threat level high, billing rate obscene. Lilith glanced at the page through the doorway. Flattery from a municipal death ledger. How nostalgic. "You know the book?" Eddie asked. "Everyone serious knows the book." "That's unfortunate. I was hoping it was embarrassing locally." Lilith stepped over the threshold. The office lamps flared green. The manager's key twitched in Eddie's pocket. The black deed sleeping under its iron clasp on the desk gave one soft pulse. Lilith's eyes flicked to it. Eddie noticed. Nora noticed Eddie noticing. Mara noticed everyone noticing. The dead ledger wrote. Romantic liability density increasing. Eddie snapped, "Don't start." Lilith turned her smile on Nora and Mara. "How charming. The current manager has already assembled witnesses." "I'm not his witness," Mara said. "Of course not, Hunter. Voss line, if I am not mistaken. I knew your mother by reputation." The temperature dropped. Mara's face went flat. "Say another word about my mother." Lilith tilted her head. "And you'll what? Threaten an officer of the lower courts inside a cemetery operating under boundary distress." Mara's blade came halfway out. Eddie stepped between them before his survival instinct could file a complaint. "Great," he said. "Everybody is attractive and terrifying. We can establish dominance after I find out whether I still legally own my ankles." Nora looked at him. Attractive. Terrifying was the main word. The ledger wrote. Unconvincing. Lilith's gaze moved to Nora. "And you must be Nora Quinn, living witness, East Wall line, grandmother Beatrice Quinn, soup provider, informal breach observer." Nora went pale in a way Eddie did not like. "How do you know my grandmother?" "I read. Private things. There are very few private things near a cemetery." Eddie gripped the shovel. "Okay, rule, nobody threatens Nora." Lilith looked back at him. For the first time her amusement shifted into interest. "How managerial." "I have paperwork now." "Apparently that matters." "It matters more than courage, less than blood, and about the same as a well-timed lie." "Finally, a legal system I understand." Lilith set her briefcase on the desk. The dead ledger pulled itself back half an inch. Eddie saw that and did not enjoy it. "Why are you here?" he asked. "To serve notice." "I don't want it." "That has never stopped notice." "I don't accept it." "Acceptance is not required." "I don't understand it." "That," Lilith said, opening the briefcase, "is traditional." Inside the briefcase were folders, scrolls, thin black tablets, red wax seals, a silver pen, 3 tiny hourglasses, a coin made of bone, and a small glass vial of something dark that looked too interested in Eddie. Lilith removed one folder. It was bound in gray leather and stamped with a Crowe mark. Mara inhaled sharply. "Sela's," she said. Lilith placed the folder on the desk. Residual interest objection on behalf of Sela's Crowe. Prior manager of Black Hollow Cemetery. Current status contested. Eddie frowned. "Contested by who?" "You." "I didn't contest anything." "Your existence is an objection." "That's rude but not inaccurate." Lilith opened the folder. The pages inside were not paper. They were too thin, too pale, and written on both sides in black-red ink. Nora took one step back. "Is that skin?" Lilith did not look up. "Not yours." "Not comforting." "It wasn't meant to be." The ledger wrote. Contract review mode requested. The office changed. Not dramatically. That would have been theatrical, and Black Hollow had apparently outsourced theater to the weather. The change was worse because it was quiet. The shadows in the corners straightened into vertical lines. The shelves rearranged themselves, sliding ledgers into order. The desk lengthened by a foot. A second chair appeared opposite Eddie's, then a third, then a fourth. A brass plaque rose from the desktop, preliminary contract session. Parties present, current manager, EDDIECROWE, hunter witness, MARAVOSS, living witness, NORAQUINN, legal representative, Lilith Quill, municipal death ledger, reluctant. Eddie read it. Reluctant. The ledger wrote. Accurate. Lilith sat in the chair across from him and folded her gloved hands. Sit down, Mr. Crowe. I prefer standing. The floorboards under Eddie's feet rose slightly. The chair behind him shoved the backs of his knees. He sat. Betrayed by furniture, he muttered. Most people are, Lilith said. Eventually. Mara remained standing behind Eddie's left shoulder. Nora stood near the stove, lantern lifted. Eddie felt stupidly grateful for both of them and immediately decided not to examine that, because feelings were how people ended up making speeches before being stabbed. Lilith slid the first page forward. Do you recognize this signature? Eddie looked. Edward James Crowe, his signature, a little dramatic, a little rushed. Slight upward slash on the C because he had thought it looked confident. His stomach sank. Yes. Say it for the record. I recognize the signature. The ledger wrote. Signature acknowledged. Eddie pointed at it. Acknowledging is not accepting. Lilith smiled. Good, you learn quickly when cornered. I've had practice. The document you signed in the presence of Agatha Wren authorized you as provisional spiritual property claimant, third-party afterlife services provider, an emergency recipient for attached cemetery liabilities. That sounds longer than the paper I signed. The mortal-facing portion was concise. The what portion? Lilith turned the page. The backside unfolded. Then unfolded again. Then again. The single page became a sheet as long as the desk, covered in lines so fine they looked like black hair. Eddie stared. That was not there. It was not visible. That's fraud. Lilith's eyebrows rose. For one glorious second, Mara actually laughed. Nora coughed into her hand. The dead ledger wrote. Irony detected. Eddie pointed at everyone. I am allowed to identify fraud. I have experience. Indeed, Lilith said, which is part of the problem. She tapped the page with one black fingernail. You presented yourself as capable of protecting the dead from demonic interference, haunting, grave disturbance, and family curses. Marketing language. The Wren clause accepted that marketing as service representation. Old people believe things. Agatha Wren was not an old person who believed things. She was a former boundary witness of Black Hollow Cemetery, legally deceased once in 1969, conditionally returned, and registered as an external instrument until her final death 2 nights ago. The office went silent. Eddie felt the sentence land in several different rooms in his head. Mrs. Wren was dead in 1969. Legally. And returned. Conditionally. And she bought my afterlife protection plan. No, Lilith said. She activated it. Eddie looked at the ledger. The ledger did not contradict her. That was worse than any system insult. Nora came closer. Activated how? Lilith turned another page. A small sketch appeared in the margin. Mrs. Wren's house, her desk, the yellow paper, Eddie's signature, a line of ink extending from the signature into darkness. Agatha Wren needed a living Crowe signature. She found one wrapped in a fake company and enough confidence to sign before reading. Eddie's throat tightened. She set me up. Yes, Mara said, on Silas's order. Lilith glanced at her. Possibly. That's lawyer for yes, Eddie said. That is lawyer for you cannot afford the proof. The ledger wrote. Proof cost currently unaffordable. Eddie leaned back. Of course proof has a price. Why wouldn't truth have a checkout counter? Lilith took a silver pen from her briefcase and clicked it once. The sound made every candle flame in the office bend toward her. The notice is simple. Crow's residual interests assert that your appointment is provisional, defective, and challengeable. Until the challenge is resolved, you carry the liabilities of management without full ownership protection. Eddie stared. Say that like I'm not a cursed accountant. You owe everything. You control almost nothing. That feels familiar. If Black Hollow reaches level 5 under you, your authority will become harder to dispute. If it fails, the cemetery consumes you. If Silas's objection succeeds before confirmation, he may reclaim the manager's seat through substitution. Mara's voice sharpened, but Silas is dead. Lilith looked at the Crowe-marked folder. Is he? The office lamps flickered. The Silas-only drawer under the desk growled. Eddie turned slowly toward it. That drawer has been making choices all morning. Lilith glanced down. How charming he kept a mouth. Drawers shouldn't have mouths. Most shouldn't. I hate that qualification. Nara moved near the drawer with her lantern. It says Silas only. So do several lawsuits, Lilith said. It did not help him. The drawer growled again, deeper this time. Mara touched the handle of her blade. What's in it? Lilith's smile became very small. If I had to guess, evidence or teeth. Old managers often confuse the two. The ledger wrote. Silas drawer locked. Manager authority required 15%. Current 9%. Eddie exhaled. Great, even the furniture is level-gated. Lilith placed 3 small cards on the desk. Each card was black, edged in red. As representative, I am required to inform you of available legal remedies. Remedies usually cure things. Infernal remedies cure uncertainty. That sounds like murder with stationery. Sometimes. She turned the first card. Option 1, transfer Black Hollow to approved external claimant. Eddie did not ask who. He knew. Vivienne Thorne's smile flashed in his memory. Red gloves, dark coat, beautiful danger at the gate. The ledger wrote. External claimant, Vivienne Thorne. Nora looked at Eddie. Mara looked at Eddie. Eddie looked at the ceiling. Why does the book enjoy violence? Nara's voice was too calm. Vivienne Thorne. Witch coat, umbrella, very complicated morning. Mara turned toward him. You let a witch with a live deed inside before you revise the gate terms. I was under pressure. From what? The property, the breathing graves, a claim leech, poverty, and cheekbones. Nora's eyes narrowed. Cheekbones. Not central to the legal issue. The ledger wrote. Disputed. Lilith watched them with bright professional delight. This is going to be a marvelous estate file. Eddie pointed at her. No enjoying my collapse. I bill for enjoyment separately. She tapped the first card. Transfer would end your immediate consumption risk. The cemetery would cease classifying you as manager. Your personal debt to soil would be reduced to a manageable haunting. Manageable haunting. A few years of whispers, occasional bleeding mirrors. Nothing fatal if you avoid anniversaries. And the catch? Vivienne Thorne would own Black Hollow. Myra said no. Nora said absolutely not. The dead ledger wrote. Transfer not recommended. Eddie looked at the page. Strong opinion for a book that threatened to eat my feet. Black Hollow is not for sale. The letters appeared darker than usual. Lilith's gaze lingered on them. Interesting. Eddie did not like her finding anything interesting. Lilith turned the second card. Option 2, accept Sila's substitution. No, Mara said at once. Eddie blinked. I don't know what that means, but I like how fast you hated it. Lilith explained anyway. Silas's residual interests may resume managerial title if a living Crowe agrees to be classified as temporary stabilizing material. You would no longer be required to manage. Temporary stabilizing material, Eddie repeated. The ledger wrote. Soil, Eddie nodded. So option 2 is I become fancy dirt. Legally significant dirt, Lilith said. That is not the upgrade you think it is. She turned the third card. Option 3, self-classification as deceased asset. Nora frowned. He is alive. Lilith looked at Eddie, mostly. Hey. You have been bitten by grave law, marked by boundary thorns, claimed by a Wren receipt, named by a name meter, warned by plot 0 and registered by the dead ledger. Alive is currently your position, not your condition. Eddie swallowed. Mara said, what happens if he self-classifies? The 30-night deadline pauses. His body remains functional under cemetery supervision. His free will is reduced to maintenance duties. He becomes a registered working resident. Zombie intern, Eddie said, the ledger wrote. Unpaid zombie intern. I hate how accurate that feels. Lilith collected the cards. There is also an unofficial fourth option. Eddie leaned forward despite himself. Go on. Fight the objection. Confirm management. Prove Silas is active by substitution, not dead by record. Recover the missing clause that tied your bloodline to Black Hollow. Raise the cemetery toward level 5 before the legal window closes. Survive long enough that every interested party decides you are too inconvenient to erase cheaply. Silence settled over the office. Eddie waited. That's the good option. No, Lilith said. That is the entertaining option. Mara smiled, sharp and brief. Take that one. Nara looked at Eddie. You were going to anyway. I might have asked follow-up questions. You weren't. I could have grown. The ledger wrote. Unlikely, Eddie lifted both hands. Fine, I fight the objection. How? Lilith placed a small hourglass on the desk. The sand inside was black. Preliminary objection filing. You challenge Silas's claim of residual managerial authority. You assert current authority as lawful by activation, boundary repair, resident correction, gate revision, and deed response. Great, file it. Fee required. Of course. 3 bone coins. Eddie stared. He had 5. He had nearly died for those 5. The cemetery had paid him in corpse money and now hell wanted a filing fee. This entire universe is a scam, he said. Lilith smiled. And you are finally on the customer side. Mara said, do it. Nora nodded. If Silas sent the name meter and filed the writ that dragged Mara here, you need the objection on record. Eddie looked at the dead ledger. Can I trust her? The ledger wrote. Question ambiguous. Eddie gestured at Lilith. Demon lawyer. Trust no. Useful yes. Dangerous extremely. Attractive liability do not engage. Eddie closed his eyes. Nora made a small sound that was almost a laugh. Mara muttered, the book has sense. Lilith's smile remained flawless. I see Black Hollow still gives unsolicited romantic guidance. I'm begging all of you to stop using that word, Eddie said. He took 3 bone coins from his pocket. They were cold, small, and too light. Each one had a skull on one side and a gate on the other. When he placed them on the desk, they clicked together like teeth. Lilith did not touch them with her fingers. She opened a silver coin case and the coins slid inside by themselves. Fee received. The black hourglass turned over. The ledger wrote. Preliminary objection filed. Current manager V. Silas Crowe residual interests. Window for response, 72 hours. Eddie exhaled. That's it. The office floor split open. A black shape erupted from beneath the boards. Never ask that, Mara snapped. The thing that came out of the floor was not large at first. It was the size of a dog if a dog had been assembled by a court clerk with access to too much ink. Its body was made of folded documents, wet black seals, red thread, and snapping clauses. Its head was long and narrow, with jaws lined in pen nibs. Wax dripped from its shoulders. Every breath smelled like burned paper. It landed on the desk and growled at Eddie. The dead ledger wrote, Claw's hound detected, purpose, enforce attached terms, status, hostile, recommendation, do not be served. Eddie grabbed the shovel, served as in notified or served as in dinner. The Claw's hound leapt. Mara moved first. Her blade hit the thing across the side of the head, cutting through 3 pages and a strip of red thread. The hound yelped, but the cut sealed itself with hot wax. Nora swung the iron poker and cracked it across the jaw. Pen nibs flew. One stuck in the wall and began writing tiny insults. Eddie ducked as the hound snapped at his face. Its teeth closed on the edge of his coat and tore away a strip of fabric. The torn cloth immediately sprouted letters. Edward James Crowe acknowledges. No, he doesn't, Eddie shouted. He slammed the shovel down. The blade hit the hound's back. The impact rang like a judge's hammer. The hound collapsed into a pile of pages, then rose again bigger. Lilith remained seated. She had crossed one leg over the other and was watching with professional interest. Eddie glared at her while dodging another bite. A little help. Conflict of interest. It is trying to eat my coat. Your coat is not my client. Am I your client? Not yet. The hound lunged. Mara caught it with both hands on its jaws and shoved it back, boots sliding across the boards. Ask the right question, Crowe. Eddie blocked a whip of red thread with the shovel handle. What is the right question? Nora smashed the poker into the thread. You're the liar, think like one. That hurt more than it should have because it was useful. Eddie stared at the hound. It was not attacking like an animal. It was enforcing. It snapped at his name, his signature, his coat, his hand, anything that might count as acceptance. Lilith. Yes, Mr. Crowe. What term is it enforcing? Her eyes brightened. There you are. Answer. The Wren Activation Clause. Your afterlife protection promise created a service obligation. The claw's hound is attempting to bind your false service representation to Black Hollow's resident debts. Translation. It wants to make every lie you sold legally true. Eddie went cold. The hound turned its head toward him, its paper body unfolded. He saw names written inside it. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Agatha Wren, Harold Finch, Mary Vale, Samuel Pike, unknown man, names from row 17, names from graves he had not seen yet, and beneath them, in Eddie's handwriting copied from the brochure. Guaranteed peaceful rest. The hound spoke in Mrs. Wren's voice. Guarantee accepted. Eddie felt the office tilt. For 1 second he was back in her sitting room. Tea, biscuits, yellow paper, her crow eyes watching him sign. He had thought she was a mark, she had been a door. The hound stepped forward. Mara lifted her blade. Eddie raised one hand. Wait. Bad time, Mara said. I know, I specialize in those. The dead ledger wrote. Claim correction available. Current authority limited. Success chance annoyingly plausible. Eddie lowered the shovel. The hound's jaws opened. Words crawled along its teeth. Accept, acknowledge, fulfill, pay. Eddie spoke before fear could edit him. Crow and Covenant was fake. The office listened. The hound froze. Lilith's smile sharpened. Eddie continued. I sold protection I did not have. I promised rest I could not guarantee. I used words like a cheap umbrella in a hurricane and charged people for the privilege. The hound growled. The paper inside its ribs began to smoke. But, Eddie said and stepped closer, Mrs. Wren did not buy my lie because she believed it. She used it. She activated a clause with a living crow signature. My false promise does not become the property of every hungry thing in this cemetery. My lie was mine. My signature was used as witness, not blanket consent. No resident may attach to a fraudulent service claim without individual review, manager acknowledgement, and ledger entry. The dead ledger wrote faster than he could read. Claim correction attempt. Legal basis, fraudulent representation limited by witness misuse. supporting FACTORS, REN prior status, cemetery activation, managerial authority, bone coin filing, opposition extensive, Mara whispered extensive. Eddie did not look away from the hound. No mass claim, he said. No automatic attachment. No debt transfer through brochure language. By name, by debt, by soil, review required. The hound screamed. It was the sound of paper being torn in a church. It lunged. Eddie thrust the shovel forward, not like a weapon but like a barrier. The blade struck the hound's open mouth. The manager's key in his pocket burned. The ledger slammed open. A black stamp appeared in the air above the desk. Pending review, the stamp fell. It hit the claw's hound on the head. The hound burst into pages. They flew around the office, shrieking, snapping, trying to reassemble. Mara cut them out of the air. Nora held up the lantern, and its storm light burned the red thread wherever it touched. Eddie swung the shovel and pinned the largest page to the floor. On it was his own brochure text. Guaranteed peaceful rest or your soul back. That phrase was a mistake, he said. The page tried to crawl away. Eddie drove the shovel edge through the word guaranteed. The office shook. The remaining pages folded inward, smaller and smaller, until they became a single black envelope sealed with gray wax. It dropped on the desk. Silence returned in pieces. Nora lowered the lantern. Mara wiped black ink from her cheek with the back of her hand. Eddie leaned on the shovel and breathed like an old engine. Lilith applauded once, softly. Elegant, she said. Eddie looked at her. You could have warned me that filing an objection came with a paper dog. Claw's hound. I don't care about its breed. Warning you would have reduced evidentiary value. I hate lawyers. We get that a lot, usually from people who need us. The dead ledger wrote. Claw's hound contained. Mass claim attachment blocked. Claim correction improved. Reward bone coins X2. Manager authority 9% to 11%. Legal defense unlocked. Progress to level 2, 9% to 14%. Eddie stared at the words. 11%, he said. I have nearly died 4 times and earned 2%. This cemetery has terrible promotion structure. Nora smiled despite herself. Mara sheathed her blade. You did well. Eddie blinked at her. I'm sorry, could you say that again while the book records it? No. The ledger wrote. Hunter praise detected. Rarity high. Eddie grinned. Mara pointed at him. Enjoy that for exactly 1 second. I already built a holiday around it. Nora reached for the black envelope on the desk. Lilith caught her wrist before she touched it. Fast, too fast. The room tightened again. Nora went still. Lilith released her gently. Apologies, Lilith said. Do not touch sealed legal residue with a living hand unless you want to dream in footnotes. Nora pulled her hand back. I hate this place. Sensible, Lilith said. It is a healthy reaction. Eddie picked up the envelope with the edge of the shovel and flipped it toward the ledger. The book swallowed it, literally. The cover opened a narrow slit and took the envelope like a mouth. Eddie stared. I am never leaving food near you. The ledger wrote. Wise, the office bell rang from the desk. Not the front gate bell, not the north wall alarm. A smaller bell, thin and silver, tucked behind the ink bottle where Eddie was completely sure no bell had been a moment earlier. It rang once. Then the dead ledger opened to a blank page. A heading wrote itself in black ink. Resident Complaints Portal. Eddie stared at it. No, he said. The bell rang again. I said no. I have just been attacked by a legal dog made of paperwork. I am not emotionally available for customer service. The dead ledger wrote. Manager authority exceeds 10%. Office function unlocked. Resident complaints may now be received, sorted, ignored AT personal risk, or processed for necropolis progress. Eddie looked at Lilith. Can I sue the book for workplace harassment? You may file, Lilith said. Will I win? No. Why? Because the workplace owns your bones. Nora leaned over the page before Eddie could tell her not to. Her face tightened as the first complaint appeared. Complaint 1, flowers placed on wrong grave. Complainant Margaret Hill, status petty but valid. Complaint 2, epitaph inaccurate. Complainant Peter Hall, status disputed by 3 widows. Complaint 3, debt remains unpaid. Complainant Samuel Pike, status do not open without a weapon. Eddie held up a hand. Pause. The dead are leaving reviews now. The ledger wrote, "The dead have always had opinions. That is the least comforting sentence anyone has ever written at me." Mara wiped black ink from her blade and came closer. Resident complaints are not jokes. Some old cemeteries use them as pressure valves. If complaints pile up, the ground starts answering them physically. Physically how? Depends on the complaint. I would like an example that does not involve my face. Nora pointed at the page. A new line had appeared. Complaint 4. Fraudulent afterlife guarantee attached to wrong resident. Complainant, multiple, status, escalating. Eddie went quiet. The office seemed to notice. The bell rang a third time softer. Lilith adjusted one red-black sleeve. There is the practical problem. The Claw's hound attempted mass attachment through your brochure. You blocked automatic enforcement. You have not yet created an office policy preventing individual residents from trying the same argument one at a time. How many residents? The ledger answered. Potential claimants under Crowe and Covenant language, 1,742. Eddie sat back down, carefully, like a man whose knees had read the number first. That is too many customers. Mara said, they are not customers. They are acting like customers. Nora's voice was softer. They're scared. Some of them have been waiting a long time for anyone to hear them. Eddie looked at her. That was worse than Mara's answer. Mara made danger simple. Nora made it personal. The bell rang again. The ledger wrote. Complaint 5, Wren testimony pending. The office window whitened. Rain blurred the glass. Fog thickened from the outside, but the words forming on it were not Plot Zero's red thread script. These words were smaller, neater, old-fashioned. The handwriting of someone who had corrected other people's letters for sport. Edward Crowe, E. The E appeared, then scratched itself out, then returned as if the writer had decided to be petty after death. Eddie stood slowly. Mrs. Wren. The fog wrote. Do not look so surprised. You sold me a product. Technically, Eddie said, I sold you a lie. The next line formed. Yes, that was the useful part. Nora whispered, Agatha Wren is talking through the window. I noticed. Myra did not lower her blade. Is she hostile? The ledger wrote. Partial testimony. Hostility, limited. Posthumous disapproval, significant. Lilith looked delighted in the quiet, professional way of a lawyer who had not expected dessert but was not going to refuse it. The fog continued. I needed a living Crow, E, who would sign without reading. Eddie closed his eyes. That is deeply unfair and completely accurate. You promised protection. You did not have protection, but you had a door. A door to what? The fog hesitated. For the first time, the handwriting lost its confidence. A house that eats its heirs. The room became still. Even Lilith stopped smiling. Eddie stepped closer to the glass. Why me? Because Silas left the old doors watching for Crow, E, blood. Because most crows learn not to sign because you were hungry. The words hurt more than they should have. Eddie had been called worse, thief, liar, rat, pretty boy, waste, future corpse. He had worn most insults like borrowed coats. Hunger was different. Hunger was not an insult. Hunger was evidence. The fog wrote one more line, do not waste the lie. Then the window cleared. Rain returned. For several seconds no one spoke. Eddie swallowed. Did a dead old woman just give me career advice? The ledger wrote. Yes, Nora's expression softened. She said you had a door. She said I was hungry. Both can be true. Mara looked at Lilith. Can Wren testimony help him? Lilith tapped the end of her silver pen against her lower lip. Yes, it narrows the legal theory. Mrs. Wren did not claim Mr. Crowe's false promise as a service contract. She used it as a witness activation. That means resident claims must be reviewed individually, not attached through mass brochure language. Eddie stared at her. Say that like I'm 18 and have slept for 12 minutes. Make a rule now, Lilith said, before the dead make rules around you. The ledger turned to a fresh page, office policy available, complaint triage declaration. Eddie approached the desk. The manager's key warmed in his pocket. The shovel leaned against the chair as if listening. The deed pulsed once, black and quiet. Somewhere under the floor, the Seala's-only drawer growled in its sleep. What does a complaint triage declaration do? The ledger wrote. Sorts resident grievances into categories, prevents mass panic, prevents unauthorized claim attachment, allows manager to prioritize corrections, may reduce chance of being pulled apart by 37 angry widows. Only 37. Mara said, focus. I am focusing on the widow number. Nora set the storm lantern beside the ledger. Make the rule, Eddie. The way she said his name made him do it. He hated that. Not hated, not exactly. He disliked how quickly it cut through his instinct to joke his way sideways. Eddie placed his left hand on the desk. Black Hollow Cemetery, he said, and felt ridiculous until the walls listened. The rain against the window softened. The dead ledger waited. Resident complaints are now received by category. No complaint may attach to Crowe and Covenant, my old brochure, my fake company, or any fraudulent afterlife service without individual review. No resident may claim automatic compensation through a false promise I made before becoming manager. The office floor creaked. Eddie kept going. Valid complaints will be sorted by danger, debt, wrong burial, name damage, boundary risk, and general pettiness. The ledger wrote. General pettiness accepted as administrative category. Thank you. Mara muttered, do not thank it for that. Eddie raised his voice. By current manager authority, by Wren testimony, by claim correction, by legal defense, by name, by debt, by soil, review required. No mass claim. No automatic attachment. No resident eats the manager through customer service. Silence, then the little silver bell rang once. Clean, the ledger wrote. Complaint triage declaration accepted. Resident complaints portal stabilized. Mass claim pressure reduced. Progress to level 2, 14% to 16%. Manager authority remains, 11%. Eddie frowned. I did the speech and got no authority. The ledger wrote. You organized paperwork. That was heroic paperwork. Lilith said, heroic paperwork is still paperwork. A soft tapping came from the window again. Everyone turned. Not words this time, just a smear in the condensation. A black crow mark thin as ink. Then beneath it 3 letters. Lena C. Eddie's chest tightened before he understood why. The ledger slammed shut, hard enough to make the lamp jump. Nora looked from Eddie to the book. Who is Lena? Eddie did not answer, because he did not know, because he almost did, because the name had the shape of something missing. Lilith's expression became unreadable. Mara noticed. Of course she noticed. Hunters probably learned to hear secrets breathing. Quill, Mara said. Answer. Lilith looked at the closed ledger. Not my record to open. That's not an answer. It is the only answer that keeps Mr. Crowe's skin on his face today. The drawer marked SILAS only gave one soft knock. Eddie stood so fast the chair scraped the floor. The ledger cracked open 1 inch and wrote in letters so small he had to lean over the page. Sealed line contact. Name, Lena Crowe. Status, refused. Suitability, disputed. Access, manager authority 15% required. Eddie read it twice. The second time made him no smarter and considerably angrier. Refused what? The book shut, the drawer laughed, not with a voice, with wood. Eddie moved toward it. Mara caught him by the back of his coat. Nora stepped in front of the drawer with the lantern raised. Lilith did not move, but her pen clicked open. Careful, she said. Eddie turned on her. You knew. I suspected. What is Lena Crowe? A name that costs more than you can currently pay. Eddie's smile appeared. It was not his nice one. You people keep saying that as if I haven't spent my life owing money I don't have. Lilith studied him. That attitude is exactly why the cemetery chose you and why everyone sane is worried. The drawer knocked again. Nora said, "Eddie, not now." That worked better than it should have. He stepped back. The ledger wrote. Sealed line contact flagged for future review. Do not force drawer. Do not threaten lawyer. Do not stare dramatically at window. Eddie looked at the window. The crow mark was gone. I wasn't staring dramatically. Mara said, "You were." I was standing with narrative tension. That's worse. Lilith slid the red card closer to him with one finger. Now you understand why emergency counsel is recommended. Here it comes, Eddie said. The price. 3 options. Lilith held up one finger. A bone coin retainer, renewable weekly. I'm poor in normal and bone currencies. 2. Another finger. A drop of blood, sealed to consultation privilege only. Mara's blade half left its sheath. Lilith smiled at her. Relax, Hunter. I said consultation, not ownership. No blood, Nora said. Lilith's gaze slid to her. You are not his guardian. Nora lifted her chin. Someone should be. The words hit the room strangely. Eddie looked at her. Nora looked away first. Lilith's smile sharpened. 3, she said, and the office temperature rose by a single dangerous degree. A kiss on signed ink, old method, symbolic consent, limited scope, very dramatic. Humans used to enjoy making law unnecessarily theatrical. Eddie's mouth opened. Mara said no. Nora said absolutely no. The ledger wrote. Romantic liability intersection detected. Eddie pointed at it. Do not make this weird. The ledger wrote. Too late. Lilith leaned back in her chair, amused. For the record, Mr. Crowe, I am offering legal instruments, not courtship. Great, Eddie said. Because my romantic calendar is currently full of people trying to kill, buy, warn, sue, or bury me. Mara's eyes narrowed. Nora crossed her arms. Lilith's smile became magnificent. How efficient of you. Eddie slid the red card away with the shovel handle. No blood, no kiss, no future favor, no emergency retainer until I know which debts are mine. Lilith's eyes glowed faintly. That was almost wise. The ledger wrote. Unusual restraint detected. Eddie looked offended. I can be restrained. Nora stared at him. Mara stared at him. The soup can clicked from the cupboard. Eddie pointed at it. You don't get a vote. Lilith retrieved the card but left it blank side up on the desk, just out of his reach. Refusal noted, she said. Offer remains open until it becomes inconvenient. For whom? Everyone. Lilith closed the Seala's folder but did not put it away. Now that you have filed your objection and survived the automatic enforcement response, we can discuss the central problem. Eddie sat down, because his legs had begun suggesting union action. That wasn't the central problem. That was a symptom. I would like smaller symptoms, a rash maybe, mild itching. Lilith removed another document from the folder. This one was old, older than the others. The edges were burned. The crow mark at the top had been crossed with a line of dark red wax. Mara's posture changed. What is that? Lilith set it down. Seala's Crowe's contingent bloodline collateral agreement. The dead ledger shut itself. Hard, the lamps flickered out. Only Nora's storm lantern remained. Eddie did not move. Book. No answer. Book, insult me if you're alive. The ledger stayed shut. Nora whispered, it doesn't want to show that. Lilith's eyes reflected the lantern light. No, it doesn't. Mara took a slow step closer. Read it. I will summarize. The full text would make Mr. Crowe bleed from the ears, and we have already had enough fluids this morning. Debatable, Eddie said weakly. Nobody laughed. Lilith looked at him. Sealers borrowed against future Crowe blood. The words landed softly, then they opened. Eddie sat very still. Against what future Crowe blood? Lilith did not answer immediately. That was answer enough. Nora's face hardened. Eddie. He held up a hand. No, let the demon lawyer say the cursed sentence. I want the full customer experience. Lilith's voice was gentler now, which made it worse. If Black Hollow destabilized after Silas's removal, death, absence, substitution, or escape, the system was authorized to seek a compatible Crowe descendant as emergency managerial collateral. Eddie looked at the burned page. Me. Eventually, there were other Crowes. The room seemed to shrink. Mara's hand closed around the back of Eddie's chair. Nora's lantern shook once. Eddie stared at Lilith. What happened to them? Some refused. Some were unsuitable. Some died ordinary deaths before activation. Some are sealed from record. Convenient. Very. Eddie heard his own breath. Too loud, too young. He hated that. He had spent years making himself sound older, cleverer, harder to corner. He had lied to men with fists and women with knives and policemen who thought patience was a personality. He had turned hunger into charm and panic into jokes. But there was no joke big enough for being collateral before you had learned the word. So Silas chose me before I was born. Lilith shook her head. Not precisely. He chose the line. Agatha Wren delivered the signature. The cemetery accepted the first compatible living Crowe with an active spiritual service representation and sufficient fraudulent flexibility. The ledger opened 1 inch. It wrote in tiny letters. Compatibility FACTORS included. Bloodline, verbal adaptability, low attachment to stable life, high improvisational survival, significant debt, moral flexibility. Eddie looked at it. You are saying I was selected because I am broke and slippery. The ledger wrote, among other qualities, name one flattering quality. Pause persistent. Eddie swallowed. It was stupid, but that almost hurt. Mara said, can the collateral agreement be broken? Lilith smiled without warmth. Broken, yes, safely, rarely. How? Prove Silas is active. Recover the primary debt instrument. Correct the original substitution record. Reach sufficient authority to open the locked Crowe clauses, or convince Black Hollow that Eddie Crowe is not material. Material, Nora repeated. Lilith nodded. Soil, stone, root, wall, gate. The cemetery thinks in uses. Eddie looked toward the window. The fog outside had thinned enough to show the rows beyond the office. Gravestones, wet grass, iron fences, the cemetery he had inherited, the cemetery that had inherited him. And if I get level 5, you gain confirmed management. That makes you harder to consume and harder to replace. It does not erase Silas's old debts. Of course it doesn't. But it gives you standing. Standing where? Lilith's smile returned. In court. Eddie groaned. I hate the afterlife. You haven't seen much of it. It's making a strong first impression. The office door banged open. Everyone turned. No one stood there. Rain blew in. The bell at the gate rang once. The sound came from inside the office this time. The black deed pulsed on the desk. The burned collateral agreement lifted at one corner as if breathed on by something under the paper. Then a voice came from the Silas-only drawer. Not loud, not clear, old, male, amused. Hello, Eddie. Mara's blade came out. Nora raised the poker. Eddie did not move. The drawer rattled. The voice laughed softly. You always were quick with a signature. Eddie's mouth went dry. He had never heard that voice before. He knew that with absolute certainty. And still, some buried part of him recognized the shape of it. Crowe. Lilith watched the drawer with professional satisfaction. Residual activity confirmed, she said. The dead ledger wrote in frantic strokes. Silas Crowe status update, deceased, disputed, absent, true, active by substitution, partial confirmation. Prior manager attention, direct. Eddie stood slowly, opened the drawer. The ledger wrote, "Manager authority required 15%, current 11%, then give me 4%. Not how authority works. Silas's voice sighed from inside the drawer. Always asking for credit. Eddie stepped closer, the drawer growled. Mara grabbed his sleeve. Don't. For once, Eddie listened. Not because he was sensible, because the drawer sounded hungry in a way that did not involve teeth. It sounded like memory. Lilith clicked her silver pen. The drawer went silent. Eddie turned on her. You can do that. Temporarily. Legal noise responds to legal tools. Could you have done that earlier? Yes. Did you? No. Why? You needed confirmation. Eddie stared. I am starting to understand why people make deals with demons. Murder is too quick for lawyers. Lilith's eyes gleamed. That is the nicest thing anyone has said to me this week. Nora set the lantern on the desk. What did Silas want? Attention, Mara said. Lilith nodded. And fear. Prior managers often confuse the two as well. The dead ledger wrote. Objection record updated. Evidence added. Direct residual voice. Eddie looked at the page. Does that help me? Lilith answered before the ledger could. Yes, slightly. I have developed very low standards for good news. Silas responding personally weakens the claim that he is merely a deceased residual interest. It does not prove he is alive. It does prove he is interfering. Mara said, then we hunt him. The drawer laughed once. A thin black line appeared around the handle. The ledger wrote, Hunting Silas Crowe currently not recommended. The book is afraid of him, Mara said. The pages did not move. Then very slowly the ledger wrote, Respect is not fear. Eddie snorted. That's fear with better shoes. Lilith gathered her documents. I have served notice, filed your preliminary objection, observed enforcement response, confirmed residual activity, and identified collateral exposure. My initial duties are complete. Great, Eddie said. Leave the part where I win. You have not paid for winning. What does that cost? Usually everything. I walked into that. Yes, loudly. She closed her briefcase. The sound was final enough to make the room colder. Nora stepped forward. Wait, there has to be something he can do now. Lilith looked at her. For a moment the demon lawyer's expression softened. Not kindness exactly, something adjacent. Something that had read kindness in a contract and found it inefficient but interesting. There is. Eddie straightened. I'm listening. Do not sign anything in blood until you know which debts are yours. That's advice. Expensive advice. Luckily, I didn't pay. You will. She opened her briefcase again and removed a thin red card. This one had no writing. She placed it on the desk and slid it toward him. My card. Eddie did not touch it. Does it bite? Only if you call after midnight without a valid emergency. Define valid. Something more interesting than panic. That's most of my emergencies. Then improve. The card wrote itself in silver ink. Lilith Quill, Infernal Solicitor, attached DEBTS. Sole collateral. Estate disputes, no free consultations, no refunds, no salvation guaranteed. At the bottom, in smaller letters. Knock 3 times on any closed contract. Eddie leaned closer. Any closed contract. Any closed contract that wants to open. That's less useful. Most truth is. Lilith turned toward the door. Myra blocked her path. One more question. Lilith looked delighted. Hunters rarely stop at one. My mother's writ. Silas filed it 7 years ago. Why? The office held its breath. Lilith's gaze flicked to Eddie, then Nora, then the ledger. Because he knew row 17 would breathe eventually. Mara's jaw tightened, and he wanted Voss blood here when it did. Yes. Why? Lilith's smile faded. Because some things cannot be killed by managers. Some things cannot be corrected by books. Some things need a witness who is willing to cut the wrong name off the right body. What kind of witness? Eddie asked. Lilith looked at him for a long second as if deciding whether the answer was merciful, useful, or merely billable. A consent integrity witness, she said. The dead ledger turned a page with obvious reluctance. A narrow margin note surfaced beside the collateral agreement, written in a hand Eddie had already learned to dislike. Voss presence required if row 17 breathes. Purpose. Witness integrity of current manager consent. Secondary purpose. Terminate breach if consent fails. Mara's face went very still, not blank, still. There was a difference. Blank was absence. Still was violence waiting politely behind a door. My mother was not called to kill him, Mara said. Lilith did not answer. Eddie looked from the note to Mara. She was called to check whether the manager was actually consenting. The ledger wrote. Interpretation plausible. Mara's hand tightened around her blade until her knuckles paled. And if the manager was not consenting? Lilith's voice was careful. Then the hunter witness could certify breach, force emergency correction, or terminate the vessel being used to stabilize the property. Eddie blinked. Terminate the vessel, he repeated. Is that legal language for kill the person? Sometimes, Lilith said. I hate how often that answer is yes. Nora stepped closer to Mara, not touching her. Smart. Mara looked like touching her might get someone relieved of fingers. Did your mother certify it? Nora asked quietly. Mara's jaw moved once. She died before she filed her last report. The drawer marked SILAS only knocked once, softly, almost politely. Mara turned toward it. The room changed around her. Eddie had seen Mara angry. He had seen Mara fighting. This was different. This was old grief finding a handle. Do not, Lilith said. Mara's eyes did not leave the drawer. Give me one good reason. Because that drawer wants you to open it angry. Mara stopped. The ledger wrote. Prior manager residue responds to bloodline grief. Likely trap. Eddie stepped between Mara and the drawer before he could think better of it. Immediately he thought better of it. Too late. Mara looked at him. Move. I am deeply committed to living, Eddie said. So no. Crowe. Voss. The office held its breath. Nora whispered Eddie. He kept his eyes on Mara. If Silas used your mother as a witness, then he used my blood and your blood in the same piece of filth. I am not letting him get another useful reaction out of either of us because a drawer knocked like a smug coffin. Mara stared at him. For 1 second Eddie thought she might hit him. Honestly fair. Then her blade lowered by an inch. Only an inch. It felt like diplomacy. Lilith's smile was gone now. Interesting. Do not say interesting when I am being brave by accident. The ledger wrote. Current manager may file witness protection limitation. Eddie looked at the page. A what? Lilith answered. A declaration that prior writs cannot compel current living witnesses into collateral service without current managerial review. It will not cancel the Voss writ, but it may prevent Silas from using Mara's bloodline grief as an automatic trigger. Mara looked at the ledger. Do it. Eddie nodded. Not dramatically this time. Just once. He placed his hand on the desk again. Black Hollow Cemetery, he said. No living witness, hunter witness, boundary witness, neighbor, invited guest, or person unfortunate enough to care about this disaster may be used as collateral under prior manager writ without current review. The ledger listened. The drawer went silent. Eddie continued, Mara Voss is present under current gate terms and current witness status. Not Silas's private trigger. Not old collateral. Not bait. By gate, by writ, by witness, by current manager review. The room shivered. Mara did not look away from him. Nora's lantern flame steadied. Lilith exhaled softly through her nose, almost amused, almost approving. The ledger wrote. Witness protection limitation accepted. Voss writ status, active but disputed. Prior manager automatic trigger partially blocked. Legal defense cross-linked to gate terms. Progress to level 2, 16% to 17%. Manager authority remains, 11%. Eddie pointed at the page, again with no authority. Mara said very quietly, "You protected a witness." Eddie looked at her. The joke came to his mouth automatically, something about protecting witnesses being bad for business, something about invoices, something about his heroic posture needing applause. He did not say it. Mara noticed that too, which was unfair. She noticed everything. "Thank you," she said. The dead ledger wrote. Hunter gratitude detected. Rarity, higher than praise. Mara pointed her blade at the book. "Write one more word about me and I will stab your margins." The ledger wrote nothing. Eddie leaned toward it, coward. The page wrote. Strategic. Mara did not blink. "Did he get my mother killed?" Lilith was silent. Eddie knew enough legal silence now to hate it. Mara stepped closer. "Answer." "I do not know," Lilith said. "And unlike everyone else in this cemetery, I try not to lie for free." Mara stared at her for a long moment. Then she stepped aside. Lilith passed her and stopped at the threshold. There, with the gray dawn behind her, she looked back at Eddie. "A final warning, Mr. Crowe. I'm collecting those. Some clauses are buried because people forgot them. Some are buried because people feared them. And some are buried with women who should not be awake." The window fogged behind Eddie. The room chilled. Lilith smiled as if she felt it. "When Plot Zero speaks again, the question is not whether she is lying." Eddie looked at the glass. "No words yet, just fog. What's the question?" Lilith stepped out into the rain. "Which truth does she need you to believe first?" The office door closed. A moment later, the front gate bell rang once, softer this time. Departure. The cemetery exhaled. Nora sat down hard in the chair Lilith had left behind. "I hate lawyers," she said. Eddie nodded. "I said that earlier. It helped briefly." Mara went to the window and watched the path. She didn't leave footprints. "Neither did Vivienne," Nora said. Eddie's entire body went still. Mara turned slowly. Nora looked at him. The dead ledger wrote. Romantic liability intersection detected. Eddie pointed at the book. "This is not the time." Nora folded her arms. "When were you going to mention Vivienne Thorne properly?" "After breakfast." Mara's eyes narrowed. "And the woman in Plot Zero?" "After lunch." Nora said, "Lilith." "Technically, she mentioned herself." Mara crossed the room in 2 steps and took the red card from the desk before Eddie could stop her. It did not bite. She read it, then looked at him. "Do not call the demon lawyer alone." "I wasn't planning to." The ledger wrote. "Lie snitch." Nora rubbed her eyes. "Eddie, every woman who enters this cemetery seems to either want to buy it, kill something in it, sue you, warn you, or talk to you through glass." "In my defense," Eddie said, "that is a very recent pattern." Mara pointed toward the repaired north wall. "We need rest. Then we need to inspect the Seela's marks. Then we need to find out what Plot Zero knows." The ledger slammed shut. Everyone looked at it. Nora stood again. Eddie approached the book. "Book." No response. Dead ledger. No response. Municipal death ledger with emotional issues. The book opened. Emotional issues disputed. Eddie smiled faintly. "There you are." The page turned by itself. A black square appeared in the center. Plot Zero. 3 red circles formed around it. Then words appeared. Plot Zero communication prohibited. Silence. The ink trembled. Then another line forced itself onto the page as if something beneath the paper was pushing upward. Ask the woman in Plot Zero. The first line scratched itself out. Another appeared. Do not ask the woman in Plot Zero. The page tore down the middle. Not fully. Just enough for red light to show through. Nora whispered, "Is the book arguing with itself?" Mara's blade was already out. Eddie stared at the torn page. From the office window came a soft knock. Once, twice, 3 times, Eddie turned. The glass was black, his reflection was gone. In its place stood the outline of a woman behind a sealed stone. She was not clear enough to see, but Eddie felt her looking at him. The fog wrote slowly. "Hello, Eddie," the dead ledger's pages thrashed. "Do not respond." The fog wrote another line. "He sold your blood before you had a name." The office grew colder. Myra whispered, "Crowe." Nora whispered, "Eddie." The woman behind the glass lifted one hand. Her fingers touched the other side of the window. The glass cracked in a perfect circle. One final line appeared, "Come alone." Eddie looked at the words, then at Mara, then at Nora, then at the dead ledger which had written the same warning across every visible page. "Do not go, do not go, do not go." Eddie swallowed. Outside, somewhere far beyond the mausoleums, something behind Plot Zero's sealed stone laughed softly, not like a monster, like a woman who had been waiting long enough to make patience dangerous. Eddie picked up the shovel. "So," he said, voice rough, "breakfast first." The soup can in the cupboard clicked. Mara said, "Absolutely not." Nobody laughed. That was how Eddie knew the joke had done its job, not made anything better exactly, but shoved a thin wedge of breath between panic and obedience. He was still afraid. He simply refused to let fear be the only person in the room with a plan. The dead ledger wrote one final line. "Legal complications, review complete. Next recommended action. Survive the woman under the last grave." End of chapter 5. If infernal law sounds safer than cemetery ownership, you are already in trouble. Subscribe and continue with Chapter 6, The Woman in Plot Zero. Chapter 6, The Woman in Plot Zero. Eddie Crowe had learned many useful things since inheriting Black Hollow Cemetery. He had learned that dirt could be legally offended. He had learned that old women could die once, return conditionally, buy fake afterlife insurance, and still have enough contractual leverage left over to ruin a young man's week. He had learned that a shovel was not just a shovel if the cemetery believed in job titles. He had learned that witches arrived with better cars than debt collectors. Hunters entered through gates like they had arguments preloaded, and demon lawyers could smile at him in a way that made his soul check whether it was insured. He had also learned that when an ancient supernatural management system told him not to do something, the thing was usually either fatal, educational, or attractive. Sometimes all three. The office window had gone black. Not dark, black. Rain slid down the outside of the glass, but none of it reflected the room. The green desk lamp, the chained registry, Nora's storm lantern near the door, Mara's knives glinting on the chair where she had finally admitted she needed to clean them, the ridiculous can of beef soup, sitting on the shelf like an unresolved threat. None of it showed in the window anymore. Only the words remained. "Hello, Eddie." They had appeared in pale script on the glass after Lilith Quill left the office with her infernal briefcase, her red smile, and the kind of legal confidence that made doors open for her without wanting to. Below the greeting, the second message still glowed faintly. "He sold your blood before you had a name." And below that, fresher, thinner, as if a finger had dragged itself through frost from the other side. "Come alone." Eddie stood in front of the window, one hand on the desk, the other curled around the manager's shovel. The shovel was not helping. It had symbolic authority, low damage, and the emotional availability of a wet fence post. The dead ledger lay open on the desk. Its pages had stopped turning. The text on them kept rewriting the same warning with increasing irritation. "Do not go." Then, "Do not go alone." Then, "Do not go at all." Then, after Eddie had stared too long at the words on the window, "Current manager is displaying symptoms of catastrophic curiosity." Eddie looked down at the page. "That's called investigation." The ink wrote back at once. Investigation involves method, preparation, witnesses, and consent from systems that have kept this cemetery standing longer than your species has considered indoor plumbing. I'm very respectful of plumbing. You once sold a woman spiritual drainage coverage. That was part of the premium tier. It was not a real service. It had a brochure. The book waited. Eddie exhaled through his nose. "Fine, bad example." From behind him, Nora Quinn said, I hate that I understood that exchange. She stood near the office door in her yellow raincoat, storm lantern in one hand, iron poker in the other. Dawn had technically happened several hours ago, but Black Hollow had accepted the information with visible reluctance. The light outside remained thin, gray, and damp. It touched the cemetery without improving it. Nora's hair was pulled back badly. A smear of grave dirt crossed one cheek. She looked exhausted, furious, and entirely too awake. Mara Voss leaned against the wall near the cupboard, one boot braced on a loose floorboard, arms folded. She had cleaned 2 knives, checked 3 hidden blades, inspected the window messages, and then settled into a silence that felt like a weapon waiting for a hand. She had not left. Eddie had not asked her to. That was less because he trusted her and more because the last time something tried to eat his name, Mara had stabbed it in places Eddie had not known things could have places. Vivienne Thorne was not present. Lilith Quill was not present. This was the only reason Eddie had not already developed a new medical condition called romantic liability collapse. Nora pointed at the window. Who is saying that? No idea, Eddie said too quickly. Mara's eyes narrowed. The dead ledger wrote. Lie detected. Eddie looked at the book. Stop assisting. Nora stepped closer to the window. Her lantern flame bent toward the glass as if the words were breathing. Plot 0. Mara's posture changed. It was small, a tightening at the shoulders, a shift of weight, the kind of adjustment that meant if the window grew teeth, she would already be halfway into killing it. Eddie said, that is a strong accusation against an otherwise normal window. Nora stared at him. Mara stared at him. The dead ledger turned a page by itself. Manager credibility injured. Everyone is very rude in this office, Eddie said. The window darkened further. The words come alone spread slightly, then thin, then vanished. For 1 second, Eddie saw a shape behind the glass, not a face, not clearly, a suggestion of pale skin in darkness, a line of black hair, a hand raised from the other side of a surface that should have reflected only rain. Then it was gone. The office became colder. Mara moved first. She crossed the room, grabbed Eddie by the collar of his damp coat and shoved him back from the window hard enough that the desk bell rang once. The bell sounded offended. Do not answer sealed graves, Mara said.